I hope you guys are pumped up. Raise your hand if you had some coffee or some caffeine this morning. All right, good. Because I want everyone to be awake, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed because today, Module 3 is my very favorite module to teach for Mega, especially when we get back from lunch, because we're going to be watching some of Vanessa Van Edwards, who is the human lie detector and human behavioral coach. We're going to hear from her. We're going to see some of her videos, and she is fabulous. She's absolutely amazing. If you haven't been following her or watching her TED Talks, after you've watched one or two videos from her, you will absolutely fall in love with her. She has an incredible energy, and she teaches other people how to have that incredible energy too. She is a self-proclaimed former awkward person. Um, she shows videos of herself as a kid, and she always says things like, "This was my last phase of wearing plaid blazers, going through high school." And now she is just this energetic, fabulous person that is just glowing from the inside out. And she teaches people how to interact with others and how to become more memorable, how to become more energetic, and how to become more likable, how to have more powerful conversations, how to start a conversation in a way that leads it to a much better place. So if there was salesperson training, she's probably absolutely an essential part of that for people who don't naturally have that gift. And it's interesting because some of these gifts we are not naturally born with, and they're learned traits, like the Ford script, and other things that we've been putting into practice. You're going to get some homework assignment today about the Ford script, about putting it into practice and practicing it on a couple of people. I'm curious though, has anybody put the Ford script into practice yet? Okay, Laura. Did you put that into practice before Mega or during Mega? You're on mute, so. Yep.
Well, I always, I was trained on it earlier, and Mega reminded me of it, and so I put in my homework. Um, you have to have like time to integrate that in because don't it doesn't work very well at a doctor's office. Because right now I'm kind of limited on my activities, um, and I'm only doing quick
Why does it,
show.
why, wait, I just got to stop there because I heard a huge red flag and now my ADD stopped me dead in my tracks. And now my ears are no longer listening because I heard something scary and terrifying. What do you mean you can't put it in practice at the doctor's office? Are,
Well,
was there
okay.
nobody at the doctor's office and it was closed?
Well, no. Okay, I tried. It was. I guess it was the timing. I started. I tried, and now that the people I was talking to, the nurse called them back, and I couldn't follow them. So, I mean, so you have to. Yeah, and it's like, okay, if you're gonna do it quickly, and you just have to, So that was kind of like a miss. Live and learn, right?
Okay, there is a person here in this class. Currently, his video is turned off. His name is Miguel. Everyone knows Miguel pretty well, yes? Miguel, can you turn your video on? Thank you. And turn unmute. We have an agent at this office, and her name is Karen. And I'm guessing that you just heard that and you thought of her. What was her approach when she goes to the doctor's office?
Oh, Karen McKinney.
Mhm.
Um, every time that she has to, whatever she does, she calls them out and say, "Hey, you need to buy a house because I have to pay this bill and it's very expensive." You need to pay this bill. I have to pay this medical bill and it's very expensive. So I need you to buy a house. How many investments you want to get, and so on. No matter what she is, even at the restaurant, wherever she goes, she's always like that.
No,
She
what did she tell us that she does to, because she's been going to the doctor and she had a little short stint at the hospital. Every single nurse and every single doctor she comes in contact with, she comes back here and she starts telling me the conversations she had with her doctors.
Yeah, she's always like that.
So Laura, One of our agents. She's been in the business for many, many, many decades. She actually used to be a real estate coach and office manager, and she has been unfortunately visiting the doctor more and more as of lately. But she goes in there and she looks at the doctor and she says, mm-mm, "Nope, mm-mm. You're gonna buy a house from me. You're gonna buy an investment property from me because you're expensive, and I gotta pay this bill." And she stops that conversation and she has a conversation with them and she doesn't leave there until she gets a referral for them. Who do you know in your doctor friends that's looking to buy an investment property? Because you know you guys have money. And she says that to them. So I'm gonna let you unmute and so is there opportunity at your doctor office?
Um, well, we're gonna see next week when I go visit him again. I mean,
Okay.
that's a different perspective, you know. But it's just, you know, uh, but yeah, instead of targeting the clients in the office, target the doctor. Okay.
Uh-huh. Target every single person that's standing in front of you. Are they gonna be homeless or are they gonna buy a house?
And so that was my first, I guess the short-lived forward idea. And then I went to show a house, and I started, it was like 99 degrees outside, and we started, talking, and I was doing the forward on him, and knew some, and and we kind of bonded over military
Yeah.
because I'm an Air Force mom, and he is a Navy. He was in the Navy. So so yeah, so it works. I guess it works when you have the time and not target people that don't that are going off in a different direction than you.
Yeah,
Mm.
for sure. I mean, we always have an opportunity to try to connect with people in a different way. Amelia, I'm gonna grab you next, but I'm gonna also remind everyone what Isolde said. Isolde, are you in class yet? I know. Okay, so Isolde mentioned something when she went to the grocery store last week. Do you remember the story that she talked about at the grocery store? I mean, is a grocery store a place where you guys go to socialize, or are you trying to get in and out of there as fast as possible? Most people. Um, and so, but have you ever had a person in your family who goes to the grocery store and then runs into every single person they know? Next thing you know, it's a 4-hour grocery shopping trip. Um, they're working. They're building relationships. My dad was a very, very well-known police officer, deputy sheriff, ran for public office and was in Vietnam and came out of that and became a sheriff. And there's pictures of him in the newspaper, literally running out of a burning plane with a kid in one hand and a lady in another on the front page of the newspaper. So he kind of famous guy. We would go to the grocery store with him, and it would take 2 hours to get out of there, and he'd be standing there talking to people for hours. So that is the mark of someone trying to create deeper relationships and, investing in people and learning more about them. And that's what a salesperson does. And that's what we need to find that innate person of us and have more of those conversations because like I sold did in the grocery store, she had a conversation with the checker and the person standing behind her and someone else. And it just turns into a fundamental paradigm shift in your brain, whether you're in the doctor office, whether you're standing at the pool watching your kids meet, which is true for one of you right now, or wherever you are, there are people around you and those people have housing needs. So how can we help them? And also how can we connect with them and find out how we can help them? And we don't know who we can help unless we ask. And start the start of that is wearing your name badge and not being a secret agent for they can see that you're an agent, but that's not enough. That's the beginning of it. That almost gives you permission to talk with them because now they see your name badge and they know that you're in real estate. And so they know that, maybe you're not a creeper trying to come up to them, ask them on a date or something. And we kind of, how are you? And start having that conversation. But especially for those of you who can jump in an elevator on the 30th floor and get all the way down to the lobby and still have not said anything, and that whole time you're thinking, "Oh, should I say something? Should I not?" And you just don't know how to start up a conversation. The Ford script helps you break the ice because honestly, you just need an icebreaker. You need an icebreaker to get the conversation going. And then if you just simply ask them a question and they answer it, sometimes it's like there wasn't enough kindling to get the fire started. But I'm going to be putting you guys in groups today, and you're going to use the Ford script on each other. And when you come back in, all of a sudden, you know their life story. And that's really powerful. I didn't know that their kids did this and that they were this and this is what their last job was. And just the conversation goes, and all of a sudden relationships are built. So Amelia, you were up first and then Nellie.
Yeah, so I would like to share my experience. Just happened last night. So I had open house last weekend. So somebody called me and they said, well, they got information from the open house neighbor that I did last weekend, and then he wanted to lease his house. So I met him last night. So I just the first moment when he opened the door, so I talk about his family. You know, he's Indian. He's as a his wife just moved in from India a year ago. So we just started the conversation from the on and on. And then, you know, his works and then his wife works, and his hobby, which is, he took me for a tour of his house. So he had the grill there. I said, oh, okay. So you like to grill. And then I think it took like an hour conversations for the, using that Ford scripts, right? So, so everything is really, I implemented everything last night, and everything. Now the problem is that because I was trying to use my UVP value, right? Because he talked about the lease, he talked about the commissions and stuff like that. So I told him what our commissions and then blah blah blah. He said, well, I got this Zillow agents yesterday came to my house, then they charge less than you. So I said, I talked to Cindy before that, and Cindy said, well, if this client wants a low ball, and just say, this is what you can offer. So I tried very hard to convince him. So I don't know what, I'm still waiting for his call or his email, but again, that I try to implement everything. But what I wanted to ask is, what is your advice if somebody come to you and they say, okay, I tried to convince him, said I value more than Zillow agent last night.
I like the question, so I'm going to give you my advice.
Right.
The very first thing is, when you are having a conversation with someone, make sure that you don't insert objections into their head before they even have them. Your value proposition is usually a response to a question. So we don't throw the value proposition out there before they even asked about it, because sometimes you can unsell yourself, right?
Right.
So statistically, when you meet someone and you're having a conversation with them, they pick the first person they meet. So it's good to ask, are you interviewing any other agents? And just ask them that question, because if you feel like they are, that's possible. But in terms of the value proposition, I always look at them this way and say, you're right, you do have choices, and choices are good.
Right.
But I have always been told that the three people that you need in your life is a good attorney, a good real estate agent, and a good CPA. Because if you don't know how expensive they are, hire you learn real quickly when you hire one that's not great. But let me ask you, you have one house to sell, right?
Mm.
Yes. Do you want to sell it for the absolute most? Does that matter to you? Does it matter to you selling the home for absolutely the most, or saving $3,000 or $2,000 on the commission?
Right.
If I sell your home for $20,000 more and you pay me $2,000 more, that's an $18,000 increase, right? Would you rather make $18,000 more by me helping you properly prepare the home for market, saturate the market with absolute perfect advertising marketing materials, get you in a multiple offer situation to sell the property for more? Or are you looking for a discount real estate agent that's going to not only discount your commission, but also discount their services, thereby not saturating the market for advertising and not and really squandering that one opportunity that you have to sell your home for the most? What's more important? Because that's the conversation you're trying to convey to them. Because if somebody is discounting their commission, they're not discounting how much they're taking home. They're discounting their marketing. And just how much marketing do you want discounted on this property? Because you have one opportunity to bring this property to market and to expose it to the market and to advertise it correctly and get it sold. And if you'd like to sit down with me and I can share with you my marketing plan,
Mm.
I can show you how I can sell your home for more. But when you're interviewing real estate agents, my recommendation isn't that you ask them how much of their commission they're going to give you, but you first ask them what is their marketing plan. And if they can't impress you with their marketing plan, it means they don't have one. And if they don't have a marketing plan, your home is going to sell for about 90% of fair market value. And I can promise you that is a very powerful statement. And that was just recorded, and you can rewind and play that 50 times until it sinks in, because that is the absolute truth.
Right, right.
Now, what do we do? Now, what is part of our marketing plan? And you're going to learn that later in a different mega, and we're going to spend 8 hours on this, but it is going to be, we're going to show properties that had a tree that was in front that was so covered in leaves and had never been trimmed that they took a picture from the front of the street and you couldn't even see the house behind the tree. That the driveway was never power washed, that the garage door had dents, that there was dark screens that make the house look shadowy and older, and there was overgrown grass in the front yard, and there were shrubs that were 4 feet tall covering the windows. And you look at the entire house, and the entire house, it doesn't have that emotional response. Because if you want to sell a home to an investor, are you going to sell the home for as much as you possibly can get? No. And investors, they're not looking for an emotional response. They're looking at a spreadsheet. But owner occupants are looking for the emotional response, because this is home. And helping your sellers prepare the home for market so that they can get an emotional response takes a real estate agent who has the marketing budget and the time to sit with them and properly prepare their home for market, which means every single little thing needs to be taken care of. Part of that is having their shingles evaluated before they get under contract so they don't end up with a huge issue during the transaction. All kinds of things that we're going to talk about, how to be a professional agent and sell their properties for more. I can tell you that the home that I sold just recently, had they listed it in the condition that they probably would have listed it in had I not been there, would have sold that home for probably $75,000 less. And the work that Miguel and I put in on helping them properly prepare their home for market, which was a lot of little things. It was a 30-year-old home that they had partially remodeled, and it was actually really nice, but there were things that weren't done that really exposed that it was a 30-year-old house. Like, you walk in the garage and it looked like a tenant had been occupying that home for 40 years. And you think, well, why would I want to upgrade the garage? Well, the answer is, if you have an $800,000 home and you walk in the garage and there's holes in the garage and there's stains all over the garage and the garage smells like rats and it smells like mold, people are going to look at that $700,000 home and say, no, in this price range, there's new construction down the street. There's just, this home doesn't feel good with me. But maybe that wasn't the only issue. These sliding glass doors handles were all broken and the windows wouldn't open. And there were areas of the home that needed to be painted, and on and on and on. And we were able to mitigate every single one of those things, which is a buyer objection that we were able to help mitigate and get rid of, so that when the buyer comes in, they had no objections. And if a buyer has an objection, it becomes a blocker in a multiple offer situation. Especially, we're going to then talk about the negotiation power of an agent, because it's not just the marketing budget, but it's also the power of the negotiation that the agent brings to the table and being able to negotiate for them. And part of that is, and but in the very end of the conversation, it's not only does my marketing budget, which is built into my commission, lets me help you sell your home, but video is expensive. And having aerial videos done is expensive. Having the correct kind of marketing materials is expensive. Mr. Sell, I'm going to spend $1,500 to $2,000 just on my marketing materials, and you take my commission away. I no longer have a budget to do that. And off the cuff, we're already giving half my commission to the buyer agent. So we start with that. Now my commission has already been cut in half. And why am I giving half my commission to the buyer agent? So that it opens up a bigger pool, so you have more buyers that are coming to participate. And if I can get your home sold in multiple offers, then guess what? You have a higher propensity to sell the home for even more. The buyers are negotiating against each other instead of against you. And a really good negotiator is going to protect you and increase your selling power of your home. And so for all of these reasons and more, you absolutely need a real estate agent who can negotiate, because if they can't even negotiate their own commission, how in the world do you expect them to negotiate the sale of your home?
Mm.
We can go on for 5 days to Sunday. I'm going to equip you with so much power, because the reality of this is, the truth is, the passion that comes from me that tells you these stories is because I know that it's true. And what I have to get imparted onto you guys is that you have to also know that this is true. Because if you have discount agents out there who are discounting their commission, and I see what they put in the MLS, they're putting properties in the MLS where they've taken photos with their iPhone.
Yeah.
Now, some of you are thinking, well, what's wrong with iPhone? iPhone takes great photos. In fact, my Android even takes better photos. What's the problem with that? How many of you believe that somewhere in your brain, that the iPhone and the Android takes perfectly good photos? And I'm going to say, okay, well, fine. I will concede. They take really good photos. Did you see how good photos the iPhone took of the eclipse? No, we didn't. Not a single iPhone took a good photo of the eclipse. And I bring that to the foreground because the one thing that the aperture size of the lens for the cellular devices are smaller than the pinky. But how big is the aperture of the lens on a DSLR camera? It's the size of a cookie.
Mm.
Right? Which means it'll allow more light to come through. Now, and it's not just the actual original photo that was taken either. It's the post-processing of that photo. Because it's impossible to take a photo of a room with correct lighting on it on a sunny day and be able to see the room and see out the window. It looks like Jesus is coming through the window with his holy grail, the big, huge, pearly lights coming through, and you can't even see out the window. So, did you know that digital photography takes 2 photos of the room? They take one with the proper lighting where they can't see out the window, and then they take a second photo with their f-stop higher, which means the room is dark, but they can see out the window. And then they take those 2 photos and put it together so you can see through the window and you can see the room. The post-processing of the photos is important. And how many of you are taking photos with your iPhone and then putting them into Photoshop and then have learned how to post-process them? My photographer, Cheryl Wykes, is an agent that we have here at Realty Texas. I use Twist Tours. I use Cheryl Wykes as well. And Cheryl Wykes has gone around the country taking thousands of hours learning how to post-process her photos for real estate, because they have entire schools for that. So agents who take a little quick photo of a property with their iPhone is the number one thing that tells me that they will last in the business for about 15 minutes. We're going to talk a lot more about how to properly prepare a home for market and how to walk them through the entire listing process. And we're going to share with you our marketing plan. And our marketing plan is so well thought out and crafted over the last 15 years that it works across every single market. And it's been proven to work in every single market. And I can tell you, Ken Pearson, who's come from another brokerage over here and has employed our multiple offer, our grand open house procedures. It's changed his life. Mary Beth Ray, who's been in the business for longer than many of you have been alive, is a fantastic agent, one of the best agents that I know. Came here and very suspicious about our coming. Well, I've seen it all, Jack. There's nothing I haven't seen. She employed our grand open house and it has changed her life. She came to me and she said, okay, it works. Fine, it works. And she puts it into practice now every single listing. Kim Dale puts it into practice every single listing. Our coming soon program that I gave birth to and share you guys will change your life. Because it's not about putting in the MLS and putting a flyer box out. That is just one little detail. And those agents who are at these other firms who never had any kind of real estate marketing training, they don't know what to do. And you ask them, what are you going to do to sell my home? And they say the same things. The 4 Ps. I'm going to plant it in the MLS. I'm going to put up a sign, and I'm going to put up a flyer box. It's more than that. It's much, much more than that. How many of you before Mega had a marketing plan for your listings? And if a seller said, what are you going to do to market my house? Where you have no idea how to really answer that question other than what every other agent does. Okay, so by the time you guys are done with Mega, you are going to welcome a seller asking you those questions because it's going to open the door to flood them with the truth, which is if an agent is willing to discount their commission, they're throwing away their marketing budget. But more importantly, they don't understand what their value is as a real estate agent to really be able to sell your home for more. And ask them, what are you going to do to help me prepare my home for market? What are you going to do to help me sell my home for the absolute most? What education do you have as an expert negotiator? And what type of marketing collateral are you going to give me in my home? And how are you going to bring my property to market? And what type of open house are you going to do? And how many people do you expect at the open house? So by the time we're done with Mega, you will have all of those things and more. So thank you for asking the question because it's important for us to dig deep. Does anybody else, I know we had Mega Mini. I kind of don't typically visit Mega Mini, but I wanted to stop in and see how you guys were doing yesterday. How are you guys doing with your homework in Mega Minis? Anybody want to share some of your experiences with that? Please.
Well, you caught me doing my homework this morning.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Okay, well, I did the Boom Boom video this morning, which I thought that was a good feature. And I think that actually that quick Boom Boom video would be a really good feature for emails going out to my sphere. The YouTube videos that are incorporated in the emails have been very informative too. I feel like you're already sharing that information in these classes, but it's just, I guess, hearing it from these other people sharing the same thing, you're giving that information here. No big trip has to be planned. It's within our brokerage. I just saw the connection between that, and I really value this time hearing it here available to us. But the videos and the homework and the stuff for points, I really think is going to add value to us during this course and create more of that confidence boost for us to move forward after this class.
Sometimes we hear something in class and we think, well, that sounds really good, but does it work? And then I need you to have that. I need you to hear from other people and reinforce the message and then prove to you and show you that it works. Because the reinforcing and hearing it again is important, because remember what we talked about, the difference between a coach and an athlete. The coach can tell the athlete, you need to practice, practice, practice. Yeah, but why? I've got natural ability. you need to practice. And so that's part of what the homework assignment is, and learning our contract paragraphs and learning the code of ethics and learning this business and learning at what point a contract is actually formed so that you know how to properly negotiate it. And then all of these things, but your value proposition and knowing what you bring to the table and how to list a property and how to properly represent a buyer and what the value of a real agent brings to the table. Because there's a lot of rookies out there. In fact, there's more rookies than there are professionals. And we're going to separate you and put more distance between you and the rookie. And when you are no longer a rookie and when you're no longer faking it till you make it, and you really understand this business, it really, really shows in your communications with your clients. Everyone, when they get their agents, are faking it till they make it. And then after 15 or 20 years, then you look back at your younger self and you think, wow, if only I could depart with what I know now, then I would be in a much better position now, because I would have built my database a long ago. I would have kept up with all of those people long ago. I would have asked them for all referrals, and I would be sitting on $1 million a year instead of trying to figure out how I'm going to get past that $150,000 a year, which is where most people are on year 5. On year 5, they start realizing that all those things that they heard were true. They did need a database, they did need a CRM, they did need to organize their business, but they just never did it. And now they start doing it on year 5. And if I can get newer agents to do that on year 1, by the time they do get to year 5, they will be in such a better position for their business, drastically better for their business. And so many agents say, yeah, I know I need to get my contacts out of my phone, but I will figure out another way because I don't want to call all those people I know. Or I don't really want to do open houses. I know that there's a way for me to become a top producing real estate agent on TikTok. And I'm going to focus on that one thing because I think that that's where the business is going to come from. And a lot of self-doubt that we bring to the table that actually stop agents from being successful, because if you're not talking to your customers, someone else is. Meg, I saw your hand go up.
It did. I was just going to piggyback on what Katie said. When I did my bomb video last night about 10 p.m., because I realized in the email it said to make a bomb video to summarize everything. I had gotten off the tennis court. I was horribly sweaty. I was wearing a visor. I'm like, okay, like 30 seconds, I gotta look a little bit better just to do this video so I can get my homework done and go to bed. But I found it fascinating. Apparently I talk with my hands a lot, so I'm going to work on that.
Meg, we're going to have an entire segment on that today. And by the time
okay.
Can you remember that you said that? And at
Yeah.
5 o'clock today, can we have this conversation again with our hands?
Sure.
Because
I'd love to.
Vanessa Van Edwards is going to teach you something about your hands.
Okay, good. Because I apparently like to do this.
Yes. Keep going.
So I learned a lot about myself, especially watching that video when I uploaded it. I'm like, okay, I kind of look like a ding dong, but that's all right. We can work with this. At least it's got a starting point here. But I found it exceptionally valuable to think about sending updates to the clients I'm working with. I could send them a video update. I bet they would like that. I bet they would like to see my face instead of just having a phone call or an email or a text. So I see how that particular program, excuse me, is very, very valuable. And I also, like Katie said, watching these Tom Ferry videos and listening to the same things you're saying, just it keeps it reinforcing. Okay, I need to follow this stuff. I need to do this. I can do this. I need to get over my internal shyness problem, but I can do this. I'm a very gregarious and gabby person once I get to know you, but initially I'm really shy. So I'll work on that.
Oh, this is such beautiful dialogue. I'm tearing up. This is exactly what I wish for all of you, for you to get to that place where you plug in and say, okay, need programming. Let's do this. Because that's where your career is going to go to the next level. How many of you want to take your career to the next level? Raise your hand if that's really why you're here. I promise you that Mega will take your career to the next level. And there is so much today that's going to change your life. If there was a day for you guys to plug into Mega, it would be today, especially for all of the videos that we're going to watch from Vanessa Van Edwards. Today, will change your life, because today is going to change how you start your conversations when you're standing in front of people. It's going to remind you how to say hello when you're on the phone and pay attention to things that maybe you never paid attention before. And it's going to teach you one very important thing, that those things that make us unique and beautiful and quirky, for some reason, we want to pound those things out of us. But it's the very thing that people like. And there's a little story, and I'm going to give away the goods a little bit here. In one of the stories that she tells, there is a lady that is selling blenders at a mall, and there were two of them. One of them, the lady does it perfectly, gets a normal response, and the other one, she drops the blender and pours it everywhere. Who do you think people liked more? The person who did it perfectly or the person who made a mistake? The person who spilled the blender was beloved by everyone because she was more relatable. And when you're real and you're human and you're not a perfect plastic Barbie doll that is, or Ken doll that's not even human, people secretly hate them. People secretly hate perfect people because they make us feel bad about who we are. But when we're normal and human and quirky and different, then it makes people feel more comfortable and more relaxed and more relatable and more likable. And so please, I also see agents doing videos, and they'll make a mistake and they'll do the video over again and make a mistake and do the video over again and make a mistake and do it over again. Do you think that that is a mistake, or do you think it's a good thing to do that video over again until it's perfect?
I think people relate easier to when there are mistakes versus the perfection.
So when we make a mistake, just like, oops.
Yeah.
And boom, all of a sudden you're more likable. So if I can show you how to be more likable, would there be value in that? So just be you unapologetically, and don't try to make yourself perfect, because unless you just happen to be a perfect person, which none of us are, don't try to pretend to be something you're not. Just be you. And that is a very beautiful thing. I know this is going to date me a little bit, but how many of us can remember this is going to really date me. How many of you remember the invention of the answering machine? Okay. Do you remember the home answering machine
I
with the
do.
beep? Okay. I remember getting an answering machine because I was born in the 70s and lived through the 80s. And sometime around the late 80s, beginning 90s, there became more and more that people had an answering machine. And I remember probably my first 500 answering machine voicemails. The very first thing people said, "Oh my God, I hate these things." And then they invented the ability to delete it and redo it. And then people deleted it and redid it and deleted it and redid it and you're out of time, delete it and redid it and deleted it and redid it. But now do you do that? We've gotten used to voicemails. And so we just leave the voicemail, we mess up, we just correct it, and then we just keep going on because we've gotten over it. That's the same thing where we are with video right now. We are in the midst of a video revolution where people are now getting comfortable with video. And so it's gotten so funny that people actually have blooper reels. Leave the bloopers there. That's going to be my biggest thing for you is, some bloopers are beautiful. It's just funny and real, and just leave them alone because it's going to make you more likable. Dimitri, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just tiny bit confused about part of the homework because so there is like in the Bam Bam video we have to share the best takeaway from Tom Ferry video, which easy. Your best takeaway from Bam Bam video also easy, but I'm not sure the third part is confusing me a little bit, where I have to share my 2 Ford script experiences, because I feel like I live by Ford scripts. Like curious person, I always ask these questions, and yeah, like so it's like my life is a Ford script. Like
Dimitri, that's all I put in my video, was just about how I tend to be a very curious person, and and kind of get into personal stuff when I'm chatting with other people. So I just kind of talked about that.
Thank you, Meg. And Dimitri, the purpose, when I first asked people to do a bomb, I didn't tell them what to put in it, so they had no idea, and so they were very confused. And so now I gave people a couple of ideas of what to do in the bomb video, which means now they attack that and they go after it. So really the practice was, I want you guys to implement bomb in your businesses because it gives you a feature that you probably never had before, which is real-time live video. You can quickly from your phone on the BombBomb app, click record and immediately text it and email it to a client. And we don't have that technology built into anything else. And you might think you do. You might think, well, I can go to my iPhone and I can click record and then I can take the video and I can text it to my client. And you'll quickly learn that you can only text them the first 15 seconds. And what you're texting them is a very heavy video, and you're sending them the source code. You're sending them the actual video, which could be hundreds of gigabytes or at least hundreds of megabytes. And yes, 5G is changing things and things are faster, but still, it's not really what we should be sending. What's great about BombBomb and how it's different is that it live streams and records it automatically on their servers, and then it sends an email that's just simply a very light image of the video itself. It's just a photo and a link that they click, and then it live streams the video in the screen in the email and live streams the video inside the text message, so you can send a very light message. How would we do that today? We would record the video and then upload it to YouTube, save the video, label it, and then take that link and then go take an image of our video and upload it to our computer, open up Outlook, and then we would push the image into Outlook, right click the image and say create link and hit link and put the YouTube link in that on that video and then send it. And all of those steps would take 10 minutes maybe. Whereas record, send, done. And we can do that at a virtual showing. Someone says, I want to see 123 Main Street, and you go to the property and you do a virtual showing with them at the property because they're not available. And you're like, hey, this is the first property, and walk them through it. Or you want to explain something more complicated, like what is an option period, or your option period ends at 5 o'clock today. We need to talk to you how important about this is because we have to extend this. And what do you mean I have to pay? We can just ask them to extend. It's their fault, right? It's their fault that we couldn't get our home inspected because our utilities were off. Why would I have to extend my option? And they're not answering the phone because they're at work. You can send them a video and they can watch it at their own time. Like, oh, I get it now. It's just a way for you to be able to explain something using all of the 3D of you, all of the senses, the visual, and they can see you and hear you, and put all that together. And I've said in Meg a couple times, if there is a technology that brings you closer to your consumer, investigate that. And if there's something we haven't heard of and it's a technology that brings you closer to your consumer, we will embed it inside of our .me environment. But if there is a technology that's trying to replace you or do your job for you, and it puts a gap between you and your consumer, look at that really as suspect, because you really want to stay forefront with you and your consumers. Okay. Thank you all for sharing your journeys and your bomb journeys and some of your homework stuff out there in the real world, and having real actual conversations with buyers and sellers and some of the things that they've said, not knowing how to approach some of that stuff, not missing any opportunity. Like Laura, who is now going to go back to the doctor's office and have a conversation with her doctor and every single nurse and every single person in the waiting room, and not miss any of those opportunities. Laura?
Okay, you talk about confusion on the homework. I was a little bit confused as well because the first video worked great with Tom Ferry. The Zach Bach Ford script, okay, that didn't happen because that was a link to another Kevin Ward video.
Did you bring that up, Laura, in your Mega Mini yesterday?
No, because I did the homework after the Mega Mini.
I see. So, Laura, remember, questions about the homework are addressed where?
Okay. During Mega Mini, but I didn't.
That
I
is
was.
right.
What was I doing yesterday? I couldn't do. Because I normally like to do it like right after the class, but that way I can address it. But my schedule got.
Nothing
This,
irritates
you
me
know,
more is when people come to Mega and tell me about a problem that we could have fixed long ago if I'd have been told about it long before class. I couldn't do my homework because my dog ate it.
no, I did it. I watched the Kevin Ward video. I love Kevin Ward.
I'm just kidding you, Laura. No,
But yeah, so I missed out on the Zach Box script.
Well,
The
we can
video.
go over that still on
Okay.
Tuesday. We can go back on homework. I don't mind going backwards.
No, just post the link for the Zach Bach video because I'm interested in what he's, you know, he has to say on it. That's all.
Yep, thank you, Laura. And please, when I'm trying to get these videos out, sometimes I'm in the office. Mega ends at 5 and I'm here till 11 or 12 trying to get the tests out to you, trying to get everything out to you guys so you have it as soon as possible. So if it's possible for you guys to at least review the emails that I'm sending after Mega and try to get that done before the Mega Mini, so that if you have any issues with it, you can bring it into Mega Mini and you guys have a couple of hours to unpack that and talk about it and get that done inside the Mega Mini. So thank you for reinforcing that, Laura. And thank you all for all your participation in Mega and in Mega Mini and doing your homework and getting out there and having these conversations and putting all this into practice and taking it seriously. And thank you, Laura, for clicking those links and watching the videos and finding an issue, because that's exactly what I want to hear back from you guys so that you get the very best Mega experience, because I only get this very short time with you. There's not a lot of time. If we could make this 300 hours, I think it would be even more beneficial. But 84 hours is a lot of time even to begin with. So you're taking time out of your business and your families and everything else, and even prospecting to put some more tools in the toolbox. So we are going to double down and make as much advantage of that as possible. Today is about relentless conversion. Monday's class is maximize your income. We're going to get there, but today's class is all about putting the cherry on top of the salesperson per se. It's all about fine tuning things that maybe we've never even had an opportunity to look at. And I love what Meg said about the preparation that she was doing on the bomb video, because as she was watching it, all of a sudden things were occurring to her about, oh, I just came back from running. Okay, you don't have to look perfect to be perfect to do the videos. In fact, we are our own worst critic always, and we always put extra filters on top of us in terms of what we think is necessary to put out there, and sometimes that's not always the case. So we're going to allow us to be human and do these videos. And the Vanessa Van Edwards, she has gone to school for this, and she's going to share a little bit more about all that than you. I always remind you guys of the mega points. Mega points is not just trivial extra work so that we could have a designation coming out of Mega. These are the things that I really want to see come from you guys that's going to help you build a better foundation for your real estate practice. Things like doing the Fairhaven. Raise your hand if you finished the Fairhaven simulation. Thank you. Anybody want to throw something out there that maybe they learned from Fairhaven, or did you get any value from doing the Fairhaven? Did it teach you something? Put some thought in that and raise your hand if you have something that you want to share with the Fairhaven class. Has anyone started their C2EX endorsement? Is there anybody who's already C2EX endorsed? Okay. Laura, Meg, Amelia, what is your big takeaway so far from C2EX?
Well, just speaking in terms of how easy it is to keep doing it since it's an app instead of having to sit in front of my computer all the time. So I can just pull it out and do another module. But it's I like that it goes into the different topics of real estate so far. I'm about, I think, third or half of the way done.
Do you get
I
every
don't,
single one of them right?
I have not gotten every single one of them right now. I've done pretty well, but there are a couple that it's had to remind me that there was a better choice.
So how does that make you feel? What light bulb I can share it with mine, but for the class, what light bulbs are going on as you're going through and you're getting these wrong?
Um, you know, it's what light bulbs are going off. I feel like it's a lot like the nursing exam I took way back when, where there's, several answers that could be correct, but they're specifically looking for one answer. And, when I get it wrong and then I go back and reread the answers, I'm like, of course that one is right. It, it encompasses just a little bit more and sounds a little bit more professional, I guess. Um, I don't know if I'm
Thank you,
explaining
Meg.
that well.
Emilium?
So what my take is from Fairhaven and the C2RX, that's it gave me a different simulations that I can learn really, even like the Fairhaven talk about the discriminations and then about the fair housings. I mean, I learned a lot from that. And then C2ERX put me all different situation and choice. And it's some answers, they're similar, but not really quite a good answer. So I learned different type of scenarios, how to handle different situations. And I learned a lot. I love it.
Every time I take the C2EX myself, there are times where I will pick the wrong answer. And then I just stare at the screen and think, how is it that I don't know this? How is this possible that I don't know this? So then I go back and I read the whole thing and I put it under a microscope. I'm like, okay, got it. And so it makes you understand that we are all still on a learning journey, that we are all still learning, and that there is a lot to learn in this profession, because not only are things changing, but it's possible that you've been in this business for 20 years and there's still something that you're not perfectly clear about and don't have perfect clarity on. And that's what the National Association of Realtors has done with C2EX. How in the world do you get 1.5 million people all on the same page with the same baseline? And that's exactly what C2UX is designed for, is a free education tutorial for professionalism in real estate, to make sure that we are all working with the same understanding of how to go about this profession, which helps us. So that's the purpose behind me asking you to complete the Fairhaven simulation in the C2EX, because it matters. Learning your value proposition, learning your contract paragraphs, learning your code of ethics, getting out there and doing some yoga, which we're going to talk about in a little while, going to your realtor conferences and your truck meetings, going to your city council meetings and your planning zoning meetings, doing open houses and getting out there and learning some better scripts and how to convert better at an open house, and getting some representation agreements signed. So if you actually go down and you look at the mega point system, these are all the things that are going to make you a better agent. So if you do the homework, every single one of these is designed to help make you the very best practitioner that you possibly can. And that matters. So that's the purpose for the homework. So hopefully now when you're looking at the homework and you're gaining points for it, you're actually, each time you're gaining points, and the cumulative point value is all the value that you got from taking Mega in the first place. So as you're accumulating points, you're accumulating value. And then at the end, you also get a certificate for doing all of these things that possibly we should have done in the first place. Laura.
Oh, I just want to say that the X I can't even say it. The X whatever the NOR thing,
Yep.
the CEX.
Yeah, C2EX stands for Commitment to Excellence. C2EX.
Yeah, that thing. But anyway, they have a portion in here for groups. So if anybody wants to send me an invite and we can work on this together, because I'm like about not even halfway. So if we want to work and 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 connect through this app, I'll be more than happy to send you an invite if you just want to uh put your information in. I don't know what's needed. I've never invited someone, but we can work together on that.
And as you can see, this is my broker dashboard. And the broker dashboard shows me every single agent in the company and where you are in your C2EX journey. And I can go in and I can see which modules you've completed, which ones you haven't completed. And so we can go through here and we can see how many, some people have none, some people, we've got quite a few people who are 100% endorsed as a company, which makes me very proud. And we got a bunch of people who have never taken it. But I can tell you, because of Mega, we have a lot of people who are C2EX endorsed. I'm already on page 5, so we've got 5 pages of people who are endorsed, and that's not the case for a lot of places because we really push that here. So just know, and how many times you've logged in. Layla logged in 165 times, so she's really taken this seriously. So just know that I can see your journey as well. So when you tell me if you're endorsed, guess what I do? I go and I look and I see. So, and I love that, Laura. You can, as a community of people, jump into the C2EX, and Realty Texas will be nationally recognized if we can get this company 100% agent C2E endorsed, which means extra marketing collateral gets pushed out there. And so I'm really, really appreciate all of you that are taking the extra steps to become a C2EX endorsed agent. We're going to have a bunch of participation points today that are going to be extra credit points for your mega journey. Part of that is every single video from Vanessa Van Edwards. I'm going to put you guys into a group, and you guys are going to talk about the video, pick a group spokesperson, and then come back out to your main session. There were some questions regarding the point value of the UVP project. There was a typo on the slide that you guys saw on the screen. There's not a 5,000 points for benefits for using your service. There was an extra 0 there. It's 1,000 points for how you show up, because 75% of how people judge you is before you've even spoken. And so that is a thing. Vanessa Van Edwards will talk to you more about that today. 1,000 points from reciting your UVP without reading it, which means you've internalized it. You're never going to be at a listing appointment, pull out your cue cards and talk to your client about and read your value proposition from a card. This is supposed to have been a lot of self-study. Soon, you guys are going to have a project in Mega Mini where you guys are going to build your goal board. And the goal board project is pretty important because it's your why. And then we build on the why. All of those things that are important to you. And so I get to see your goal boards because we ask you to take photos of them if you're willing to share it and post it into the teams about what is your why. And then it helps us and helps you have a visual representation of why you get up every day, why you're willing to take all of the risk, why you're willing to allow yourself to have all of the rejection in a sales profession. What is your motivator behind all of this that keeps you into this profession? But that's also helps you stay motivated as well. And then 500 points for why should I hire you, and 500 points for highlighting the benefits for using your services. And but one of those benefits isn't discounting your services, but rather, what are you bringing to the table? How are you going to answer those 3 questions? Your ability, your commitment, and your ethics, and be able to interweave that with a golden thread through your value proposition so that you really rise to the top and have a value proposition that not only is true to the core of who you are, but then you begin to believe in it, which breeds credibility. It becomes real, and it becomes the heart of your business. And when you get to that point and you have a truly articulatable value proposition, you stand a little bit taller, you get a lot more passionate about the profession, and you want to go out there and sell more homes because you want to help more people, especially when you realize just how many people out there are walking around and their eyes have not yet been opened, and they're causing a lot of damage because they're supposed to be holding the client by the hand, walking them through a transaction, and they themselves are not even sure how to walk through a transaction themselves. So we have the blind leading the blind. And when that paradigm shift changes, I see agents coming into I see agents contacting our staff more. I see them reaching out to Cindy and asking more questions during transactions. I see them reaching out to our mentorship program and wanting to get a mentor, and realizing how beneficial that is to have for a professional to have a menu of options where you're jumping into something you've never done before, and you reach out to a fellow agent who has that experience, and you want to pay them because you want their attention. You want them to help you because you want to be able to add that to your business, and how valuable that is. Agents who come to the table with a me attitude, which is not a servant's attitude, they reject the idea of paying a mentor. because it's not about becoming better for the next transaction. It's about the paycheck for this one. And if you're operating this career through that guise, the career will have an expiration date for you because it's about the wrong things. But those agents who really want to be proud of the services they provide and provide expert services and continue trying to provide the customer an experience greater than what the customer expected, which means you're trying to impress them. You're trying to get them information before they need it. And you really want to be a professional, then those people are out there reading books, taking classes, taking designation courses, getting mentors, and really operating this business in a very professional, profound way. We do have the idea of a valedictorian, and somebody in this class will have the most points. The National Association of Realtors has this really cool valedictorian coin, and that valedictorian coin has a serial number on it. It's not a valedictorian coin. It's called an Own It coin from the National Association of Realtors, and it has a serial number on it. And the National Association of Realtors has a website for those coins, and you type in the 4-digit serial number for the coin, and it will show how it's changed hands through one member to the next to the next. And I always hand that coin to someone. And when you see someone doing something really great, you hand that coin to someone else. They go to NAR, they register the coin, and then you can see how that coin has changed hands over time. So never lose that serial number that you originally had. We give you one of those. It's very, very cool. And there's all kinds of advantages of being a valedictorian, and we're going to cover that a little bit more as we get deeper into Mega. Is there anybody here that wants to, when we come back from break, do your contract paragraphs live?
I don't want to do that just yet, but I want to do the value. I want to practice. I want to do the value statement.
Okay, so the value statement, all of those are in Mega Mini. So Tuesday will be your first opportunity to do that in the class. We give you guys opportunities because I want everyone to hear the contract paragraph, so it's benefit for you guys to recite it in front of the class as well as the 17 articles. So thank you, Laura. When we break for lunch, I will give you guys an opportunity to do your value proposition, and I will stick around because I want to hear your value proposition. So thank you for being willing and open to do that live. Does anybody want to do their contract paragraphs? Okay. Paragraph 1. Oh, knock.
Do you want me to do contract paragraph? I can do it.
Okay. So there are a couple of rules for the contract paragraphs, and yes, we would love for you to do it. The rule is that we have to know that your eyes are closed. That's all.
Okay.
And then recite the paragraphs, but we have to be able to see you pretty well because if you're looking at the screen, we don't want you to be using the contract paragraphs as a guide.
Okay. So are we doing it now?
If you want to do it, absolutely. We're going to, yes, let's do it now and then go on break, please. Woohoo!
Okay. Paragraph 1 is party. Paragraph 2 is property. Paragraph 3 is sell price. Paragraph 4 is leases. Paragraph 5 is earnest money and termination options. Paragraph 6 is title policy and survey. Paragraph 7 is property condition. Paragraph 8 is broker and sales agents. Paragraph 9 is closing. Paragraph 10 is possessions. Paragraph 11 is special provision. Paragraph 12 is settlements and other expenses. Paragraph 13 is, hold on, I know this. Paragraph 13 is condition, no, not condition. Proration. Paragraph
Perfect.
14. Paragraph 14 is dang it, I know this. Give me 1 second. Operations. After operation is the not closing. Condition, not default 15. So hold on. Default 15. Mitigation is 16. What the heck is 14 is I'm at 14, right?
Yep.
Give me 1 second.
You want me to give you a hint?
Yeah.
Insurability.
Oh, proration.
That one comes. That one's after you. We already did proration, so that's 13.
Oh, okay. Casualty loss.
Yes, exactly right.
Casualty loss, and then mitigation.
You had already 15. What is 15?
Casualty loss. I had it a while ago.
Uh-huh.
Casualty loss and casualty loss.
It's end game for real estate contracts. Okay. So you were doing really, really well. We're gonna let you try it again when we come back from our next break, but we're going to go through it as a class. And as we're going through the class, you did really good, Doc. I know it's a whole different experience when you're going through your flashcards and you're memorizing it, and then you get in front of the class and there's a couple of extra layers that's added on there too. So it makes things a little bit more stressful. You did really good. All right, let's, as a class, I want you guys to close your eyes and I want you to think this through as you're hearing it and saying it with me. So paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, sales price. Paragraph 4, leases. Paragraph 5, earnest money and termination option. Paragraph 6, title policy and survey. Paragraph 7, property condition. Paragraph 8, brokers and sales agents. Paragraph 9, closing. Paragraph 10, possession. Paragraph 11, special provisions. Paragraph 12, settlement and other expenses. Paragraph 13, prorations. Paragraph 14, casualty loss. Paragraph 15, default. Paragraph 16, mediation. Paragraph 17, attorney's fees. Paragraph 18, escrow. Paragraph 19, representations. Paragraph 20, federal tax requirements. Paragraph 21, notices. Paragraph 22, agreement of parties. In paragraph 23, consultant attorney before signing. Okay, more times we do that, the better. For those people who are going to be the first person to nail this in class is going to get a gift card. And then the first person to nail it backwards will also get a gift card. So we will allow you guys to earn those gift cards. But now it is 11:05. We're going to go on break. When we come back at 11:15.
Okay.
Or if you want to do your value proposition, 100%, you can do it now. We can do it at lunch, but I would love to hear it. I'm very interested in your value proposition. If you're available now.
Yeah, me too. I'm a writer, so I have to write things out, and not that it has to be personal, so I can like memorize it. But anyway, here goes. I believe I can assist you with your real estate goals no matter what they are. My clients range from first-time home buyers, motivated sellers, experienced buyers, beginner and accomplished savvy real estate investors. I love the variety of my clients because I meet them all at their level. Due to my background in education and research, I'm committed to putting my clients' interests as my main priority and being a strong advocate for them. I also strive to educate them about all aspects of the process and transaction while exhibiting full transparency. Lastly, I have a 5-star Google review and saved one client over $250,000 in a transaction with my persistent negotiation skills. So how can we work together to make your real estate goals a reality?
That's wonderful. I love it.
Really good.
That is
That
really
was awesome. That was awesome.
it
Yeah.
was amazing. Put that into words and you have a perfect vision statement, or even a mission statement, or even an agent bio for your website. And so that is really good.
And it's easy to remember because it's true. I mean, I'm not just making up stuff, and being creative. It's more factual than not.
Thank you, Laura. That's amazing. I'm thoroughly impressed. Knock. You have your hand up, but your video off, so I'm not sure. And Ever, did you?
I did. I was just gonna ask you on this point system, like every class that we attend, is it 3,000 per class, or is it gonna be 3,000 total? Do we divide the
So on the
amount of class?
left-hand side is the points per class. So the left column is how many points per each, and the right column is the total for all the maximum amount of points that you can have for that particular category.
Oh,
So if I rewind, each class is 250 for a maximum, a cap total, 375 points for attending each mega mini with a cap of, because there's only 12, so 375 times 8 is 3,000. 250 points times 12 is 3,000, because you have 12 mega courses and 8 mega minis. So this
perfect.
is the cap total per category and the per each.
Got it. I focused on the big number and ignore the little one. So, okay, cool. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Who else has got questions and why you have me here? Hello, Michelle La Fortune. Okay, we're going to pick up the pace a little bit. As you know, we've got lots and lots of really cool and amazing things to cover. We're going to go through 4 more fundamentals. One thing in the law of business, you've got to do more than it takes. For the email that I sent out, I explained a little bit about why that rationale is. If you're in a little boat in the water and you are rowing, then you can pick up some steam. But what happens when you start getting a headwind? You have to put in more effort to move forward. The harder the headwind, the more effort that you need to put in just to maintain the same speed. There's a lot of headwind in real estate, not only through competition, but market changes, interest rates going up. The headwind continues to get stronger and stronger. And so most agents do just enough to get by. So that would mean that the average amount of work and energy that's put into real estate people is baseline. That means you need to do more. If you want to succeed, you have to do more. So then you have to figure out, what can I do that's more? And that doesn't always mean more time, but it does mean more effort. One of the reasons of why we created Mega was this whole mind, body, health, and sustainability thing. I can teach someone how to go out there and sell real estate. I can teach them the scripts. I can show them how to do open houses. I can show them how to get their listing agreement signed. I can show them how to properly list a property. I could go through and just do nuts and bolts training, but there's another element of it. And part of that element is your belief system, objections that you have about your own ability, objections you have about success, and there are barriers that we have that are innate within us. And we bring these types of objections to the table. And sometimes those objections that we have become an emotional thing for us, and we have kind of a breakdown. And I have seen it in every single mega where we've had people that have been in tears, not because they're frustrated, but because they have hit their objection. And now they're standing inside of this objection, and they can realize that this is what's holding me back. And then we explore that more and we get over it. Everybody has objections. Everybody has glass ceilings. Everyone has success blockers. Everyone. And that's exactly the job of a coach, to try to figure out what those are and then break us out of those and realize the only thing stopping us is ourselves. We have all of the components necessary to be successful. But if there is a success blocker in our way, we have to identify what that is, when we have to neutralize it, because a success blocker is a little cancer that's growing inside of your business. And we have to put that out as soon as possible and get us back onto the road of recovery, so that holistically as a business, we don't have anything that's stopping or holding us back from finding the type of success, whether it's um, a conversation and a listing agreement, not liking to negotiate, being afraid to negotiate, not understanding our value well enough, not understanding the business well enough, whatever that is, we're going to get over that. Once we've gotten over that, there's also um, this glass ceiling that gets moved out of the way. The success blocker gets moved out of the way. And we think, okay, great. Now I can just go pedal to the metal and I can attack this at full speed. That is true, but we also have to find balance, because as we start taking on new things that we've never taken on before, then the teeter-totter of life, something else is going to suffer. So how can we pack on a very successful real estate career and other areas of our life not suffer, which then itself becomes a success blocker? Whether that's family expectations, spouse expectations, kids expectations, or all the expectations that are piled on us, then we start taking on more stress and maybe the guilt of working and not being there for the kids 24/7 and saying, look, this is mommy time. This is time for me to work. And this is how I am going to build a way for you to go to college and pay for your education. And this is important time for me to be spending, so that you yourself believe that this time is productive, whether it's mom time, whether it's dad time, whether it's, taking time away from spouse to work. And sometimes we have guilt associated with that, in being able to lift that guilt out of the way. But not only do you need time to actually be at work, we all need personal time. We all need that time to unplug from the world, clear our mind, deeply breathe, and bring all of that oxygen into our blood, into our spirit, into our mind, clear our mind, and give our bodies the ability to heal. The more your mind is going, the less your body is healing. So oxygenate your blood. Let's all just for a moment close our eyes for a second. Take as much air through your nose as you can. Hold it till you feel the tightness in your chest. Exhale through your mouth. Do that again. Hold it. And feel the release in your shoulders. Feel the release in your back. Feel the release in your mind. And when you feel that anxiety or that tightening, all that stress, that compaction that's happening in your shoulders and your back, when all of that's happening, recognize it. Give yourself a moment to give yourself a couple of cleansing breaths, which, by the way, helps you live longer and happier lives. That is just a small fraction of what you will feel if you allow yourself to go and actually do yoga and understand what yoga is. Yoga is not a contact sport. Yoga is not an athletic sport. You're not competing with anyone, especially yourself. And it's not supposed to be painful. It's actually supposed to feel good. So when you stretch, if there is any pain at all, you're doing it wrong. So having a yoga master that will help you. I didn't say it would be easy, because gravity is not always kind to us, and we're going to be using our own body weight as the opposite energy to hold us in these poses, which helps our core strength. And building your core is one of those things that can be very painful after the fact, right? Core building, you're going to feel it in your abs, you're going to feel it, but it's actually making your body stronger, giving yourself better posture, giving yourself the ability to breathe. But the actual poses themselves, using your body and the weight to be in those poses, if it's really hurting you, like ow, 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 then stop, because it's not supposed to be like that. But you will get some muscle tone from this, and muscle tone after the fact, like, oh, I'm sore. It's a good sore. So let this, please take the opportunity to go and do that for me at least once. And when you see the benefits of it, I'm guessing that you're going to want to do that more and more, because it's going to help you be able to attack real estate with a smile. Because a salesperson is supposed to take on everyone else's stress, process that stress, hold their hand, and take care of them through the transaction, just like we do as a parent, just like we do as a friend, but in a situation that's arm's length. So it's real easy to make decisions for people, but that's not what we do in real estate. It's harder to get someone to understand the path forward and explain it to them so they arrive at a good place. Sometimes that's even harder of a job than it is to say, no, you can't do that. Why? Because you're going to burn yourself. We can't do that. We have to explain the process, which means we have to have the capacity to do all of that. And if we're already at capacity, if our cup is running over, we don't have any capacity. And the way to give ourselves more capacity is by yoga. And this is something that goes back millennia. Life without balance is chaos, and living in chaos creates disease. How the benefits of yoga really is helping you find that balance. Is there anybody that would like to share a yoga experience? Mega 13, we had a yoga instructor in our
I
Mega.
felt so much lighter and so much more energy after my yoga experience. Remember, I had to go to class late at night. I scheduled actually for another day, so I didn't get to class yet with trainer, but I did do yoga with actual trainer in like at home, and it was really good. I'm trying to do at least a little bit of that now every morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Thank you for doing yoga. Is yoga been a normal practice for you, or is this something new?
It wasn't normal practice at all, but I've been wanting to start doing it for a while because I feel so stagnant, and like it makes you feel lighter actually, and then when your body feel lighter, your mind is like fly even faster, honestly. So yeah, I'm really glad that I started doing it.
Thank
It
you.
also helps with the back pain. Really, really huge perk of that. Like if you
Yeah.
guys have back pain sitting on chairs for 8 hours on the Zoom, this yoga definitely will help you out with that.
Sciatica, back pain, all kinds of stuff. Thank you, Dimitri. All right, so Meg, Kim, and then maybe even Ever. Meg, you're up.
Now I can talk. Uh, to build on what Dimitri said, I'm finding I've always done yoga, so this is not new to me. I just am like I'm a consistent yogi, and then I changed to a different sport for a while, and then I come back to yoga. Most recently, I was doing the Bikram yoga, but my favorite studio closed down. So I've been going to a personal trainer who happens to be a yoga instructor. So I told her that our training sessions have to turn into yoga for this month. And she has been very happy to accommodate me. The other person that goes with me during my personal training sessions is not happy with me, but she's getting there. We do a lot of sun salutations, and I can definitely say I'm much calmer. I go in feeling like everything's rattling around in there, and I just feel like everything kind of gets into its little place when I'm done.
Ooh, very powerful, Meg. Very, very powerful. I can tell you that the students who do a couple of yoga sessions through Mega feel like they can tackle more of Mega. So thank you for doing that. Amazing. And thank you for sharing. Knock, how's your yoga experience?
Yes, so all my three kids had ADHD, so meditations is a big thing in my family. So we keep our kids very busy with physical activity. So with yoga, I used to do it all the time, and thank you for reminding me. Just have my downtime for myself. This morning, I woke up 30 minutes earlier so I can have my own yoga sessions and workout just for myself before the chaos with everyone going. Um, so with that say, I'm very busy, and I notice when I take deep breath and think, I have more focus, more clear with what I want to do, and I can handle things easier. It's not as stressful. It's not as chaotic.
Yeah, there is something about the regulation of the chemicals in our brain through yoga that helps us find clarity in a whole different way. So thank you for sharing, Nok, and I'm glad that you have that time for yourself because you deserve that time. Um, Ever.
I agree with Dimitri. I used to have um back pain. And my therapist suggested that I get into yoga. I don't do it as much as I want to, but every time I remember in the mornings, so now I don't go to yoga studios anymore. I just do it at home. But I can tell, I mean, it's a huge difference when you're doing it and you take, 15-20 minutes to sit there and do your stretches. I don't focus so much on breathing, but I did schedule an appointment already at a Black Swan. So I am going to be going there, and it's just a huge difference. The energy, it's a different kind of energy that you feel whenever you start your day with some good stretches. I've never done meditation. I know Knock just mentioned it, and that's another thing. I reached out to a couple of friends that talk about meditating, and we're going to be trying that as well. So it's going to be new for me, but I hear nothing but good stuff, and I'm excited to try that.
Will you please share with the group when you do it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Ever. And all of you, we take on a lot of life stress. A lot of life brings us a lot of very difficult situations, and sometimes we're masking those difficult situations because under us, we're standing on a mountain of fear and pain and anxiety and, the punches that life gives us. There's a lot of things that happen in life that is not always pleasurable. And the thing that I have found that the happiest people in life, they take life not from the perspective that everything is supposed to be perfect. So when something bad happens, it's debilitating, but exactly the opposite. In that, you know what, that life out there, not everything is supposed to be, not it's supposed to be good. So we don't take for granted the good things and then be upset when it's bad. It's the opposite, that when good things happen, that we put more energy on that and that we become grateful and thankful for those good things and not take them for granted, because so many people expect life to be perfect. So when something good happens, they say that's how it's supposed to be. Instead of when something good happens, they're thankful and grateful and take a moment to be like, wow, that's amazing. I'm really grateful for this. And take a moment to remember their gratefulness and thankfulness when something good happens. Because when we have gratefulness and thankfulness, and in our mind and our energy and how we respond to those good things, when we do the trio of those three things, when something good happens, it actually makes more good things happen. And it also brings awareness to those good things. Something that I share with Lisa when I wake up every morning, on each one of my fingers, I think of something that I'm grateful for. And Miguel and Lisa are always two of my 10 fingers. And every morning that you wake up, you should think of 10 things that you are grateful for and start your day with that. Because if we start our day with our worries, if we start our day with the things that we're not grateful for, then we're starting our day wrong. We really need to think every morning the things that we're grateful for, and that puts you on an entire different path with your day, with your week, with your entire life, with the mindset that you bring to your life. We're only on this planet for a very short time. So if we can give ourselves a license and permission to be grateful for all of the good things, we will have a better life. And all the times that good things are happening, we're more grateful and we're more thankful. And when people see that you're grateful and thankful for the little small things that people do for you, and they feel that gratefulness, they want to do more things for you. They want to bring more good to you, and your life will just have a better existence. So what's interesting about yoga is it's the foundational for this. It gives us more room and more capacity. It gives you serotonin and dopamine in your brain. It releases your anxiety. It helps you get the toxins out of your body, helps strengthen your core, helps oxygenate your blood, helps you feel better. So if there was one thing that a salesperson can do that will help them have more capacity at an open house to smile, if it will give them more capacity in an elevator ride to just seem lighter and more approachable and more friendly and just happier, the look in your eye, the micro expression on your mouth is there because you're smiling, because you just feel better, you feel happier. So if you can take on world from this perspective, it's going to change your life. And that would be an aspect of mega that changes your life that is just a bonus from having a reminder to go and do these things. Dimitri.
I just wanted to add really quick to that sometimes it's really easy to forget to be thankful or appreciate those things or like do those little tricks to make your life a little easier or better. So what helps me a lot, just sharing, I do like this yellow post-it notes that like they basically all over my apartment and they remind me like at the mirror in the bathroom I have like be thankful and like I do like just talking to yourself sometimes or like appreciate things that you have already. This one says knowing your market. So it's just really good to have those helps.
Ears up, everyone. Every successful real estate agent that I know shares one thing in common, and they're grateful and they're thankful. How many of you know Oksana, our amazing Oksana here at Realty Texas? There are few people on planet Earth as thankful and as gracious and as beautiful as a person as she is. And her clients adore her and they want her to have a better life because in every conversation, she is just so kind and so sweet and so gracious. She's a top producer and we give her an award and she's like, I don't deserve this. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. It's like, you do deserve it. I mean, she's such an incredible person. And I can take that example and I go back and I look at all of the real estate agents who are successful out there. And the one thing that I can see that's a defining quality of each one of them is the thankfulness and the gratefulness that they bring to the table. And actually, one thing that I can say about Dimitri is Amy McAllister in this meeting? I sent Amy McAllister an email, especially about specifically about Dimitri, and I'm going to read my confidential words. I would like to get Dimitri into the 3-hour shift. He's going to be a really good agent. He has that grateful and thankful thing that successful agents seem to all possess. So that's what your broker is secretly saying behind your back, Dimitri, because you have that quality of gratefulness and thankfulness that you bring to the table that
Thank
successful
you so
agents
much for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
This means a lot.
Expert salespeople make their clients feel safe. Part of the demeanor that we bring to the table helps us feel safe. But when someone feels safe with you, they know that you've got their back and they will relinquish control because they don't feel like you have this secret agenda that's working against them. You've got their back and they're like, all right, this person's got me and I'm just going to relinquish control because I trust them that they're going to lead me. I will allow them to be my leader through this transaction because I trust them. If you trust your coach, you're going to go a lot further. If you trust the person who is supposed to be advising you, whether it's your attorney or your CPA or your real estate agent or your pastor at church or whoever it is, you're going to go a lot further because you trust them. You relinquish control and you allow them. You give them permission to truly, meaningfully lead you. And you're a leader as a real estate agent. And the more that you can show people in the world that you're grateful, thankful, but also that you're a leader, then the more that they're going to want to listen to what you have to say because they're going to trust you. People who trust you, that safe thing means trust. That means they trust your ability, they trust your commitment, they trust your ethics, they trust who you are. And when you're at your city council meeting and you're being respectful and kind in your approach to people, when you are at your city council meetings slash zoning meetings slash school board meetings and at your maybe even the Chamber of Commerce meetings or meetings of businesses, and you're out there just having these meetings and it's not antagonistic. It's not trying to find fault in everything they do, not trying to bring up the problems that are there and always being that person that's always underscoring a problem. Well, let me identify a problem and bring it to the group because people are going to like me and think I'm smarter because I'm always picking out everyone's problems. In doing the opposite, in actually being thankful and grateful and picking out the things that people do that make them great, because by doing that one fundamental shift in your mind, what starts to happen is that people want to do more of those things. If you want to change the world, you start with yourself, but also by reinforcing positively the things that people do that's good. If we're continually pointing out all the things they do that's not good, they don't want to be around you. But if you're trying to point out the things that they do that's good, you're going to reinforce more good, and they're going to want to do more of those things because people like that kind of praise. They like to have people say things about them that's positive, but find the things that are good about people and focus on those and reinforce those, especially out there as a leader, because that's what leaders do. Leaders don't tear people apart, they build them up. And how do they build them up? By finding the positive qualities that people have and focus on those and trying to build up those qualities. Because if we're constantly looking at the bad, the things that we're not grateful for, the things that make us upset, and the things that we don't like about people, and we're focusing all of that, we are living in a world of negativity and disappointment. And that is not what breeds leaders. It's not what breeds success. And the difference between the world that I just spoke about and the world over here is focusing on the positivity, focusing on the good things, focusing on what's right, and reinforcing that, and not taking for granted what's right and picking out the wrong, but quite the opposite. That's what builds nations. That's what builds peoples. That's what builds communities. It's what builds leaders, and it's what builds top producing agents. Raise your hand if you need more of that in your life. And it starts with me. Let's say that for a moment. Let's say that out loud and put that out there. It starts with me. Because when I see your mouth
Start
move,
with me.
That's with me.
Starts with me.
It start with me.
Starts with me.
Starts with me.
Starts with me.
that's the power.
Starts with me.
The power of change. The power of change exists in all of us. And if we want to change our future, we have to change our present. And the only way that we can change our circumstances by changing the frame of mind that we start our day with. So every single day, I want you to fill your fingers with things you're grateful for. Fill your thoughts with things that you're grateful for. When you're having conversations with people, I want you to look at their best qualities and tell them that those are those best qualities and that you appreciate those things, and start looking at the positive in life with your clients, with transactions, with agents on the other side. Hey, I just want to tell you how appreciative I am that you answered the phone. I want to appreciate the professionalism in the email that I just received from you. I want to appreciate that I went to your track record and I saw that you had 3,000 hours of education. I just want to tell you that I appreciate that. If you're that agent, having those types of conversations, you think you're going to make more friends, more people going to respect you, more people going to want to work with you, more people going to want to have you in their life, versus nobody wants to have you in their life. And if you're right now and you're feeling ostracized and you feel like you're segmented, maybe it's because we're focusing on the wrong things. And for some people, this is the biggest life-changing event, this concept that we're talking about right now, over everything else. If your clients are trusting you, it means they have no concerns over your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. If your clients are answering the phone for you when you call, it's because they want to hear from you. I'm going to ask you a question. When is the last time someone called you on the phone and just said, I wanted to hear your voice, how are you, and asked you how you're doing? When is the last time someone did that? And who was it?
My mom.
Okay. And who else is it? Because it's a step up a generation too. Grandma and mom, or my sister, my mom, my grandma, it's just those people. Do we only care about our kids, or do we care about other people? When's the last time you called someone and said, hey, I was just thinking about you and I wanted to check in with you. How are you?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
More of that.
I'm better at texting than calling. I don't know.
The energy that we have with the resonance tone of our voice, along with who we are and having a conversation with them, nothing replaces that. Taking time out of your day. Now, this is the thing. If we're that, how many of you have ever had a situation where you get someone on the phone and from the time they start talking and 20 minutes goes by, they're still talking, and you could put the phone down, go to the bathroom, get a cup of coffee, come back to the phone and pick it up, and they don't know you left yet. if we're that person on the phone with our clients, they're never going to pick up the phone when we call because they're going to say, no, I don't have time for that right now. But if they have associated you with dopamine and serotonin, which are the happy emotions, because the last time you had a conversation with them, it's how are you? How's the wife? Or how's the husband? Or how's the kids? How's the house? I just wanted to check in with you guys because you know how much I care about you guys, but I just wanted to hear your voice and tell you that I'm thinking about you. Do you think that your clients would appreciate that call? When is it too late to make that call? Never. So part of the calls that we're going to start asking you to make is exactly that call. And it's
Some
literally,
people, sorry to say, to interrupt. Some people really, really, and I have quite a few of those friends who really do not appreciate calls. Like they just do not like calls. And in those cases, sometimes, and it's just like not even before Mega, it was my thing that I liked to do. It's good to sometimes just send a text message that like, hey, Joe, like, I hope you're doing well. I was just thinking about you, so I decided to text. That's it. You don't need to ask for anything. Like, you don't even need to really ask how they are. You can just say, I hope you're doing well. And it's going to be just a good thing in
Yeah,
their day.
same here. I had the same experience where I'm a talker. I like to call people, but I just started realizing people get so busy, they get annoyed, or they just their hands are full. They don't want to talk. But when I text them, they can have a conversation with me all day. I guess that's why I started preferring text message over making calls.
so
Also, I mean, in
hold
my
on.
own, I'm
Just
sorry.
give me 1 second. Because if we are calling our clients 3 times a week, they don't want to hear from you 3 times a week. And we're talking about how we're going through our friendships and how we're going through those types of conversations. That is a different situation. We're talking about calling everyone every 45 days to check in on them. Now, Dimitri, I'm guessing that you're very outgoing and you're very friendly and you're driving your friends crazy because you're calling them 3 times a week and they don't want to hear from you that often. That's the truth, and I'm calling you out. But if you're calling at people every 45 days and then 60 days and then 90 days, it's like so long ago that they don't even really remember the last time they talked to you, and it's a welcome hello. So, no, we're not going to put them on auto dial and call them Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the rest of their life until they're just like, good God, go away. That's not what's happening. It's a different scenario. It's a different feel. It's like, it's been 60 days. It's been 90 days. I'm going to talk to you 4 times a year. And when you haven't talked to someone in 4 months and they hear their phone call, how are you? Having those conversations, if you do it on the type of schedule that we're doing, those are going to be very welcome calls. So I do not want to send the wrong message to this class and give you guys the permission to be hiding behind your text message because it's more comfortable and it seems better for you because it's not the same thing. Do I think there's an appropriate place for text messages? Yes, there are, but it's a whole different thing to call them and to hear your voice. Okay, now go ahead.
Me. Oh, well, I was just gonna say maybe it's also because we have the perception that we get so many calls of scams. There's like it's overwhelming the amount of calls that you get of people selling or everything that we we might think that we sound like that, but we're not. Like we need to get that clear. We cannot compare to all these sales annoying. As a matter of fact, I'm just getting a scam call right now. Like all this, we're not that, and we need to like detach ourselves because of our value, um, you know, and don't think that we're bothering all the time. We're not.
Well, let me put that into a different set of words. I asked all of you, when is the last time someone called you to ask how you're doing? And all of you, no one raised their hand, and one person said, my mom. We're not calling them to get something from them. And the thing is that the reason we don't like our phone to ring anymore is because nobody, You know why people don't like to check their mailbox? Because they don't get checks anymore. The only reason people liked to check their mailbox was because checks came in the mail. Now bills are in the mail and they don't like it anymore. And they don't like their phones anymore because the only time people call them is when they want something from them. I was very clear in my message. When is the last time someone called you just to check in on you? When your grandma calls and your mom calls and you don't hear from them a couple of weeks, are you gonna be like, ugh, or you pick up the phone because they gave you that little squirt of dopamine and serotonin in your brain and you associated them with the happy emotions. That's what's happening here. They remember you as that person who's, in my mind, who I am for them. Uncle Jack is calling just to check in. Like, how are you? I'm super busy. I don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to take your call. I was just calling to tell you I was thinking about you guys. How are you? We're good. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're good. And just, how's the house? How's everything going? And just having a 3-minute conversation. And yes, it should not be a 45-minute conversation. Sometimes we want to take it there, but it can't be that conversation. If you want to have a conversation because you need to talk, call that person in your life because you know who that is and it's not your client. It's a different person. Mike, I saw your hand up and I want to make sure. By the way, sometimes the call that you're going to make, they need that call. Sometimes things are going on in people's lives and they need that call and nobody's calling them. How many of you feel lonely in life? There's a lot of people out there right now, especially, they feel isolated, they feel alone, and they need that call. Mike.
Yes, I've had basically 2 people who do call occasionally and check on me, and it's very comforting to have a couple of friends that do that for you. Um, Younger people, millennials, I do find that a lot of them just want a short text. They don't even want a 2-minute phone call. They just want you to text.
That's really
And
true.
I
Yeah.
find that very awkward because you can't get across a lot of information that you can get across when you actually talk with someone.
I send out on every single holiday a mass text message to every single person that's in my phone that says Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, blah, blah, blah. But there are a handful of people that I call. We all have those people who are A clients that we pick up the phone and we call them on those big days. Right now, we're talking about picking up the phone a couple of times a year and calling your client. I'm going to ask you guys to put your preconceived notions away and to call the clients 3 times a year. You're going to hear this from me. I know you guys are going to push back. I know you're going to object because you're going to want to live an autopilot. And guess what? There may be even a time where you have got your life such on autopilot that there's so many auto texts goes on that we drop dead and the technology that we use keeps going and continues sending those auto texts. That is not the type of relationship that we're trying to create with these people. We're talking about multi-generational wealth. We're talking about clients that we want to work with their kids and their kids' kids, and having a conversation where they hear your voice and you check in with them and you give them that serotonin squirt in the brain and says, hey, I was just thinking about you. Now, between those times that you call them, I'm not saying that we don't text. Obviously, we text. But I also want you guys to have at least 3 times a year you pick up the phone and you call people and you have a conversation. Can you do that? It's going to be the difference between somebody who is making a couple sales a year to exploding your growth into a whole new category. And I know that there's objections. I know people don't want to do that, but what a salesperson really does is do the scary things and put themselves out and become a little bit more vulnerable. And if you're not making $1 million a year in real estate, you're going to have to do something different. So you got to trust the coach and you got to trust me in this. Thank you, Zach. Barton.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was an invitation to speak yet, or if you were
What?
thanking me for what I put in the chat.
You don't need an invitation to speak.
Cool. Thank you. So I have actually, Jack, you're gonna hate me for this, and everybody's gonna laugh. I close a lot out of my sphere of influence every year, 12 to 20, 12 to 18 people. So right at that 10% mark that you can expect. I never asked for referrals until this year. And I'm sure, again, Jack is probably screaming in his head right now because I've been through 4 of his mega classes at this point. But I can't tell you guys how easy it is. You get them on the phone, you have a great conversation, and I put it in the chat. Call these people like you're just talking to your best friend. Give them a call and just see how they're doing. Have a good time with them. Laugh, joke, poke fun, enjoy yourself. Then at the very end, it really is just done. Hey, by the way, before I let you go, do you have any friends or family or coworkers I could help right now? Yes, no, great, awesome, love you, talk to you soon, kind of thing. It's that simple. And having done it, I'd say 25% of these people say, yeah, actually, I do have someone. Thanks for calling. I'll put you in touch with them. You know what I mean? And so I've already had a success with sphere of influence without asking for referrals, guys. And it's blowing my mind that I haven't been doing it before because it's all clicking now. It's like, dang, Jack was right. I'd be making 3 times as much money if I had just been doing this from day one. So everything else in my sphere of influence strategy is ripped off directly from Jack. So that's the one piece that I've been missing. And you, I hate to say it, I'll put it this way. I'm dumb for not doing it before. I won't say what y'all are for not doing it, but I'm dumb for not doing it before. So that's all I got to say. Jack, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. I really appreciate you with your candor and talking with the class. I'm not alone in this. I also have gone through my own metamorphosis as a professional and as an individual, as a salesperson. I was sitting in the exact same seats that you were sitting in the start of my career with the exact same objections. Why do I have to call people? If people want to use me, they know I'm an agent. They already know I'm an agent. How dare them? My friends use someone else as a real estate agent. Now I hate this person because they didn't use me. And I didn't understand what it was to be a salesperson. And I kept looking at the top producers, the 1%, trying to figure out what is it that they're doing. I guess they're just smarter or better or something. They've got some innate ability that I don't have that. And then I realized, and it took a long time to realize that they possess nothing that I don't possess already inside me. And if they can do it, so can I. And so then you humble yourself and say, okay, I've tried all the rest. I've done it all. Now I'm going to have to figure out and humble myself and do those things that I figured that I could figure out a different way for, because I am brilliant. And I'm going to secretly say that to myself. I can figure out another way. I can figure out a way that's less painful. I'm going to find a way that's less painful to do this because there's another way. I can figure out TikTok. I can just figure it out. We go through years and years and years, knowing that this phone is sitting by here and all of the success was sitting here all the time. And it sat there on the desk as we're trying to figure out any other way. And then on Monday's class, when you pick up the phone and you make that first phone call and you realize it went really, really well, and they were really excited to hear from you, and you also got that same shot of dopamine, and you get off the phone and you're just like, what the heck? Why was I so afraid of that? And then you realize these people like you. They're your friend, kind of. They care about you so much because they knew how much you cared about them. And now you cared enough to call. The question is, if you're afraid to call them and you don't call them and you've never called them, did you ever really care about them in the first place? Oh, I care about them. I don't want to bother them. That's not caring about them. That's letting an objection and a fear get in the way between you and finding the success that you have, because this is where it's going to be found. I can't reiterate that enough. You guys are going to throw objections, but let's actually do it and then see the reaction from it. And the actual outcome of it is you're no longer afraid of it. And then you realize, and when you get to the point where I have finally taken this where I'm at, sitting on this side of the chair, I realize all of it can be replaced. And I realized the whole thing. You finally get to this realization The license allows you to have conversations with people about buying, selling, and real estate, and you can create an entire practice making 5 times the amount of money that you are doing just one thing, picking up the phone and having conversations. You don't even need to go on a listing agreement. You don't even need to go do buyer representation agreements. You don't even need to put up signs and lock boxes and take people in the car and negotiate and all of that. All of that is not even necessary. You can simply have conversations with people, find out that they're looking to buy and sell, and have a conversation with another agent, get a referral agreement signed, and just do that and do that one thing and start making $1 million. But agents are like, no, I want the whole commission. Yeah, but the 150 hours that you're going to spend with them, you're going to make more. But imagine all the conversations that you missed through all of those times that you missed out on, where you can make a whole lot more money by having 20 checks coming in the mail. And those people then propagate to 20 more checks and 20 more checks so that you can actually do the one thing, which is have conversations with people about buying, selling, leasing a home. Now, we're not there yet, but knowing how important that one thing is, we can't not have it at all. We can't leave that out. That could be the one thing, but it's the only one thing that you can't not have in your business. So if there was only one thing in your business, it's having conversations with people about buying, selling, leasing a home, conversations, especially with your spheres. That's the one thing that has to exist. It's the one thing that can't not exist. And if it's the only thing that you're not doing in your business, it's literally the only thing that you should be doing in your business. And if you're trying to farm that out to an assistant, it means that you would have been better off as an assistant yourself. And that's hard for people to swallow. So the difference is simply picking up the phone and having those conversations. Okay, the 4 quadrants. The train does not leave the station without having these conversations. The converting, the closing doesn't happen, and the following up doesn't really happen until you have the prospect in the first place. And the prospect comes from, the easiest way to get prospects in your business is from those people who are your army of raving fans. They're listening, they hear, they're surrounded by an entire village of people, and they will have heard someone in their village talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home. So when you zoom out, and let me give you an example of the type of village that I'm talking about. Let's just say share my screen. To go down here. Okay, this is our village of here at Realty, Texas. This is all of you and where you are across the country. Maybe you know about this, maybe you don't, but we have created this, Marcy, we've created this .me system so that you can see where all of our agents are. Okay, so each one of these is a human being. So imagine these were all of your clients for a moment. Every single one of those people have an entire ecosphere of 300 people that they know, because that's the average of how many people each know. So each one of those people knows 300 people, which means each one of these people knows someone in their ecosphere that's looking to buy, sell, or lease right now. Each one of them. Let's just say that all of these people are your clients. I'm just using this as a different example because there's a speckling of people on a map. Let's just say that you had all your clients on a map and you're looking at them in a different way. Each one of those people has a sphere, an ecosystem of people that they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. So then the question is we call each one of them, we check up on them and try to help, we try to figure out who in their world is looking to buy, sell, lease a home. Because when you have 200 people in your database and they love you and want to help you and you love them and want to help them, and that's where your entire business comes from. The 5% that shares in 95% of the business are the agents who look at their sphere. All of their data is in a database and they're calling their people and they're getting referrals continually. And their database can double every year because every single one of them has the propensity of getting you to the closing table with one of their 200 people. And so it's the economies of scale. It's the 6 degrees of separation. It's all of those things that you've heard about in the past, but it's using the village mentality. You're going to get nowhere in life on your own. You have to leverage the village, and each of your clients has a village, and then each of the individual people inside that village has their own village. And yes, there's overlap, but they're going to expose you to a whole new set of people in that village, which means it's just continually compounding. And the more that you are a leader in front of all of these people, the more these people more these people have no objections or concerns about your ability, your commitment, ethics, the more they will allow you into their village, and the more they will refer you to their village, give you permission to talk to their village, and then the next person and the next person, and the next thing you know, you are a very, very well respected, top producing agent. But it all starts with that first prospect. You will get all that you want out of life by helping enough other people get what they want. So the goal is, what are they looking for? And in those conversations, how are you? How's the wife? What can I do to help you? You're looking for a landscaper? Yes, I've got that. Electrician? You're looking to put in some hardwood floors? Yeah, I've got a really good person, actually. Yeah, let me get you their information, get you connected with them. And then call. How did your consultation with them go? And then call. How did the flooring go? Send me a picture. I want to see it. And care about that, because they're going to continue now. Every time they think about doing something to their house, they're going to be calling you, and they're going to be asking for referrals, because you become the expert in their life. That's the influencer that they know that they can call you, and that all of their answers, they can trust you with the answers that they're going to give you. Okay. We're going to switch gears again. We're going to talk a little bit about CXM and people and where they are in your database, because the reason why I wanted to have this very deep philosophical conversation about people is because we're going to have a conversation about databases and CRMs, and it's very easy to become very complacent and look at people as commas and periods and semicolons instead of human beings with dreams and families and stories. So when we talk about prospects, that's why I don't like calling them leads, because someone is not a lead. I don't even like calling them as prospect. Every single person in your database is a human being, and that's your sphere. But it's called a database, and as soon as we start talking the tech language of humans, it depersonalizes it, and people don't like it. So I needed to have this rich conversation before we get in and have conversations about pipelines and figuring out where people are. Because if you're an influencer, if you're a leader in your community, and there's a lot of people looking out to you for your help, you have to organize. You have to organize the entire system. If you want to be president of something, you have to be organized and you have to communicate. If you want to be a leader of something, you have to be organized. And all of those people who you're leading, you have to know kind of what's going on with them and communicate with them, and yes, be able to put them in buckets so you can have the right kind of conversation and help people get to where they need to go. If you were a cancer doctor, do you want a cancer doctor that cares about his patients or her patients? If you want a real estate agent, do you want someone who cares about the customer's experience? If you have a CPA, do you want that person to care about? And part of that is if, how often is your CPA calling you? Hey, just want to call, check on you. How are things going? Are you guys being good about doing what you're supposed to be doing? And that call you appreciate. When you have an attorney and a CPA and a good real estate agent, and they call you on occasion to check in to see how things are going, they actually welcome that call because they know that you're trying to help you. How are things going with your house? What are productive things that you can also talk to them about as well? Okay. When someone falls out of the class, Miguel and Katie are teaching a class, and they're putting it together right now, and they're going to show you guys kind of the flow, the life cycle is really what it's called, of a person who has come to our website or saw an ad. We try to, for those of you who are using Twist Tours, there is a button as you're picking your photos and the collateral that you're going to create. They go out and take photos. They go out and take videos. They also do reels, and reels are very successful in lead generation. Very, very successful. So I always check off the box for the reel. I get the reel back, and then now we're giving those reels to Deandra and letting her use the company credit card to run ads on those reels to get more people to show up to your open house, so that it's even more successful than it ever was, because running ads can be costly. And so we're using company dollars to run those ads. When they're running the ads, leads are human beings are looking at the screen and they're seeing the property, they're listening to the music, they're getting the dopamine squirt in the brain, and in that moment they're clicking the button. Now, there is a little thing that we do in Mega later on where I actually to ask you to get your phone, open up Instagram, and for 20 seconds scroll. So let's just do that for a second. Let's grab our phones. And I want you to open your social media platform that you prefer, your social media platform of choice, and open it up. I'm going to grab my stopwatch and we're going to do a little thing here. All right, so I'm guessing by now you already have it open and you're looking at something, and I want you to start scrolling and I'll tell you when to stop. So go.
Professional scroller at work here.
Stop. Okay. How many things have you just seen? Some of it might have been inappropriate, maybe not even appropriate for class, but let's talk about the things that you just saw. Someone want to, for the class, kind of go through the journey that you just went in that 20-second period of what you just saw in that 20 seconds of scrolling. Anybody want to?
Sure.
Okay, knock. And then Laura.
I saw that I saw that two of my friends, they went to Canada and then they end up in the same spot and post picture together without planning that they going to travel and meet in the same spot.
Is that all you saw, or did you see a whole bunch of things?
I see a bunch of things, but that was stand out to me.
Okay, tell me the journey. What are all the things that you saw? Go from beginning in, quickly fire it out there. What are all the things that you saw in that 20 seconds?
Oh, travel, food, friendship, business, meeting, learning, education.
Okay, Laura, in a fast fire, what did you see in that 20 seconds? Boom, 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 boom.
Family complaining about food, a realtor looking for wholesaler, a new way to recruit in your business, a dog in an in-ground pool, and then someone complaining about their life.
Anybody else want to share what they experienced in that 20-second period? Elizabeth?
Well, I saw some food recipes, some people that I know that is selling stuff, some news about famous people, some people selling like trips, like good deals, like to go somewhere. Some stuff from the people that I know, some of my friends, their kids are graduating, and a lot of stuff.
Meg, and then Katie.
I saw a bunch of ads, pickleball ads and food ads and a bunch of different ads, but not a lot about the people that I care about these days.
Okay, thank you, Meg. And Katie.
Yeah, I went to my realtor page. I saw some house tours, some recipes. Some were my friends and some were not, and some were ads. So it was kind of a good mix.
So what I'm trying to impress upon you right now is that when someone sees your ad and 20 seconds goes by after they saw your ad, what have they seen after they started scrolling after your ad? They've seen a sea of things. and you are so far in the distance, and if they clicked a button and they clicked, oh, I'm interested in this, and it automatically took your information that was in the Facebook account or the Instagram account, and it sent it to us, because when people register and click that register button, it takes the email address and the phone number that's inside your Instagram or Facebook account, and it sends it to us, so we get that piece of information. 20 seconds later, 30 seconds later, 40 seconds later, they actually might even have a hard time remembering even that they did that, because so much has transpired. They've seen car accidents, motorcycle accidents, food recipes, beautiful sceneries, ducks, all of the random things that you're going to see, puppies sleeping, it just goes on. So now we put the phones away, because I know that all of you got sucked into that. So let's turn it upside down and set it back down. The dangers of asking people to pick up their phone in a class. Remember, that's why the 20/20/200. That's why we're asking you guys to call within 20 seconds, because after 20 seconds, you're going to start hearing things like, I don't remember doing that. I didn't register on your website. I don't even remember. So you have a little bit of time in order to really capture them. But then our script goes something like this. Hi, Meg. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. You registered on our website regarding 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? What property? It was that property. You probably saw it on Instagram. It's got that really fabulous backyard with that amazing kitchen. So maybe in that video, something needs to happen that you can remind them about, and like, oh, I do remember that. And now a conversation goes on. We have to remember and think about the journey that our customer has gone on, what it is that's going on in their brain, so that we can reference that on the call, on the conversation, so that it becomes relative and relevant into their life, because something about that made them click. And maybe that's not a bad question to ask. So I was curious, what about the ad got you interested? And then have them talk about that, because that in the moment is probably the most important question, and then unfold that. But we didn't just call them out of the blue. We didn't reach through technology and reach into their phone and type in the phone number and have them call us. They gave us their information so that we could call them. So the question is, what was it about that ad that interested them? And then start with that conversation. Not start with something else, but what was it about that ad that interests you, and how can we help you? Those are very important questions. So out of all of these processes, as a new prospect falls out of the sky and lands into our lap, then we want to, as quickly as possible, call them. And you're going to have Barbara McLaughlin came into my office yesterday just to tell me that I just got a lead. I just got a lead on my website. And I'm like, yes, Barbara, you're going to get lots and lots of leads from your website. And especially if you run ads, it's going to blow up. So when you go to Twist Tours and you click off the box for them to professionally create some type of ad for you, especially if it's a reel, and then go to her beauty, go to Deandra's Beauty and the Beast marketing class. She will show you how to run a very successful ad campaign on Facebook, where you drive leads, and leads, which are prospects, which are human beings that were on the other side of the screen, saw your ad. And the first question is, what was it about the ad that interests you? And try to build that relationship into an appointment. And remember, you're not trying to sell them a home. You're trying to get an appointment to them. And when you get an appointment with them, you're really trying to figure out what their timeline is, because chances are they're not ready right now. And that doesn't mean it was a bad lead, because they know someone else who's inside their sphere. So we're going to ask them who that is, because there's very likely that the reason they're looking for homes right now is because somebody else in their life is looking for a home, and it put their thought in their head in the first place. And it was enough for them to start that search. And who is that person? And see if we can, from the first substantive dialogue, start building our ability, our commitment, and our trust. So our value proposition has to be there, so we can prove to them that we're a leader that's on the phone, which, by the way, is leading the conversation and directing the conversation in a productive way, with a friendly voice, a friendly tone, knowing how to answer their questions properly, which is all the salesman tips. But now you are doing lead generation, and leads are coming into your system. Smart plans are going off, auto texts are going off. You're calling them, having conversations with them, setting appointments to meet them. In the appointment, you're trying to get referrals from them, get representation agreements signed, helping them get with lenders, and helping them with their entire homeownership journey. that is what we're supposed to be spending our time doing as a salesperson. And the more we're doing that, and the more we're having conversations with our past clients, the more of these conversations are going to start materializing into representation agreements and helping people buy and sell homes. So we have to organize ourselves in time block, because all of this is what the day in life is of a real estate salesperson. So call them as fast as possible. Then the next step is to get them pre-qualified, but not in the first step. And then after they're pre-qualified, then the intent is to move them forward to the next step, which is finding them a home and getting them under contract. Then once they're under contract, the next step is try to get that contract closed. And then after that's referrals. We're not going to leap over, the whole process. We're going to continue asking for referrals every step of the way. But once they're closed, the primary focus isn't, 2 days after they bought their home. So when are you going to sell? It's referrals, and talk to them about their home and help them get contractors to improve their home and turn this house they just bought into a home, and start building memories and having you at the forefront of their mind, that you help them get there. And you're a part of that getting there, and continually going to your closing, giving them a gift, and having those tears and the hug and the photos, and blasting that on social media so you get in front of their spheres, and then calling them at least 3 times a year. Now, in between the calls is going to be a battery of pop buys and postcards and monthly newsletters. And so you're going to be doing a lot of marketing to these people. But the actual touch, which is the phone call, is the most important element of all of it. And that's going to happen 3 times a year, maybe twice, but certainly 2 to 3 times a year, which is part of what our SMART plans are. So knowing our numbers in real estate is super important. The average sales price on a home, let's just say in certain markets, certain subdivisions, it's been as high as 700,000 in the last year. It's been as low as 400,000, 450. Now we're creeping up again as the shaving off of that bubble that happened during the COVID. But let's just say 600,000 is an $18,000 commission. If your goal is to make $1 million a year, you divide that million by the $18,000 commission, there's 55 contracts. Okay, 55 closings that year. So you have to figure out what is your median sales price and how much money do you want to make. And you divide those two things into a number of closings. And now you know how many closings you need in order to make the money that you would like to make. From that number, you're going to multiply that by 24. If I've got 50 contracts that I need, I'm going to divide that by the next 12 months. I'm going to divide that evenly. And then I'm going to divide each month into 4 weeks. And that tells me how many of the 50 I need to close each week in order to maintain my goals. That's why when your .me opens, there's a goal tracker. And the goal tracker tells you where you are with your goals throughout the year. And that's very important, because remember, you have to plan, you have to set goals, you have to plan, and you have to act. Those 3 things all have to happen in order for you to meet your goals. Part of that is knowing what the goal is. And so we built a goal tracker into your .me so that you can be tracking your goals as it's going throughout the year, because you don't have a guaranteed paycheck. So the way you create a guaranteed paycheck is doing all of the actions necessary to keep your pipelines filled, which is the first one, which is prospecting continually. So part of the goal, I want to make this much. Let's just say it's $1 million. My average sales price is going to be 600,000, means I need 55 contracts. So let's just say 50. 50, I'm going to divide by 12, and then I'm going to divide that by 4. That means that I need 4 contracts a month, which is really 1 a week. For each contract, you have to talk to 24 people before you're going to get a contract put together, because it's a 24 to 1. So you have to talk to 24 people who are looking to buy, sell, or lease, which means you need 24 referrals to make one happen. Whether that's people responding to your ad because they showed interest, or getting referrals from your database because they showed interest, that's what it takes in order to get that deal put together. So that means there's a 24 to 1 lead to closing ratio. So that means 100 leads a month. To bring in $1 million, you need 100 leads a month. You can get 100 leads a month just from Facebook alone if you run those and you call them. But the very best source of leads of all time are your spheres that you already have without paying anything at all. So knowing the importance of lead generation then how much is $1 million a year per hour? It's $520 an hour. All of a sudden you realize you need a village. You need people to help you on this path to making the money, because you're not probably going to be able to do it on your own. So you can do it on your own. Most people start doing it on their own, but they get to a point in which they have what's called diminishing returns. The more effort you're putting in, the fewer results you're getting, because you have reached capacity of the number of people that you can truly communicate with. Your return time is taking longer. You can't call people back as quickly, and you're no longer servicing your clients at the level that you needed to. So because you're busy doing lock boxes and doing signs and doing flyers, which is why our system has automatic flyers for you, why your CRM is already built, and all of the tech side of it, once you learn it and know how to use it, should be saving you time, not increasing the amount of time. Think about before you came here, the amount of time you were doing data entry, putting them into a system, doing the data entry all over again for e-sign, doing the data entry all over again every time you want to put a contract together. And then you want to follow up with them or send them an email. You have to put them in your contact system. So you're taking the same information and entering it again and again and again. And every single point of entry is a point of entry possibility for error. So it's designed to save you time so you can be more productive doing the one thing, which is prospect, converting, closing, and following up. So if your goal was $1 million and you get to pick that goal and you put it in your goal tracker in .me, we've asked you all to do that. There is about 20% of you that have not done that yet, according to the report that I ran. So you still have that goal to do, and we're going to start pushing more and more about that goal of how much money you want to make over the next 12 months and put that into your goal tracker so that we can start you on the road to getting and meeting that goal, because you need to know how many leads and how many people you need in order to reach that goal, because it truly is a math problem. Jamara.
Sorry, I put my hand down, but my question initially was, I thought it was for the rest of the year. So it's a year from now. Is that how it starts? Because I put it, my number was lower than I wanted starting January 1. But like for right now, since I'm just now going through Mega, I set a number that I felt like was pretty attainable. I don't know if that was a good or bad thing to do, but that was the way I looked at it.
The bigger risk isn't setting the goal too high and missing it. It's setting it too low and achieving it, which was one of the quotes that we had in the very first set of Mega. That number needs to be meaningful. It needs to be a little bit painful to achieve, and it needs to be worthy of it needs to be worthy, or at least at the level that got you into this business in the first place. What was that dream that you talked about? All of you talked about a number when you were getting your real estate license about how much you wanted to make. Is it that same number? And
So I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
I guess I was looking at it as if, because it's only half a year left, I was thinking again, fiscal year January to January. I was thinking, okay, in 6 months as a new realtor, like what can I do? But you're right. I actually thought about your quote when I put it into the goal tracker. And I will adjust that number. Thank you so much.
I love it. Thank you. Oh, I love it when real estate agents set goals and put it in there, and then now a goal half met is a goal that has been set. So I mean, just by setting the goal, all of a sudden now you're going to hold yourself accountable, and setting the goal is half of it. Now it's all the practices that go into place to get there. All the money, all of the money in real estate. You heard this from Tom Ferry, the coach. All the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. All the money. That's where the money is, which means that we can't. Remember, he said, look to your friend, no more memory. Remember when he said that? He said, turn to your friend, no more memory. We can't be operating the entire real estate business from remembering who called you. I share a story in Mega often about some of the times that I have gotten into one of my real estate agent's cars. People know that I don't like to be a passenger in the car. I don't do well as passenger. I really like to drive. I love to drive. I don't like to passenger. And it's actually been that way since I was a kid. Can I please drive? Can I please drive? The day I turned 15, I had my permit. And the day I turned 16, I had my license, because I love to drive. I don't like to be a passenger. But I look at that, and when we are getting into, sometimes my agent's like, yeah, just let's go out to lunch, and they're like, I'll drive. I'm like, okay, all right, cool. So I get in their car and I'm looking around their car, and I see all these little pieces of paper all over their car, and I see phone numbers on them. And I think to myself, God, I hope this isn't their database. God, I hope they're not driving down the car and they're making all these phone calls and they're scribbling phone numbers, and there's phone numbers all over their car because they don't have a system. They don't have a process in place. So I recommend you having a binder, and you have crystallization worksheets, and the crystallization worksheet is in your team's file share, and having a binder where you have empty sheets, so that when you're driving in the car or you're out somewhere, you can scribble on a piece of paper and then take that and enter it. Because I don't want you guys trying to do data entry on your phone as you're driving. You should be pulling over and having a conversation. And sometimes it's easier still in this world that we live in right now to scribble it on a piece of paper and then get it into your database. But it should not be scribbled on the back of mail and on the piece up on the back of a McDonald's receipt, in a paper bag from Taco Bell, and having phone numbers all over your car. And I'll bet you if I go look at your cars, I will see some of that. So if that is you, if you identify with that, then you should realize that, okay, I hope you don't get in the car 2 days later and look at a piece of mail and like, oh my God, I completely forgot about that person. I completely forgot. They called me 2 days ago. I was on the way to a listing appointment and I completely forgot about them. Well, if you grab sand and you lift it out of the ground, sand is going to fall through your fingers. And in real estate, if you want to make more money, make sure that nobody falls through the cracks, no one falls through your fingers, because you were already servicing a client and somebody else happened to call you and you answered the phone and you had a conversation with them, you wrote down their information, and then you never got back with them. Your system, your database is supposed to be managing you, not the other way around. So make sure you're doing the data entry. All the money in real estate, the 5% that's doing 95% of the business, they have someone and something managing them. They have a keeper and they have a database, and those two things help manage them, because really good salespeople are usually not good with databases. Really good salespeople are really not good with systems and processes. And one big mistake that agents make is they try to hire an assistant and then train that assistant. If you're a really good assistant, it's usually not a really good salespeople, because salespeople like to go out there and have conversations, create all of this mess and dust and conversations, and then someone behind them has to organize them and keep them on task and keep, because they're really good at putting deals together and having conversations. That's what a good salesperson does. And the more people you have supporting you and helping organize you, the better. And they need to encourage you to do that, encourage you to get out there and have more conversations. You need that spouse that hands you 20 business cards and says, don't go home until each one of these have been handed out to someone, supporting you and doing that thing that you got your license to do, which hopefully is having conversations with people about buying, selling real estate, because 5% are sharing in 95% of the business, and they're doing that because of the conversations that's taking place and the databases they have and the people that they're supporting. And that 95% who's sharing in 5% of the business, they're doing that because they got another job. They weren't running their real estate practice like a business, and they never got the success from it, and they couldn't do real estate full time because they didn't make the money. Not because there wasn't enough money to be made in real estate, because they didn't operate their real estate business properly. Remember, on Wednesday of this week, I showed you guys the 6,000 transactions that closed this quarter in just one metro, the billions of dollars in commissions that came from just one quarter. You look at that billion and you say that 5% did 95% of it, which means 5% of that billion, that's for you to go grab and then make yourself that 5% that's doing 95% of the business. Because the difference between the 95% who's sharing in 5% and the 5% who's sharing in 95% are those people who are getting referrals from their clients, working and having time during the day to market themselves. Because if you have a time block section of 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, and you're putting in 4 hours a day, roughly half of your day, on prospecting and marketing, you are going to continually drive leads into your business. And every time a lead comes in, if you're looking at them as a transaction rather than a referral source, you're losing 4/5 of the business, because every single prospect is going to transact with you once every 5 years. And if we look at them and say, oh, they're not ready to buy, we're just going to get rid of them, or oh, they're in New York, or we've heard DC, we've heard Florida, we've heard Seattle, we've heard Southern California. And for those of you who are from those marketplaces, are you picking up the phone and asking them, who do you know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? Oh, yeah, well, my friend across the street's going to sell their home. Awesome. Can I get in touch with them? Because I want to help them. I know what it takes to be a good realtor. I know how to find them a good real estate agent. Let me look in your market to find them the best person that's going to take the most care of them, and call them and say, look, let me get you in touch with someone who's going to really take good care of you. Let me find the best of the best, or get on a plane if you're licensed in that state and want to go there and transact with them. But call them, because it doesn't matter where you're helping them. Checks come from all sources. So it helps broaden the scope of who we're talking to. We're not going to throw away 4 out of 5 people because they don't want to transact, because we're thinking that we're looking for someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. But actually, we're looking for everyone who will talk with us and get them with their spheres, and someone who is looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. And all of those people go in our database, and we keep talking with all of them. These types of things will change your mind. But the key to the business is success. If we were to do a mic drop and say, this is the key to success in real estate, it's the follow-up. It's following up with your database, following up with your spheres, having those conversations, and having a system that's dripping on them through text message and emails, but still making that personal touch at least 2 or 3 times a year. That is the key that will get you to becoming the 5% that's sharing in 95% of the business. The key is the relentless follow-up, and knowing how to use your CRM and how to get people in there, because it's going to be a very important tool for you to organize everyone. Lisa Ormsby.
What's up?
You got a point system. You want to go over it now or when they come back from lunch?
I could do it now. Okay, so I usually do the top 5, and just so you all know, it is all the homework that you have turned in as of this morning. If you turned it in after we started class, most likely it's not in here. It includes your attendance and all the little extra things that you're doing on the side. So I do want to make mention that there are already 19 of you that have completed Fairhaven. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So that should inspire the rest of you to get that done. It's not difficult at all, and it's a great certification. So good job. All right. I have a tie in 5th place for 2,750 points. And the tie is between Dimitri and Steven. So now we're going to have a little rivalry to see who's going to beat on the points over the weekend. And don't forget, if you guys do have any contract signed, buyer tenant rep, or a contract, or a listing agreement, or you close on a contract, you need to drop those in too, because those are worth lots and lots of points. And I don't think there's any cap on that, I believe. I have to look. All right, so in 4th place at the moment with 3,100 points is Laura, all the way from Houston. Good job. In 3rd place with 3,500 points, and I'm just going to get her on screen because I like to watch her, because she's fun to watch. All her enthusiasm. You know who you are. Amelia.
Nice.
She's such a okay. 2nd place.
3rd place.
Oh, sorry. What? Wait, Amelia's 3rd.
Laura, I thought you said Laura was in 1st place and Amelia was in 2nd place.
Oh, Laura's 4th.
Oh, got it. Okay, got it.
We have a tie for 5th, which is Dimitri and Steven. So in 2nd place is, with 3,600 points, is Meg. Good job on the yoga. She's sent me 2 yoga pictures. Good job, Meg. And then in 1st place, based on the points at the moment, with 4,875 points is Knock. Knock, knock. Good job.
Are you sure?
I am sure because you recited your paragraphs. You're the only one who has done that. That's what put you in the lead. 3,000 points right there, just like that.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to have you do it again, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Knock in first place, Meg in second place, Amelia in third place, Laura in fourth place, and Dimitri is tied with who?
Dimitri and Steven.
Steven. Got it. All right, cool. So we got our list. So I'm going to be, this list is going to continue changing and resorting it. So we now know who is in our top 5. So that's super important. Thank you, Lisa. It's no small deal to be tracking all of your points. There is, it is a complicated thing. So thank you for all your hard work on that. We talked about when to make your calls. So this is a slide. You've seen it in each one of the classes we've had so far, Mega 1 and 2, now in Mega 3 again, that there's a call tracker that we have, but we are asking you to make 10 calls in the morning and 10 calls in the afternoon. And as of today, we're going to be asking you to make 10 calls this afternoon, which is going to be your first set of 10 calls. You might have made calls before already, but we're going to be asking you today to make those first 10 calls because we're going to get into Monday and we're going to ask you to make some more. So this is what calls during Mega should kind of look like. We know that we have class starting at 10 o'clock on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So in the morning at 9 o'clock, maybe 8:45, jump on the phones and have as many 3 to 4 minute conversations, maybe 5-minute conversations as you can. You should be able to have 10 conversations in that hour. And those conversations should be feel-good conversations. We'll talk about some of the conversations you've had when we get into Mega to see how they went when class starts at 10. And then after Mega, your 5 o'clock rolls around, we're going to ask you to call 10 more people. And so you're going to be thinking, well, I'm going to run out of people. Well, you're going to call more people during Mega than you're going to call everyone. You should have at least 200 people, whether they're from where you're from or if you're an Austinite. We're going to be reconnecting with the family members first. So before Mega and after Mega, you got 10 calls and 10 calls. We also have an opportunities vault. We're going to talk more about that later. And then in Mega Mini, same thing, before and after Mega Mini. So the very best time to call, we're going to go over here in a second to show you when the really good times to call are. Dimitri.
Quick question: are calls that didn't answer count, or just those that answer?
We are going to ask you to make as many calls as you can. Your real goal is to try to get 3 referrals. By the end of every day, you're trying to get 3 referrals. So my thing is make as many calls as you can to get those 3 referrals or 6 referrals. So by the end of the month, you really are trying to figure out where you're going to get 100 leads from. So you're going to have to diversify and get leads from different sources. Some people have a strong enough database where they can just focus on that one thing, which means they're almost already working a referral-based business. You will hear agents in this profession say, no, I'm really not interested in running ads or doing leads because I am working a referral-based business. And what they really mean by that is they're not sitting at home waiting for the phone to ring. That's not what a referral-based business means. It means that they're calling the people that they already know and they're getting warm referrals and they're working with people that are being referred to them by third parties, which is a much easier way because you have less work when you get referrals because they're already trust you. Your ability, your commitment, your ethics are almost already checked off when you get a referral. What I always say is when you get a referral from someone, at that point, you can pretty much all you can do is screw it up because it's already a client. They already trust you. So then we're going to teach you how not to mess it up. Jamera, thank you.
Really quick question. I remember you saying that sending text messages were not appropriate for getting referrals. I respect that. I would like
Not
to
the
go to
only
some of my
method.
Okay, fair enough. my plan is to go knock on some of my neighbors' doors because I haven't really talked to them in a while.
What do we call that?
And have a prospecting.
Uh-uh.
Door knocking.
Drop
Uh-uh.
bys.
Uh-uh.
What?
It's called
Door
farming.
knock? Farming. Okay.
Oh, farming. Okay.
Okay.
That is farming. But if I do that, should I show up with a gift?
How could that hurt?
I guess it couldn't, but I don't know if is that the expectation. If I come knock on your door and bother you, I should bring a gift, or is it okay if I just say, "Hey, I haven't talked to you in a while"?
I think that's a great icebreaker. I think that sometimes people are really, I have a class that I teach about farming. I'm going to teach you guys how to farm right. If you own a home in that neighborhood, you want to get on your HOA, you want to take over secretary of the HOA, you want to take over the newsletter and send a newsletter to the entire HOA. You want to be doing events and showing up to the events and sponsor those events because HOAs don't have any money and they require sponsorships for foods and drinks and tables. So sponsor it, get your name all over it, get to know every single one of your neighbors, knock on every single door. And what do you get known for? Something delicious. I make a good cobbler. I make a good cheesecake. I make a good something, and be known for that. And I would love to knock on their door and to be like, hey, and as open and as friendly and as personable as you are, yeah, you're gonna get a lot of people having conversations with you. So those people, I really recommend farming. It's a whole different class. Should you bring something, what do you want to be your hook? And that's very, very good idea. So you put some thought into that and bring back to me on Monday what you're gonna do for that. Zach.
If you
Zach and then knock.
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback on what you were saying, and to Jamara, I find that you never want to show up empty-handed. So even if it's just a market analysis, gift, whatever it is, that's your in. Hey, I just wanted to give you a market update on what's going on right now here in the neighborhood. Is there anything I can do for you? So always have something. You don't want to just knock and see if they're wanting to sell. You want to bring them something and then say, hey, can I help you out with anything? And then, of course, I'm here. If you have anybody that needs any help, let me know. I'm the neighborhood realtor, whatever it is, give them some business cards. But yeah, definitely never show up empty-handed is my philosophy.
And
Okay, thank you.
And if that's your icebreaker, if your knock on the door is really truly an icebreaker that you haven't talked with them about, it might not want to be your icebreaker. You might want your icebreaker to be something a little bit different from that. And one of the best icebreakers of all time is actually sending out some postcards. And I'm going to show you what that postcard looks like. And I'm looking for a video, which of course is later in Megan. I can't find it on my desktop, but it talks about the importance. um, there's a guy knocked on all the neighborhood doors and said, "Hey, who's the number one agent in your marketplace?" And everyone, not there wasn't anyone who even got more than 5% of market share. Then they did a 6x6 campaign, six market pieces over 6 weeks. And by the end of the 6x6, and I think they actually did an 8x8 is what they did. By the end of the 8th week, they had sent out 8 marketing pieces. It was a fake agent. It was a fake card. Person wasn't even a real human being. Knocked on the door, and almost everybody in the subdivision, at least 50% of them, said, "Oh, this agent who wasn't even a real person." And that's very, very eye-opening. So I do recommend getting some cards out to everyone, and then maybe after you've sent that out, then also knock on the door with your handed cards. Not necessary. I wouldn't put that as a success blocker and put that between you doing it, but put a business plan together and do this right and do it from a plan and don't just wing it, because this could Kim Dale, an agent, came to me when her husband was stationed in Germany. She was an agent with Lisa and I at another firm, and then she and her family moved to Germany while he was there for several years. When she came back, she had been gone for an extended amount of time, and she came back and met with us and said, "I don't know if I'm going to go into real estate or what I'm going to do." She hadn't yet found the success previously in her first iteration of real estate. She said, "What do we do?" And I said, "Find a neighborhood that you're going to love, move into that neighborhood and farm it and own it. You'll get 40% of the market share and you'll make a good living for the rest of your life doing that." She followed exactly what I asked her to do. She's still doing the very exact same thing I asked her to do, and she hasn't stopped. And now she's 8 years into it, and she is the number one money maker in Realty, Texas. She's making the kind of money that I'm talking to you guys about, doing the one thing, farming her neighborhood. Very, 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 very successful. Knock, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just want to add on more. So whenever I breakers, if I know it's my neighbor, I try to figure out what they like, whether it's gardening or reading. Then I will bring a little gift, relate to something that's their hobby to break the icebreakers.
I teach a farming class, and there's a whole separate farming class that I teach that I want you guys to get in, that I know that will help you a lot of decades of experience on this one thing. So I want to keep the farming classes into that farming class because there's a right way and a wrong way to hit up a neighborhood. But she didn't exactly said farming. She said she wanted to knock on her neighbors' doors, and the neighbors on the three to the left and the three to the right. It's a little bit a different story than going 3 streets over someone who's never seen you before. So knock on those neighbors' doors. But when it comes time to farm that neighborhood, get in, Jamar, get into my farming class. I teach and I coach one-on-one farming. And so if that's something that you're interested in, you need to come to me with a budget. The first budget is you have to have at least a $5,000 a year budget for farming, and you will 10x that farming budget, but it does take a budget. Kim, I see your hand up. Kim? Okay.
Hey,
Keep calling me Kim. I gotta change my name then, I guess.
Okay.
Hey Jack. Yeah, so I love farming. Like for me, that's how I did grow my business in Maryland and DC. And I wanted to use that same strategies because I know it worked. I did have a lot of clients back in Maryland just like that because of the fact I'm not persistent on calling. But one thing I knew for the fact, I just set myself up for like a 6 month of postcard. And the first thing I did was the most creative thing, which I want to do here as well. So I would love to sit down with you regarding this one-on-one farming, but I just mailed out my neighborhood the minute we moved in there. One word I use, which you guys can do too, is like, do you know your neighbor's a realtor? So that phrase I used to use in all of my newsletter, just send it around the neighborhood. And I remember one of my best client, he lived in the house for 30 years. I mailed him 3 times. He just kept that postcard for like 2 years. I didn't get his business until year two. And once I hit and had a listing in that neighborhood, it was nonstop. So I do believe in farming. It's something that's like really, really good. So I would love to learn more from you, how you guys do it in Texas, because I don't want to just start putting things on a postcard. It might be the wrong word to use. I don't know what the do's are or don't in Texas as far as marketing, because I know Maryland, they were very serious about certain words you can't use, and certain things you can't do on your postcard. And I was also offering vouchers to people. I remember putting like, $500 gift voucher, and I got in trouble for that. My broker said, you can't put a number in there. You can't give anything more than $50. That's the requirement in the Maryland, some type of rules they have. So I don't know if that's the same issue here in Texas. Like, what are the do's and don'ts we can't, like, we need to know
All
when
right,
we're
Kate.
doing postcards?
So all conversations regarding farming, I'll make a group promise. Farming conversations are gonna everything that happens in farming is gonna stay in farming. So yes, you are in my farming class. Let's do it. I want to set an appointment for you to meet with you one-on-one. For those of you who want to do farming, I'm going to keep you in the farming class. It is a different approach. It is teaching you different things, and I do not want to confuse my mega students who I'm trying to teach how to create a referral-based business from their spheres from a completely different aspect of your farming, because it's a little bit different approach. I don't want to commingle that. I want to keep that compartmentalized. So thank you for that. For those of you who want to be in my farming class, I invite you wholly into there. So that is awesome. And I'm glad, Kay, and I promise I will get your name right, that we will get you into that farming class together. And I'm very, very excited to have you in my farming class because I can already tell you're going to be very successful with that. one of the things I'm asking you guys to promise, by the way, when you're doing farming, you want to do open houses every single weekend in your farm. How many leads does it take to make $1 million? Well, we want for the 500,000, 3 leads a month you have to come up with. 3 leads a day, rather, that you have to come up with, and that is your 100 leads a month. So the 6 leads a day is 3 leads a day is $500,000. 6 leads a day is your $1 million a month. So the question is trying to get that 4th, 5th, and 6th lead is what becomes more difficult for someone who starts in the business. It's not hard to come up with 3 leads a day and you work with that, but then you realize after your database is set to 200 and you're making your calls, it's changed. It's much easier to get more of those leads. 20 calls a day right now was what we're asking you guys to do. And we're really wanting you guys to be doing at least 6 open houses a day. 6 open houses a day is a really, really big deal. 6 open houses a month, rather, is a really big deal. You have 8 opportunities to do an open house a month. We're going to ask you to fill at least 6 of those with a 2-hour open house. It doesn't have to be 12 to 4. It can be shorter. It can be 2 to 4, which is what I typically do with mine. But you can do it longer if you've got nothing else going on that day. I find that the same number of people come, whether it's 4 hours or 2 hours, so maximize my time. I shorten it to 2 hours, but you can also do 2 different open houses. You can do a 12 to 2 and then 11:30 to 1:30 and a 2 to 4. You can do 2 separate ones on 2 different properties, knowing that you seem to have the same amount of people coming regardless, because people typically are not coming from the sign. Most of them, if the marketing is done right, they're coming from your advertising. If you're strictly trying to do an open house from the signage, you're going to have the same effect that people say, I did an entire open house and no one came. Well, we're going to show you how to put up enough signs. You should have at least 10 signs for each open house, but separately from that, you're not going to get a lot of people from just the signage, nor do you want them, because they're just kind of arriving at the property, not knowing the price range, not knowing anything about that property at all. And ultimately, you're trying to sell that house. So you want to get the right people into that house. But if those people are not interested in that particular property, then you can help them sell something else. So we're going to talk about productive open houses and the correct kind of marketing and advertising to put around that. Okay, one last slide before lunch. Your planning of your day, your week, your month. What does your power hour look like? 20 outbound calls a day. Your open houses should be, like I said, 6 at least a month. You should be beginning planning your open house for the week on Monday so that you can get it advertised early enough in the week so you can get enough people to show up. We're asking you guys to do at least 1 yoga per week, please. And then your accountability program. So new leads, call them back within 20 seconds. We want to get 3 leads to you a day from all of your efforts. When we get back from lunch, we're going to jump into our class. Lisa, you're up.
I do want to point out that there are open houses available. So if some of you have time this weekend, there's actually a grand open on there as well.
Would it happen to be mine?
That's what I'm trying to look. I need to know your address and I'm going to push those out. But if you are available, please Teams me and then we'll hook you up, because both Jack and I have grand open houses that need to be covered this weekend. So, and they've been advertised all week. So there's a party invitation out there, but then now we don't have a host. So that's going to be a problem.
Thank you, Lisa. Yep. Kay and
Amelia.
I will do it. Is it for Saturday? Because I have open house on Sundays in a.
Yes, mine is Saturday. I don't know about Lisa's.
Okay, I'll sign up for it.
Lisa's like, what about me?
I have both available Saturday and Sunday in Round Rock, if anybody's interested.
Okay.
I can help.
So email Lisa so that she can find out, because and if you want to do an open house and you're struggling to find one, also email Lisa. In fact, I'm going to take that back. Do not email Lisa. Why don't you Teams Lisa so that she can that all in one place? So please Teams Lisa for that. And I saw a couple of other hands. You guys are dismissed for lunch. Let's come back at 2 o'clock. I'm going to stick around for the next 15 minutes of my lunch so that I can answer some questions you guys have, deeper stuff too. So again, thank you all. We will see you back at 2 o'clock. Class dismissed. For the rest of you who have questions, what you got for me?
Quick
I got a
question.
question. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Katie, you're
No,
up first.
go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my signs are being ordered right now. Is there, and I've heard this question from other agents as well, is there some impromptu signs we can gather in the meantime while while our personal signs are being ordered?
What a great question, Katie. Lisa, you want to answer it?
Have generic signs already printed. They're in our agent store. They don't have your name on it, but they're very inexpensive. I believe that they're $5 a piece. So that is a great way to get your signs out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie, for asking the question.
And also be careful about permits. So ask the listing agent if you need permits on those signs. Very, very importante.
There was someone else. I heard Isolde, was it you had a
Me.
question?
Yeah, just real quick, whenever you have a chance, I send you an email. I didn't know if it was better to send you Teams or email, just because I'm trying to schedule a showing for this property, but the property was listed as was 13 bedrooms, and then I realized it was 13 casitas. And then, and then they sent me an NDA. And so I wanted I would not sign anything that doesn't go through you first. So I just wanted to, you know.
Well, I want to thank you because actually somebody else at this company did sign the NDA, and then we had to try to figure out how to fix that afterwards. So I'm forwarding this email to Cindy Bell, who is your sales manager, and she is going to work with you to help you with that. So thank you for reaching out. This is definitely a manager situation if I ever saw one. And I looked
Perfect.
at the NDA, and it's the exact same NDA that the other agent signed, interestingly enough. So someone out there is creating this little mess, and we're going to figure out who and put this out because there's always someone trying to put a wrinkle
Yeah.
into
I
this.
think I already talked to Cindy. I ran into her in the office and she told me, email Jack.
Okay, I'll go get with Cindy and ask her why she did that. Thank you.
Okay.
What else we got?
Yeah, Jack, I have a question.
Hey, Matthew, how are you?
Hey, doing good. So I was kind of going over just different scenarios, wanting to talk to, potential seller slash buyer. And, I find myself kind of coming into a situation where I'm trying to talk to them about, why it's good to be a seller. And if they're selling, they're probably going to want to buy something after the fact. And I have like the conversation goes in a way that I say that it's good to be a seller, but it's also good to be a buyer. But I kind of contradict myself when I start talking about interest rates and inventory and all that stuff. So um, when I was thinking, it's like, is it better to approach someone as a buyer than a seller, or maybe as a seller than a buyer when you're
Yeah.
having that conversation?
Why are you having these conversations in the first place? Why are you trying to show them the benefits of selling and buying? I don't understand.
Well, it's just just playing out a scenario, right? And having a discussion with someone if they didn't really think about selling, or buying a house. You kind of want to feel them out. So this isn't a concrete thing. It's just something. It's a scenario, like a script that I've been working on. So, and
So
to handle objections and all that.
yeah, okay. I love the conversation about the benefits of home buying versus leasing. And there's a lot. When you're a home buyer instead of a leaser, there's a ton of stuff we can talk about. But selling a home is a whole different thing, especially if it is their home. So they have to have some type of motivation. And so if their motivation is um, their family's growing, they need more space, or they're moving out of town, I would always ask them about if they're interested in selling their home. And if they say, well, I haven't really thought about it, I'm not going to push them to sell their home because that is going to invite them not to trust me anymore. Because the question would be, why am I trying to get them to sell their home? That seems very salesy. I don't ever try to convince someone to sell their home. Um, I do talk to them about the benefits of buying a home. So if you got a seller and they've got 3 kids, I might ask them, have you considered purchasing an investment property, one for each kid? So over the time they're growing up, the tenant is paying off the mortgage. The property is increasing in value. So you're gaining equity on both sides. First, the property is increasing in value, so you're gaining that equity, but you're also paying off the loan and you're gaining that equity and the some of the interest rates, and some of that is tax deductible on top of it. But it's hard to save as fast as the market appreciates, because the market appreciates on average over time 1% a month. So are you saving $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month for your kid's first car in retirement? That's hard to do, especially per kid, and if you have 3 of them. So purchasing an investment property per kid is very, very advantageous, especially when these kids are 5 or less. They really have the ability to make some really good financial moves with that. In terms of selling their home, I would ask, have you considered selling? No? Okay. If someone loves their house or likes their house and you have a conversation with them about selling and they don't want to sell, they're going to be very defensive about that and they're not going to like that conversation. So that's not something that you probably would want to push, because selling their home and liquidating their asset is a really big deal. But more importantly, why would we be trying to get them to sell their house? That's just a hard question for me to pill to swallow. But in terms of just overall, if someone does come to you and say, "Hey, I'm thinking about selling my home," great. Can I ask, what is the why are you selling? And that's a great question in figuring out why they're selling. And then when they come to you with that need, then we can talk about unpacking the advantages for selling and how we can help them sell and how we can liquidate and squeeze out every single penny of equity in the home that's possible so that they can reinvest that in real estate and continue building equity with that money and making their money work for them.
Hmm. Yeah, and the reason why, like, going through my contacts, people that that I know and know, love, and trust, right? That and likewise for me, but if I have a conversation with them, trying to say, are you interested in selling? Or like, we're not interested in selling, but interested in, buying and doing something like that. I'm kind of presenting to them a topic that maybe they didn't think about until I give them a call, you know?
I 100%. All of their options in the event that you're interested in selling your home, there are a lot of advantages to do that. And then interest on buying a property, we can talk about the investment. When I try to stay away from the the lie that is buying a primary residence is an investment, because you can never realize that investment because you're always going to need a home to live in. So it's never you're going to sell your home and then be homeless and have a big rainbow party with this cash and not have a home over your head. So for home, it's always quality of life. Yes, it's great to have a home and pay it off and get it paid off so that you can in retirement not be worrying about a mortgage payment. Also have the advantages of your over 65 reduction in property taxes so that you can have a good home that you live in and love. And if you decide to sell, you can move that equity from one to the other and continue that way. But if you want to talk about investment, don't commingle investment and home together. If you want to buy an investment property, I can show you what a good investment property is, and that's not the same kind of home you live in. A home that you live in is typically nothing like an investment property. A good investment property is a single-story home with hard flooring, so you don't have to replace the carpet, hard surfaces, and a home that's going to be at that market median rental of 1750 to 1950, whereas their home might be a home that's $300,000 more expensive, that's got a lot of damage that could be done to a home that's got beautiful hardwood floors and more delicate finishes, and a lot more expensive than a deposit would cure in the event a tenant lives in that home the way a typical tenant does. So I always try to separate the conversation between an investment property and home, because sometimes people come to me and they don't get it and they think, I went to an investment class and I'm thinking about buying a fixer and living in it and fixing it up over time. And I have a lot of clients that are looking at fixers and then looking at home, and they always buy the home that's in the um maybe not, in fact, all of them have always bought the home that was in the best condition that's going to give them the best quality of life. So home is about quality of life, whereas an investment property is something completely different. So I make sure that I talk to them about that. You know, home is a very personal thing. It's about luxury, it's about safety, it's about quality of life, whereas an investment property is about an investment. And I try to keep those two things separate. Not that you don't want your home to go up in value, but when your home goes up in value, so does your property taxes. And so your home appreciating in value doesn't always have the advantage that you would think that it does, because it hurts you more than it helps you, because now you're going to pay additional tax penalties on that, and it never ends, because really you just, you know, you're trying to live your life. But those investment properties, as they go up over time, that's awesome, because you sell it, reinvest it into another property that goes up, and then eventually you liquidate all of it, and that is your retirement plan. And it's hard to save as much as a property can appreciate over time, over that same period.
Okay. All right. Yeah, they're just trying to figure out their needs. Essentially, is what we're after. So.
A million percent. And if you do have someone who wants to have a conversation with you about selling their home because they're ready to downsize or upsize or right size, or they want to be in a different community, or they're getting transferred and now they're working on the other side of town and the commute is just killing them, then all of the benefits come in. Let's help you properly prepare this home for market and squeeze every single cent that we possibly can out, so we can move that and use all of that cash as your down payment on the next purchase. Or maybe you don't do that and you take some of that cash and reinvest it in a rental property somewhere, and see what we can do to keep the payment the same, buying somewhere else. But I have you gone through our Ready Set Sell?
I haven't.
The Ready Set Sell series is designed for exactly that, having conversations about sellers and buyers, about getting representation agreement signed, the value proposition that you bring to the table, and helping them with their the representation, or at the table conversation that you're gonna have with sellers, or the buyer boot camp that you'll have with buyers. And we cover all of that in our ISA Inside Sales Agent Ready Set Sell series that's taught by Michael Potter. It's a month-long series once a week. And so I do recommend jumping into that too, because that will really help you with what you just asked me about.
Okay, I'll do that.
And if you have any other questions or comments, I love you bringing them. So thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great lunch.
All right.
Boy, does time fly, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm still working on your open house.
Well, I got 4 major things accomplished during my break time, which was good, but nothing that I had actually anticipated doing, because everything that I did do was things that were brought to me on the fly. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everyone. This is going to be a very good second half of our day. We need every single nanosecond of it. Michelle LaFortune. I like to call her Michelle LaFortune, but she goes by Michelle LaFortune. She is a prior Mega graduate. She, after Mega 13, decided that she wanted to become our Realty Texas Buffini coach and create a Buffini chapter. And she did a fantastic job with Mega 13. And she is going to be, after Mega 14, create a chapter and create a class, or teach the class again just for you guys. She's going to come and talk to you about that. It's Monday, June 10th is referral-based business. Friday, June 14th, maximize your income. Let me see. No, that's me. I don't know. She missed the point of my email. Okay. I asked her to give me the dates and times that she was going to actually teach the class, and instead she sent me a list of times where I'm teaching classes. In any case, I asked her to get back to us with the dates and times of when she's going to start her Buffini class. And so once I get that from her, I will send that out to you guys so you can get it on your calendar and reach out to her. She is teaching the course referral-based business, but the Buffini course is all about loving on your clients, that building that referral-based business. that is money and time well spent. And it's not something that's a class. It's more of a group setting where you work together on pop buys and keep everyone inspired and on track year after year of working your database and working your referral-based business. So a lot of you like, in fact, even Laura mentioned that, you know, as she's taking our C2EX, you can create a group and people can jump in that group and kind of challenge each other and work together as a team to finish out the C2EX. Same mentality with the Buffini group. You, as a chapter, get to know each other, build a relationship, hold each other accountable. Really cool thing in the spirit of this whole referral-based business thing. NER studies have shown that everyone over the age of 18 years old has a propensity, and we're talking about propensity, we're talking about 99% likelihood to refer you someone who's going to close a transaction with you that year. So we look at that as a doubling of our database every year. If you've got 200 people in your database, those people know you and you're communicating with them on a regular basis. You're asking them for referrals and you're sending them postcards and they're part of your database, and even inviting them to your the Realty Texas community events that we do, client appreciation parties, client appreciation events, that they will provide you a closed transaction. So let's say you have 200 people in your database and you're new to asking for referrals and you've just kind of started doing it in your databases only at 50%, working for you only 50%. That means that you're going to make $900,000 from your 200 people in your database just from focusing on a referral-based system. That is a very huge statement. Your database gets 200 people in it, and you focus on those 200 people, and you remember what the goal is, to love on them and ask them for referrals, and not try to make them feel like you're trying to get them to sell their home or you're trying to push them into buying a home. We have productive conversations. Hey, I know you've got 2 kids and those kids are under 5. It's a really good um, way to save for their college tuition and their first car, is to buy an investment property and let that property increase in value over time, appreciate in value over time while the tenant is paying it off. And so your initial investment of 20% down and on a $200,000 investment property, which we even have some in the high 100s that are brand new homes in Lennar that are renting for anywhere from $1,775 to $1,850 a month, which is cash, and this is a break-even point, means the tenant pays it off for them. So they come up with 40 grand and buy a property, and that 40 grand turns into a $200,000 plus investment college tuition and their first car. So it's hard for your typical American right now to save for a college tuition, especially as fast as homes are appreciating. Homes are appreciating faster than people can save. So people who are waiting to save for a down payment are often losing the race because it just doesn't quite work out. The properties are appreciating faster than their savings. They're actually costing themselves more money by trying to save 20% down. It would have been better for them to have just purchased 3.5% and purchased it earlier. Homes are appreciating over time right now at a rate in Texas of 1% a year. 300 property is going up, and I didn't mean 3% a year. I mean 1% a month, which is 12% a year. And a $300,000 property is increasing by $3,000 a month. That's 1% appreciation a month, 12% a year. And that has been our average appreciation over time, going back as far as 2012. So when you look at the appreciation lines, I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show you a couple of different examples here. Here's one from 2013. This is a property in Gerald, I think. This is actually just residential, single family, all properties between 1,200 and 1,800 square foot. That's a single story. This was 84,000, so this was not even marketplace specific. Average price in 2013 was just over 150, and then by the time so 2013 was almost 150, 2015 was 200, and you see this trend line. This trend line breaks down to about a 1% increase per year until this crazy event happened in 2020 where we had a doubling in price. It came back down, and it has rounded off, and it has actually, this trend line here has met back up where it is, and it's picked up right where it was, like it never existed. This can be printed out of any of your MLSs for any time period. And I'm going to share my entire screen and just show you just how messy my desktop is. I'm going to hide my pictures of you so you don't confused. I have done dozens and dozens of these, and no matter what marketplace in Texas I do them for, what subdivision, what time period, it continues to tell the exact same story across Texas, and even breaking it down and seeing the numbers. It's the exact same story. I've done it a million ways to Sunday. And what's exciting is this trend line here. Here is one that is more closely related to 2024. You see this very steady growth over time. We see this event happen in 2020 where we had a doubling in price. It has come back down. And in some marketplaces, and in most of them, it's actually still higher than what the original trend was here. And there was an expectation that this COVID bubble that was created would come back down and meet with the trend and pick up right back where it was, which would be healthy and normal, but there's still a gap. People are still selling at a higher than before COVID. The sales prices, and if you delete the bubble of COVID, the highest sales prices of all time, and continuing to increase. And sharing this with our clients is very helpful because this little bubble that existed here never really existed. So if COVID had not happened, our sales prices that we have right now would actually be lower. And that is a very, very, very big statement to make. And we can prove that statement with the actual numbers. So everyone over the 18 years of age has a propensity of getting you one closed transaction, 99% likelihood. Have 200 people in your database, and your database is only working 50% like it's supposed to because you're not working your database like you're supposed to. That's still almost $1 million worth of gross commission incomes. So you should generate 100 leads a month. And if you have a 5% conversion rate, you'll exceed the $1 million mark. A 4% conversion rate will get you 900,000. The question is, how can I get more out of the same number of leads? And that means that we need to be better at our communication. It means that not only that, but we need to call more times. How many times does it take to get somebody on the phone if it's a prospect that registered on our website? The number is 6. After the 6th call of a prospect who registered on your website, the 6th call is 90% likelihood. I'm going to show you that statistic that came from a 5-year Boomtown study, which Boomtown is a very big, popular CRM that was recently purchased by Zillow. So regardless if you're working your database, which is one source of referrals, whether you're working leads, which is one source of referrals, or whether you're working a farm, a geographic farm, which is another source of referral, the same statistics apply across the board. Out of every 25 leads, you get a closing. So then we apply it. How do you want to apply it? First, when you start your business, you have a bunch of people you put them in your database, that's your sphere. You start working that sphere. Then you have past clients, then you have farming, then you have all the different type of marketing, but all of those people and all of those different sources fall into your database, and you work your database the same.
Really want me on your team.
One of my heroes was Kobe Bryant. As we all know, he was killed in a helicopter accident. Actually, I remember where I was when I found out he had been killed. I was sitting in Austria, coming back from a trip that I had taken. And I was watching the news, and I was just absolutely dumbstruck about what had happened. The interesting thing about Kobe Bryant was he was not the tallest basketball player. His hands were not the biggest out of the basketball players. He didn't have the strongest legs or the longest legs out of all of the basketball players. He didn't have the most natural talent out of all the basketball players, but he was the best. How did someone who didn't have the height and didn't have the strength and didn't have the grip of all of the other basketball players become one of the greatest basketball players of all time? I like this story because it's very relatable to us. You don't have to be the best. And if you are the best at all of these things or have, the most natural ability, it doesn't translate. It doesn't translate to success. Like the other video we saw, the people with the most degrees, that doesn't mean that they're going to have the most success. The people who are the most outgrowing does not mean that they're going to be the most success. It's the person who puts in the right work in the right areas. Kobe Bryant had incredible coaches, but he also had a drive to focus and a drive to win. And that drive led him to championship after championship after championship. When I lived in Southern California, Lakers games was a huge deal for me. I had tickets courtside at the Staples Center. I was going to see the Lakers all the time. The set in front of me was Penny Marshall and Jack Nicholson, and you could see me sitting behind them on all the TV coaches, all the TV stations, watching almost every Lakers game. And of course, you had Shaquille O'Neal, you had Rice and Kobe, and it was the dream team. It was amazing to watch. We're going to hear from him, obviously, quite a few number of years ago about what he contributed his success to. And I want you to think about your real estate career right now and think about his mindset, because this video, we're going to watch about 5 minutes of it. You're going to watch the other 6 minutes as a homework assignment, because there's a couple things later in the video that I think are good for you guys to hear. But I want you to think about mindset, because you can work 8 hours a day with a good mindset, or the very best mindset, or a very poor mindset, and the amount of money and success that you squeeze out of those 8-hour days can be significantly, profoundly different. So we're going to be talking about the mindset that he brought to the table, and there's specifically a quote that he says in here. He says, think about a gladiator. When I'm out there, I'm a gladiator, and nothing is going to get in my way. Think of, your gladiators in the day. Close your mind and picture them for a moment. I'm in that zone. And if you're bringing me something personal while I'm in that zone, leave me alone, because right now I'm in my element. This is my craft. This is what I'm doing. Leave me alone and let me finish my element. And the direct correlation to you and them in terms of a salesperson is your time on the phone, having conversations with your clients, and having productive conversations with people about buying, selling, leasing a home. And I know a lot of you are talking about text message and Instagram and Reels and doing lead generation, all of that. But the relatable part of this really is working your database as a salesperson, picking up the phone and calling these people. The top salesperson, the 95%, or sorry, the 5% that's doing the 95%, they're picking up the phone and having conversations with their people and asking for referrals and getting referrals. And let's hear Kobe and what he has to say.
What's your approach to recruitment? You want first place, come play with me. You want second place, go somewhere else. Like I would watch Magic play. I'd watch Michael play. And I would see them do these unbelievable things, and I'd say, can I get to that level? I don't know, but let's find out. That's why he's the best player in the game. Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you to become better at your craft.
So because you know what you want, the world's giving you exactly the information you need to become better at it.
Because you know what you're looking for.
So many guys tell stories about your work ethic.
Yeah.
What was really your work ethic like, and for how long did you stay disciplined?
Well, I mean, every day. Since 20 years. It was an everyday process, and trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. For example, jumping ability. My vertical was a 40, it wasn't a 46 or a 45. My hands are big, but they're not massive, right? So you got to figure out ways to strengthen them, so your hands are strong enough to be able to palm a ball and do the things that you need to do. Quickness, I was quick, but not insanely quick. I was fast, but not ridiculously fast. Right, so I had to rely on skill a lot more I had to rely on angles a lot more. I had to study the game a lot more. And but I enjoyed it though. So like from the time I can remember when I started watching the game, I studied the game, and it just never changed. It's a good separation for me, emotionally, to be able to put myself in a place where at practice or when I'm training or during games, I switch my mind to something else. I switch my mode into something else, right? For me, it's the equivalent of Maximus, Decimus, Meridius, and Gladiator picking up the dirt, smelling the dirt. It's go time. Right? So that was my mental switch. It was like an actor getting ready for a film. You got to put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. And then when you leave there, it's something completely different. But when I'm in that cage, bro, don't touch me, don't talk to me. Just leave me alone.
How did you get mentally and emotionally so strong where it doesn't bother you?
Well, you got to look at the reality of the situation. Like for me, it's not, you kind of got to get over yourself. Like, it's not about you, man. Like, okay, you feel embarrassed. You're not that important. Like, get over yourself.
That's where you go.
Get over yourself, right? Like you're worried about how people may perceive you, and like you're walking around and it's embarrassing because you shot 5 air balls. Get over yourself, right? And then after that, it's okay, well, why did those air balls happen? Got it. High school, year before, we played 35 games, max, right? Week in between, spaced out, plenty of time to rest. In the NBA, it's back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I didn't have the legs. So you look at the shot, every shot was online, but every shot was short, right? I gotta get stronger. I gotta train differently. The weight training program that I'm doing, I gotta tailor it for an 82-game season so that when the playoffs come around, my legs are stronger and that ball gets there. So I look at it with rationale and say, okay, well, the reason why I shot air balls is because my legs aren't there. I go, well, next year they'll be there. That was it.
Done. Were there some names that you looked at and says, these 3 guys are as crazy as I am?
At the time, I deal with what I've referred to as Goat Mountain. I went to Goat Mountain and I talked to Magic, Michael, Bird, Keem Olajuwon.
Okay, so that's going to go on for another 6 minutes, and we're gonna watch that as homework. And the rest of the 6 minutes are really powerful stuff. First, when you're on the phone with prospects or you're calling our lead system, sometimes they're going to hang up on you. Okay, just like he would be out there on the court, millions of people are watching him. He did an air ball and didn't hit it. What does he say? Get over yourself. The question is why did they hang up on me? Why was it an error? He said it was perfectly online, but I didn't make it because I realized I wasn't strong enough. So then he had to look at his deficiencies. Why did they hang up on me? Because my intro wasn't strong enough. So now I have to look at what I'm doing. This is why our phone calls are recorded. I can go back and listen to that call and I can try to figure out what can I do differently to have a better result. Because if I'm going to be working for 8 hours and I make 100 calls and I can increase my conversion rate from 4% to 5%, and where am I getting this 4% conversion rate? The shift book. The shift book says very clearly, out of 24 calls, you're going to get a client. Out of 24 leads, you're going to have a closing. So there's a 24-to-1 ratio, which means out of every 100 leads, there's 4 closings there. If you want 5 closings out of the same number of leads, then you simply have to adjust things a little bit, because that's another $20,000 paycheck from doing nothing other than having a better conversation so that you learn your scripts better, you learn your craft better. You're able to, when someone says, oh, the rates are up really high right now, I want to wait to buy. Okay, well, that's understandable. Buy. That maybe there was another way to approach that, to give them information, to explain to them, if they're willing to listen, how we can help them better, and how that maybe by waiting is going to cost them more money. And what are their rationale? They're trying to save money. Well, if I could show you by buying now, you'd actually save more money than by waiting. Would you find value in that? So maybe that's a different way to approach that. We're not trying to trick people into buying a scam. We are trying to help them save themselves from their own misinformation. And truly, everything that we're telling them is true and honest. So we don't have ethical issues. We're not trying to lie people and manipulate people into buying, but it is a mistake to wait. It has always been a mistake to wait. So when we look at videos like this, rejection, get over yourself, why did they hang up? Maybe we need to look at our call and figure out how we can increase our conversion rate. And who are those people? He said, Goat Mountain. He's looking for Goat Mountain because he's saying these people were able to achieve what I'm looking for. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to circle these people and I'm going to try to get closer to them. I'm going to try to get myself in that basketball court over there and determine what they're doing so that maybe they can show me how to be the best, because you want show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Kirby Hensley, one of the famous quotes of all time. And so you want to be a successful agent. Surround yourself by agents who are successful, agents who are actually in the practice and doing this right now, and you will start picking up those habits. I'm going to immediately put you guys into a group, and I want you guys to talk about Relentless, because everything about Kobe Bryant and his success as a basketball player was relentless. He wanted to be the best. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to be on a avenue or a road to become the #1 real estate salesperson in the universe. That's not what this is about, but you should be trying to figure out how to do your personal best. Learn your scripts, make your calls, spend your 8 hours working, and be the very boss of yourself that you can be, to hold yourself accountable to showing up for work and maximizing the time that you have while you are at work so that you can squeeze out of your production as much money as you can to create the life, multi-generational wealth that you want for yourself, for your family, and for legacy. And there's no better way to create wealth in this country than through real estate. Okay, let me open up the breakout session. Please, as soon as you get into your breakout room, pick a group spokesperson for your group. And then I want you to talk about Relentless. And I want you guys to come up with your sentence of what Relentless is. 8 compelling words or less of Relentless. And then bring that back to the main group. But as you're talking about Relentless, remember what this is about. This is all about you being relentless about finding success in real estate. So what does that mean to you? Showing up, being prepared, knowing your craft, having a commitment to education, being ethical, upping your ability, upping your commitment, and upping your ethics so you can be a salesperson that is part of that 5% that's sharing in that 95%. You should have your group sessions open now. I'm putting you in here for this time, 11 minutes. You should have your invitations now. I'll see you back in 11 minutes. Okay, welcome back from your breakout sessions. Lots of smiles coming back from that, so I see lots of fun dialogue that occurred. Group 1 is Jana, Deandra, Ever, Guadalupe, Julia, and Stephen. Who is our group breakout session captain for Group 1?
I am the captain for Group 1.
All right, let's do it. What is your sentence? And after you're done, will you please put it in the chat?
Yes. So we came up with, we're a little over 8 words, but an unwavering being that's unwilling to be stopped by weakness.
Okay, I love it. So what are some of the stuff that you guys talked about?
We talked about like a continuous effort, that unwavering drive, nothing can stop us, never give up and nothing can stop you, tenacity, perseverance, adaptation.
That's amazing, Stephen. So sounds like your group is pretty motivated.
Yeah, we kind of hopped in and knocked that out, and then we were like, oh, we can refine this now. We have the time. We all had great ideas like within those first 2 minutes. And
all right, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Group 1. You guys did a great job. Group 2 is Amanda, Des, Dimitri, Isolde, Ling, Miguel is our Group 2. How'd we do in Group 2? Who's my captain?
Moi.
Isolde,
Okay.
all right.
Yes. So we talked really a lot of things, and we came up with a lot of words, and a lot of different bunches of subjects here. We thought about at the beginning, we were talking about how a realtor has to be a real estate agent has to be in the morning, breakfast, lunch, night, and being able to handle. We don't have an 8 to 5 job, okay? So being able to always show up, being able to all with the same good energy, with the same good attitude, with the same good look, with the same, and that is a skill. So we talked about that, and we talked about maybe that being a persistence thing. We also talked about commitment, systematic marketing. Miguel mentioned it's better to do one little post every day than 20 posts and videos and everything one time and never post again. So just consistency. Education, of course, is basically, but what we thought about Relentlessly, it all summarizes in action. Okay, discipline for us was that. And then at the end, we actually look for the definition in the dictionary of relentless. And because we had a little, also we mentioned about how relentless sometimes shows up, that word shows up a little bit of aggressive, and how come we don't want to feel like, oh, it's bad, oh, it's like we're relentless, and because it does bring it. We kind of like digested it, and we understood that that's not necessarily a negative. It doesn't give a negative connotation. It's actually we are determined to do something and refuse to give up. No matter what.
I mean,
that was the
when we quit in real estate, we quit on ourselves before we quit on anyone else. So it's exactly right. The Relentless is all about you refusing to give up on yourself. Isolde, I love it. You guys did a great job. Please take your sentence like Stephen did and put it into the chat so that everyone can see it. We're going to copy and paste that, and we're going to put it into our Microsoft Teams Mega 14 group. All right. Thank you, Isolde. Thank you, Stephen. You guys are doing awesome. Moving on to group 3. Kay, Adam, Meg, Mike, Mohammed, and Knock. Who is our group captain out of group 3?
That would be me.
All right, Knock. All right. What did your group come up with? And you got some really good people in your group, so I've got really high expectations for you.
Okay, I feel nervous now. We were thinking some of the words that we come up with: persevere, which is our mention, nonstop, never giving up, persistence, unstoppable, consistency, determined, vigor, diligence, and commitment. So out of those words, we will come up with unstoppable pursuits of vigors, determined commitments.
I heard something quite a few number of years ago, and I had never thought about it quite this way, but just think for a moment all that has gone on for you to be alive here today. The millions of years of evolution and the wars and the battles that were fought over generation after generation, and think of all the people who died, who stopped that lineage in their tracks, that your forefathers, they pushed on, they continued, they fought, they struggled, they battled, and here you are, the result of all that they did. And what are you doing with it? Group number 3, excellent job. Group 4, Derek, Griffin, Katie, Shannon, Zach. What do we got in group 4? Who's our captain?
That's me. Okay. So group 4, we talked about Relentless, and we put this together for our journey. So we as realtors will walk down our journey with first confirming our goals and becoming obsessed with them. So we will have obsession. We want to acknowledge that first so that we know that we are attacking what we want to do. And after that, we want to ensure our competency in our skills and our services so that that also drives up our confidence as well. We feel like if we don't know what we're doing, we're not going to be as confident. Throughout our journey, we will stay inflexible and driven so that we don't stare away, we don't back off, we don't give up. With that comes resilience.
Whoa. You hit the mute accidentally. Hold on. I don't know what happened, but it wasn't me.
My notepad hit my keyboard and it
Got
muted
it.
me. So with that, after the staying inflexible and driven, if we get any rejections or kickbacks, we stay out of our head. We're not going to focus too much on ourselves. And then we're going to keep on with our endurance. And our endurance is going to keep us going down the path and not give up on our skills and services and our duties.
And remember, you said something that was pretty profound about your confidence level in learning the business. And for those people who don't know the business fully yet, don't let that be hitting your confidence, because you can get the confidence right back by saying that I've got a team of people standing behind me that's going to make sure that nothing is missed. I've got 100 years worth of real estate experience standing behind me, and we've got this. No matter what is handled, what comes up, we got you. Very good job, Katie. You guys did an excellent job in group 4. Thank you for that. Group 5, we have Rebecca, Laura, Matthew, Nellie. Who is my group captain in 5?
That would be me.
Laura. All right. How did your group do?
Well, we had a whole bunch of words, but it was just really difficult to narrow it down, but we did. We had extreme drive, perseverance, dedication, persistence, above and beyond, unstoppable. But we decided to go with 9 words. We went over one. Pursuing excellence with values, with unwaveringly determination and persistence.
Okay. So, was your group inspired? Are they excited? Are they coming to the table with this unstoppable feeling? Did you feel that from your group?
Yeah, I
Okay,
did.
good. I'm glad. That is good news. Good job, group 5. Good job, Laura. Excellent. All right, so group 6 and our final group, Emilium, Jamara, Lisa, and Lisbeth. Who is our group captain?
Me.
All right, Emilium, let's do it.
Right. Okay. So for us, relentless means having a fighter mentality. So unstoppable and never take no to the answer, and laser focus on the target and the goals, or also being determined. So whatever happened in your way, and you would never say no. So it's basically the big points, like having a fighter mentality. You whatever in front of you, you just need to do go, just laser focus. So being a mom of a special need kid, my son is 19 years old, Austin, and he's autistic. I've been through all these years about, people saying no, and then rejections and everything. So it's built a fighter mentality in myself. Just keep fighting. So I think that I can put it in the real estate, and I think everybody can learn from that.
I am not going to let anyone say no to me. I'm not going to let
Exactly.
anyone get between me and my goals. I
Right.
know that there's a lot of real estate to be made. I know there's a lot of money to be made in this profession. There's nothing going to get in my way. There's no one that's going to tell me that I can't. And I am going to be laser driven and focused. And I'm going to get there despite everyone with a gladiator mindset.
Yes, gladiator mindset. There you go, Jack.
All right, Stephen, Isolde, Knock, Katie, Lauren, and Emilium, good job. Excellent group captains. Please put your sentences in our group chat so that we can take that and post it to your Mega 14 wall, because I'm going to be going back to this and I'm going to be reminding you of your own words. I'm going to be feeding this back to you over the course of the rest of Mega, especially as you guys get more and more apprehensive and fearful of your value proposition projects where you're standing in front of the class, because I understand that there can be a little bit of apprehension about getting up in front of your students. I'm going to tell you what they made us do in leadership in the Realtor organization. For those of you who have aspirations for getting on your board of directors at your local Realtor organization, and then maybe serving as a director, maybe as an officer and serving as president, and taking that road and that path that I have done and others before me. We've got a lot of past presidents at this organization, or at Realty Texas. We have Kim Dale, who's currently a president, myself. We have who else we got? Suzanne Gantner, Cindy Bell, and there's somebody else I was trying to remember before the two of them. We have 5 past presidents here of our Realtor organization, leaders of the pack. We have to go through what's called Texas Realtors Leadership Program, TRLP, and become a graduate of TRLP kind of before we're even able to get a seat on the board. It is a 6-month program. You go to one of the Realtor organizations once a month. So Houston has it, San Antonio has it, every local board has a TRLP program. Texas Realtors, our state organization, is very passionate about breeding leaders in real estate. If this is something that sounds interesting with you, please reach out to Lisa and I. We can help you by drafting a letter of recommendation for you, sending it to your association executive at your local Realtor organization, and help you take that path. In fact, Zach Barton is a graduate of the Texas Realtor Leadership Program. One of the modules is called Spokesperson Training. And you have the CEO of Texas Realtors, the leadership of Texas Realtors, the CEO of every single one of the local CEOs of the local Realtor organization, and all of your classmates. And you walk into a room and they hand you a piece of paper that says, here's what you're going to talk about. You go up, stand in front of the room. Well, they give you 5 minutes to read it. And then you go stand up in front of the room and they point a camera at you. They turn off the lights in the room and put a spotlight on you so you can't see past the spotlight. And you get to give a 5-minute speech on that topic in front of everyone. But wait, there's more. They record you, and then after everyone is gone, they make you sit down and watch yourself in front of the entire group, and they grade you. It's powerful, and it's Toastmasters on steroids. And yes, Toastmasters is still a thing I recommend for those of you who are a little bit nervous about getting up in front of people, which is natural. A lot of people are. That you take a moment to go through that Toastmasters, and maybe even think about the Texas Realtors Leadership Program, because one of the interesting things that you walk away with is you're sitting up there and you have, and I've done it twice with 2 different realtor associations, and I've got this light in my eyes and I can't see past it, and I've got my subject material that I'm giving this speech on, one of which was, what does the American flag mean to me? And I gave the speech. And inside, you're shaking, your hands are shaking, maybe you are gasping and trying to breathe because you're trying to control your breathing without sounding breathy. And all of this noise and rattling is going on the inside. And then you watch yourself and you think you did really bad. And you think the pauses that you had were 14 minutes long and other things. And you watch yourself and you realize it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was. What was going on the inside made it feel 10 times worse. And from the outside, they couldn't tell. Now, could they tell I was a little nervous? Yes, but not nearly as bad as I thought. That was very powerful. And I was able to take that and realize that there's a lot of power in that. People don't know what's going on the inside, so you don't have to show them. And that was one of the big takeaways I had was from public speaking, of actually watching myself in that moment. I had done a lot of public speaking in the past before, but I've never actually watched myself quite that way before. It was very, very helpful. So, all right. I'm going to show you my little mega definition of relentless. We're going to throw this out there, that you are so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. And all of the words that you brought to the table are 1,000,000% good. It was wholesome. It came from directed thought, and probably nothing better could come from a conversation like that of you guys with your peers talking about being laser focused on succeeding in this profession. Excuses are a disease, and fear is false evidence appearing real. Don't let fear or excuses get in the way. Don't make excuses for yourself. If you fail, own it and then get better. You need the wrecking ball approach. And I'm telling you, that came out of Mega 13. I always get these little mic drop things out of Mega, and the wrecking ball approach was pretty cool. And in fact, they became the Wrecking Balls, and that was their mega theme. And a lot of mega groups will come together with a theme and call themselves a theme, because this mega group that you have in teams will exist forever. You will always have this group to communicate with, and everybody at Realty Texas belongs to their own original mega family, and we will track which mega family you were in. Everyone's a mega graduate, but it comes back to that original family. And these classes are recorded up there for you guys. Your mega graduation will be there for you. So I'm hoping that this unit that you're creating, this relationships between all of you, that you forge those, and remember that, because the village mentality is very, very important, and everybody here really does want to see each other succeed. Prospect receiving a call within 20 seconds from that boom town, sorry, 4-year study came back that showed that all the prospects that were called immediately within 20 seconds had a what percentage more likelihood to convert? What does that say on the screen?
391.
Okay. Now, does that say 391% more likelihood to answer the phone?
No.
What does it say?
Convert.
That means they got a representation agreement signed. Prospects who got a call within 20 seconds. Now, remember a little while ago, I had you all pick up your phones and distract yourself for 20 seconds as you scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. Okay. So remember, the further away they get from that initial reason that they reached out to you, the further away they get from being able to convert. So the quicker that you grab them when they're inside that mindset, the better. Prospects receiving a callback in 20 seconds have a 391% higher likelihood of conversion. 30% of leads, they never receive a second call after their first call. 1/3 of leads never get a second call, ever. That's a huge statistic. 40% success rate on the first call, which means when you call them on that first 20 seconds, there's a 40% likelihood that you're going to get them on the phone. A second call, there's a 60%. On the third call, there's a 70%. On the fourth call and the fifth call, there's a 90%. And let's look at what they actually show you, because this is actually the statistic directly from the Boomtown report. First call, chance of making contact, chance of getting a hold of them. Now, this is different than the other one, which was a likelihood to convert. Making contact, first call, 40%. Second call goes up to 60 seconds. So when someone registers on your website, you have a 40% chance of actually getting them on the phone. 40%. Okay, so that's about, you're looking at less than half. Then the second call, it goes up to more than half likelihood that you can get them on the phone. The third call goes up to 70%. The fourth call, 80%. Fifth call, also 80%. And that sixth call is a 90% chance of talking with them on the phone. That's huge numbers. So when we are talking about lead conversion and getting more successful in this profession, it really is, if you want to have a higher conversion rate, make more calls. Period. Call the same person more often. Now, am I saying call them back 6 minutes, 30 seconds each, and you're going to call them 6 times? And that's not what we're saying. We're saying that what they do is we'll call them in the morning, call them in the afternoon, call them the next morning, call them in the afternoon, or we call them every day. So I'm going to go through and show you what actually our smart plans are. And if you noticed in the email that I sent you guys last night before class, was our actual action plans and smart plans. I sent you every single one of the Realty Texas action plans that we have in every single script, every single text message, in every single email we send every single prospect. You have that sitting in your inbox. By the time we hit our 6th call, and if that would be on day 6, we have 5 days intent to reach, and then we fall out of the intent to reach, and then we try them 4 more times in our last chance. So we actually call 10 times. If you want to increase your conversion rate, call more times. So remember, does anybody remember what the conversion rate is? Jamara, I saw you, but I didn't hear you.
It was 24 to 1, right?
Yep. So if you can increase your conversion rate, if a 24 to 1 out of 100 is 4, if you can create that 5%, 6%, 7%, you're having 5%, 5 closings, 6 closings, 7 closings. So if you can get to a 6% a conversion rate, that means out of every 100 leads, you get 2 more closings. And if those closings are $18,000 a piece, out of the same number of leads, you made an extra $36,000. Is that worth learning a little bit more about how to convert them at a little higher rate? Because it's a big difference in income, because each transaction really matters. Okay. They also, as part of this exact same study, looked at the best days to call in terms of conversion. There's a test question, and it says, when is a bad day to call? There's never a bad day, but there are some days that are better than others. So if you were to have a normal day off or two, maybe that normal day off would fall into a day where you know that you're not going to have nearly as good of a success rate than others. So Wednesday and Thursday are your 2 very best days for getting people on the phone. Wednesday, far outreaching the rest. Second is Thursday. Monday and Tuesday are a tie. So if you start your week on Monday, Monday and Tuesday are a tie. Wednesday, you have a much more productive day. Thursday falls off, and Friday is very low. The difference between Monday and Wednesday is a 46% difference. That's a very significant difference, almost half. You could even call that half if you wanted to. The best times to get in touch with people are 11 a.m. to noon in the morning and 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. So if you were to time block the best times, it would be 11 to noon in the morning, and you can even back that up a little bit, and 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the worst time is between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. Probably do not recommend calling people 8 o'clock in the morning, but I do recommend starting your day early and use that time for yoga. And then after you get your yoga, then you're picking up your call. Now, just as a reminder, we have 70,000 contacts in our database. We have about 30,000, 25,000 that we've not yet ever been able to reach, and they're following through our smart plans and action plans. On any given day, we have 5,000 action plans to complete, 5,000 tasks. And so right now, as a firm, we're behind on our tasks. And for someone who is laser focused on their goals as I am, I literally bleed tears of blood knowing that we don't have enough people to call the amount of leads that I'm bringing in, because I'm bringing in more leads than we have people to actually convert. So I need more people in our ISA program, but when we're on the phone with them, we have to have a skill set that is high enough that is going to actually produce. As an example, today, Janine Solomon, who works is an ISA 2 for us, out of the 3-hour appointment that she had today, she converted 8. She got in touch with 8 people, had 8 conversations, and all 8 people said yes to her. And on an average day, she's having 5 to 8 people that she reaches out to. Now, the rule is they can only keep 2. The other 6 has to get live connected to another agent who is in the ISA program. So the rule is that when you're in the ISA program, you have to come pay your dues and pound the phones for at least a couple 3-hour shifts. But then you also get those live connects where you get text messages that says, I have a customer on the phone right now in your market. Do you want to talk to them? Do you want to accept this lead? Whoever says yes first, your phone will ring. It will bring you live onto the conversation between our ISA and the customer, and our ISA drops off We create a room in our rooms system, and that room gets assigned to you. And now you're working with that prospect, and your goal is to set an appointment. As soon as you hang up the phone, Zach Barton gets an email letting him know that you have a new client. And Zach Barton, who is our productivity coach, is calling you, trying to help you put a plan in place on how to make sure that you can overcome whatever objections or whatever situation they have. Could it get any better than that? And who wants to be part of that program? It's not required. It's not for everyone, but it is a very successful program, and it is not marketplace specific. We have massive leads in Houston, we have massive leads in Dallas, and we have massive leads in San Antonio, more than any other market, because we're underserved in those markets. We have the same amount of leads, but not enough people. And so we're sending out too many leads to a smaller group. So those people on the fringes are getting all of our leads. And that is a big deal for those particular agents. So lots of opportunity there. We already talked about the conversion rates. We're not going to go over that again. We know what our leads are. I want to get next to here. How many database entries does a salesperson need in their database? Do we remember this? Because it's an exam question and I want you guys to pass it. What is the minimum number of people you should have?
200.
I love that. 200 is the number. Now, obviously, you're going to have fringes, so 1 to 300, but the answer is 200. What is an agent's intent for each person in their database?
Referrals.
Get referrals. Yes, we are listening. Your primary intent is referrals. Your secondary intent is for them to transact with you. But the intent that you have is to get referrals from each one, because we know that every year there's a 20% chance that they're going to transact with you. So the other 80% of the time you're speaking with them is getting referrals. Excellent. What is the dollar value annually for each person in your database that transacts? We'd have to take that database, we'd have to filter it through a 24-to-1 ratio, and we have to do all kinds of stuff. Actually, it's the 20% ratio, because they're only going to transact with you 1%. So we're going to take our average sales price. We are going to take the 20% that's going to transact with that year and multiply that and do the math. $500,000 times 3% is $15,000 each, and 20% of them is going to sell. So what is the dollar value annually for each lead in the agent's database? That's different. 20% will transact. 40 closings. 40 times 15,000 is a $600,000 income. If your database is a 200, you should be making more than $500,000 a year from your database alone. That's not referrals. That's just transactions. That's transacting your database. Nobody has given you a referral. They are transacting, but you've called them and you've kept up with them. So they're not hiring other people who they meet at an open house or being poached by a builder that says they don't need an agent. Who knows what? You know what's going on with your people because you're calling them a couple times a year. And what is the dollar value annually for each referral you get? You should get 100% referral rate. And a 20 to 50% conversion rate, 100. So let's just say half of your database actually transacts with you. That's 1.5 million. If I take the 1.5 million and the 600,000, you are talking about a massive number here. We are talking about 2 million bucks. These are not made up numbers. These are not numbers that are just pie in the sky. These are statistical numbers where top producing real estate agents are focusing on their database and they're calling people and getting referrals, and people are transacting with them, whether they're selling their home, whether they're moving. But remember, right now, statistically, people are moving every 5 years. They're buying up, they're buying down, they're getting, instead of putting in a swimming pool, they're deciding to buy another house that's got a swimming pool. They're being relocated in droves. More people are moving to Austin and then out of Austin and back to Austin than any time before. And so with all of that going on, it just screams opportunity. Referrals and asking for referrals is super important. It's a powerful source of income for you. You know that. It helps you expand your network into other referral groups that you would have never had an ability to touch. They save you a lot of time and money, because if you're working a referral-based business, you're not running lead generation and paying for leads, which By the way, does anybody know the cost of a Live Connect from Zillow? Now, we have a Live Connect at Realty Texas, and what's the cost for that?
No cost.
No cost. What does the Live Connect cost at Zillow?
Isn't it like $200 or something crazy?
1,200, I think.
It's $1,000.
Way. That's insane.
A Live Connect with Zillow is $1,000 and it's shared between 3 people. So you're not the only person that's getting that lead. And they are making that amount of money from every single lead, having no idea if it's a 5-year-old who's doing a class project. As a little statistical note here, I show this little stats because I keep my numbers on a little pad here. Realty Texas over time has spent $1,327,865 on the raw cost of leads. And commission income by agents is $5,966 in commission incomes have gone into the agents' pockets. So we have put 5 million, well, I'm sorry, $5.9 million. So we'll just call it 6 commission dollars into their pockets that they would have not had those transactions had we not paid for the lead, converted that lead into an appointment, and transacted with that from that original lead. Okay.
Someone needs to ask our marketing department to do shorts out of these meetings and do that on Instagram for Realty Texas. And I swear there's gonna be so many more agents coming out of this just of you talking on our meetings, the things that you say.
Well, we allow you guys to do that so that you guys can do profit partners. When you guys
No,
bring
yeah,
on
totally.
an
I'm just
agent,
saying, just to promote in Instagram to do like a short of out of these meetings. That's what I'm saying. That would be really good, I feel like.
unfortunately, Dimitri, for me to do that would mean that our buyers and sellers out there would hear that, and the buyers and sellers would think that how do you think buyers and sellers would feel about that?
Well, I'm not necessarily I'm talking about numbers. We talk about just like inspirational things that you say sometimes to everybody and stuff like that. Yeah, you don't have to share numbers.
Thank you, Dimitri. Loud and clear. We appreciate that very much, and you're hired. We'll put you in our recruiting department immediately. Kay, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, so regarding the leads, I guess I'm assuming if we're able to get the leads from you guys, it changes the split and we'll be able to, I guess it's a question for Lisa, correct?
Well, it's actually already hard-coded in our Realty Texas policy, and so it's already black and white, and it's the same across the board. A lot of companies will have specialty splits for some agents and different splits for others, but that's not how we do it. So we have a referral fee that goes back to the company based on the split that you already have. So if you're a 90-10, it's a 35% referral fee back to the company. If you're on an 80-20, it's a 25% referral fee back to the company. And if you're on a 70-30, it's a 15% referral fee back to the company. So it's a 15, 25, or 35% referral fee, which is no different than if you were working with another agent somewhere else in the country and they offered you a referral. Exactly
Which
right.
is not bad at all, because if you provide me with the lead, so like for example, if I was in a team, I will have to give up 50% or more. So it's definitely a great deal. So yeah, thank you.
Yep,
Yeah,
we bear all the costs for the original cost of the leads. We have Amy McAllister, who is a full-time person teaching you guys how to use this CRM. We have all of our own smart plans and action plans running against these leads. And then we have Zach Barton, who is acting as a productivity coach to help our agents make sure they have a higher conversion rate. So yeah, we got a lot of resources, not just in the actual Live Connect itself, but built around the success. And of course, I would be crazy not to throw out Mega, because maybe Mega helps in that process as well. I heard a couple of people raising your hand.
well, I got it. Actually, it's a great deal because when I was working for 100% commission based, Op City charged me 38%, And then the brokerage I was with charged me a 15% fee on top of that. So that was like 50% of, so I was getting half. And so this is better appealing. I'm putting more money in my pocket than theirs.
Yes, and it's all about success. So the reason that we have the lead generation specifically is so that I can pepper in additional transactions in my agent's pocket so that they have additional closings throughout the year, so that they have more money to keep them in the business. So whatever funds that you guys actually pay the company in terms of your own splits, we're paying you back for all of that and more, is the way I look at it. And so if we are handing you transactions and you're getting checks as windfalls, then we are giving you 10 times more than you've ever paid us on your own transactions. So it's like a negative 20% company because we're giving you money. That's the way we designed it. But more importantly, we want to teach you guys how to build your own practice and not survive on leads. And a lot of companies want you to survive on their leads because that's how they get rich. We want to teach you guys how to survive on your own databases, create a lifetime sustainable career, and then partner with us forever. We support you, and it is a group of professionals all standing together, supporting each other, helping each other, holding each other accountable. And more importantly, if you're successful, we're successful, and we understand that. So we pour massive amounts of support into helping you all find success. I know agents get to this point all the way through Mega and but they have not yet been asking for referrals. So then we ask, why haven't you been asking for referrals? And there's some fear of rejection. Sometimes there's a lack of confidence because they don't know what to say. They're concerns because, they're some think that, well, maybe this person doesn't want to use me because I'm their friend and they're not going to look at me this way. Or they also don't have a referral strategy. They don't know how to ask, and it sounds to them, they feel like if they ask someone for referrals, it's going to be very self-serving. But the reality is that it's all fear. You should be switching in your mind, knowing that there are so many agents out there who do not care, who are part-time, who is going to set it and forget it, not lower their risk, not protect them. So you should be doing everything you can to make sure that you protect your family and your friends and your spheres from using anyone else other than you. The largest transaction of their lifetime, finding them the right house, negotiating the right deal, making sure that they have a full picture of what they're buying through their option period, make sure that all of the timelines are respected and they have a clear understanding of the decision they're making every step of the way. And then you get to be there with their friend and their counselor, holding their hand through the largest purchase of a lifetime. And then you showcase your services to them like that. Now they're a raving fan of yours, and they're going to want everyone else to have that same experience as you. So those people who are in your database that you've worked before, they look at you as a leader and a friend and someone who cared. And when you have a good agent and when you have a good realtor, when you have a good CPA, you refer them out to other people. You know how hard it is to find a good painter and how to go to find a good landscaper. And you get someone who's really good, you're referring him out all the time because you're really good, and I want to share that experience with all of my friends because I'm going to be the hero because I'm handing out my landscaper who's going to do a great job for you, and I got to do that. So you're going to be like, wow, thank you for that referral. You're welcome. You need to be that professional for everyone in your life where they not only do they want to refer you, but they do because they know that through that referral process, their friends and family are going to be like, dude, you rock. You gave me the best realtor ever. Thank you. That's what we're looking for. So confident in your own abilities and knowing that they should choose you, but make asking for referrals part of your routine, like Zach. In every conversation you have, slipping that in there because that's the mark of a salesperson. It's what the 5% are doing. And social proof. Social proof is a powerful motivator that can help all of you overcoming your apprehension about asking referrals because you've actually showcased your services in front of them and they already know. Now, sometimes agents have this idea, I'm going to work really, really hard. I'm going to do a really, really good job and I deserve referrals. They never ask. Well, maybe they don't, maybe they're like, maybe they don't want my referral. And I know that sounds crazy, but sometimes they already have enough busy and they're too busy and they haven't even asked me for a referral. Maybe they're too busy and they don't want any referrals from me. People want to help us. And are we all busy? Are all of you busy in your lives? Raise your hand if you have told someone that you're busy in the last month. If you've mentioned to someone you're busy in the last month. Okay. If you are busy and you're telling people you're busy and they haven't asked you for a referral and they want to help you, how are they going to help you? They're going to help you not be busy. They're going to help you with that, and they're not going to burden you with anything else. If anything, they're going to leave you alone. They're going to try to give you peace. They're not going to send you referrals. But the problem is that we're probably busy doing non-income producing tasks. We need to be busier with income producing tasks, probably, and less busy doing non-income producing tasks. And if we had a bunch of clients that were working transactions, would probably give up a lot of that busy that we're doing as non-income producing tasks and find room for those income producing tasks. Would you agree with that? So if that's the case, if the message we're sending to our people that we're too busy and they're not giving us referrals because they're trying to help us, then how should we fix that?
By not
Ask
telling
for referrals.
What's
Ask
that, Kay?
by not telling people you are busy, but rather, I don't know, just give them an update about the market and let them know it's productive.
Approaching
uh,
them,
And
approaching them and telling them that you are ready to help their friends and their family.
asking for referrals.
I am never too busy for your referrals. Your referrals would mean the world to me. How many, I can picture, I'm a helper. I love to help people. I can sometimes see that people are struggling with things and I am going to try to help them. And I think that a lot of people want to leave the world a better place and we want to help people. And if people don't ask us how to help them, we try to figure out how to help them in our own way. And maybe that's not exactly what they want. Have we asked them, what can I do to help you? But not everybody asks that question. And I really do appreciate it when people do. So we have to figure out how we can get better about telling people how they can help us. Because if we don't tell them, they're going to figure it out on their own way and maybe do things that we really didn't want. So we can, instead of saying, well, you can help me buy, probably not a good way to have that conversation, but let them know, I would be really grateful for your referrals. Your referrals would mean the world to me. And then you can even humble yourself and say, real estate is how I put food on the table. And referrals is what keeps me in business. So clients who send me referrals keep me in business, and it means the world to me when they send me referrals. If when you hear someone talking about buying, selling a home, if you could call me and let me know who that person is, that would mean the world to me. Now, people, of course, I'll do that. Of course, I'll help you. But you have to reinforce that a couple times. And then at some point, and by the way, who do you know? There are professional courses out there like Buffini that will tell you that after closing, you literally hand your client a card that says, please help me replace you. Put down a name and a phone number of someone who you think might be looking to buy a home and hand that back to me. That's pretty forward, but that's coaching classes that actually do that. I do something a little bit different. I make their closing very much about them and presents and photos and all of that stuff and hugs. And then I call them about a week after closing. After things have settled down, they've got moved, and then I have a conversation with them about referrals again. And then in that conversation, I tell them, now, I would really like to call you about every 3-4 months just to check in on you and your family, just to make sure everything is going okay. Are you good with that? Of course, Jack, call me anytime. Awesome. Now I have set the stage for me calling them. They know that I'm calling them. And every time I call them, I make sure I do something to give them that serotonin and squirt in the brain. Sometimes they want to talk to me a little bit more, but less is more. If I don't give them enough time, then every time they want to talk to me, they want to talk to me for a little bit more, but they only get a little bit because I want them to answer the phone for me. And if you know, if I just give them everything and give them a 2-hour phone call, next time they call, they're like, I love Jack, but I don't have time for him right now. And I don't ever want that to happen. And I don't have time for that anyway. So hopefully now you guys are looking at this whole thing a little bit differently. Now let's look at our CXM opportunities group. And I know I owe you a break, but we're almost there. The goal of each salesperson should be to get 200 people in their database and to have them agree to transact with you at some point. These are people who you had the conversation with that I just spoke about. So the average time between a home purchase, we could talk about this, is 20%, one of every 5 years. The value and goal of each person is not for them to transact with you, but rather for them to separately give you referrals. Here's the statistic again of what your database will be worth if you're working your database correctly. Now, let's talk about the opportunities group. We have the new ISA group that we have, which is a new training program. We purchased an off-the-shelf ISA training group, and Michael Potter facilitates that class. It's once a week for a month. You get out of that training group, then you do the observation, watching someone, so you see what buttons they're clicking on the form that you see, which is our leads form, and the system comes up and it has all the information when you're about to click the call button. And then on Tuesdays, you're going to sit down and you're going to listen to the 3-minute phone calls. I think you guys listened to some of Janine's calls last week. A couple of those calls out the gate were longer. Today, she's like, I did 8 calls, Jack. And I'm like, that's good. I mean, she's like, I had 8 conversations. And she sent out 8 rooms to different agents here today. So that's good. These conversations should be pretty short because if we know we're going to keep that lead on that we're going to take that for ourselves. Because remember, if you're on the phone, you get to keep 2 and the rest of them you have to send out. If you know that one's you're going to keep, it can be a little bit more involved of a conversation. But if it's just getting on the phone, I see you registered about 123 Main Street. Did you want to see that property? Do you have any questions? Yes. Awesome. We get in with an agent who can answer those questions, which is a live connect. How many of you watched my video about the lead lifecycle? That part of the homework. Okay. This is going to be a little bit foundational, and we're going to go over it just another quick second. We have the Tier 1 pipelines and the Tier 2 pipelines. Does anybody know the difference between the Tier 1 and Tier 2? Do you remember the answer? Oh no! Like, okay.
I think it's 6 months or something.
So this is why I'm going over it again, because you heard it and you remember it, but it wasn't enough for you to store it. So I need to say it 3 times before it gets stored. So here's time number 2. Okay. The Tier 1 are people we haven't spoken with yet. The Tier 2 are people who we have spoken with. So the people who have registered on our website, because Deandra does amazing Facebook ads and Instagram ads and other ads that we're running, and those leads are falling out of the sky and landing into our inbox, our new pipeline. Anytime somebody registers as a new lead on our website, it comes into the new. If they're already in our database and they register, all it does is send the person who they're registered with an email saying, hey, they came back to the website to visit. It doesn't register them again because they're already in the website. That's one of the reasons why you want to get all of your people into CXM, because when you put their phone number and their email address into your CXM, then if they register on the website, instead of coming to the company and them registering as a lead to the company, it says, hey, this person that you have in your system just registered on our website. And then you know that they did that, and you can call them and say, hey, thanks for visiting my website. What's up? Versus you find out later that they're closing in with another one of our agents because they went to our website and registered and didn't contact you, which happens sometimes. Not a lot, but enough, where now we have a way to capture that and save that from happening for you. We built in the tech to make sure to help you protect your people. That's huge. The Tier 1, if they're someone who's not in our system, it falls into the new pipeline. They get an automatic text and an automatic email. And then it queues up a phone call. And then our staff, hopefully within the first 20 seconds, pushes the call button and has a conversation with them. If they get voicemail, then they leave the voicemail that's on the screen. It automatically falls into our intent to reach. And our intent to reach is the 6 calls over the course of that 1 week. And every time they pick up a call. In the morning, our ISA agents get here in the morning, push the call button, and they call after call after call, clearing out the new pipeline, clearing out the intent to reach pipeline, and clearing out the last chance pipeline. So in the intent to reach, again, it's morning, afternoon for the entire 5 days. And there's a couple of afternoons where there isn't a call, but it turns out to be 6 calls in that 5 days. And then it goes to last chance where there's 4 more calls. And if as soon as they get in touch with the client, they're no longer in the pipeline. They have to change it to a different pipeline. So if they're on call number 5 in intent to reach and they answer the phone, then one of 3 things they're going to say to you. They're going to say, I don't know who you are. No, I don't want to talk to you. No, I don't have know that anyone's looking to buy, sell, lease a home. Well, do you mind if we call and just check up on you? No, I don't want to ever hear from you again. No problem. We completely respect that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for answering the phone. And then we put them in DNC. We respect the DNC stands for do not call, and we put them in there, and they're no longer in our database to call. And if they re-register on our website, we will send them an email saying, based on what you've asked us to do, you're currently in the do not call pipeline. If you'd like us to contact you, please send an email address to our customer service manager, letting them know that you'd like to speak with us. Because currently right now we have you on our do not call list based on you asking us to do that. If they said, well, yeah, my credit's not very good, or my kids are in high school and I'm just not looking at buying a home until they're out, or they've given you some type of rejection situation where they're saying, I'm not going to buy a home right now and I don't want to buy a home for 5 years. Do we put them on our do not call list? Did they ask to be thrown away or not? Did they ask to be not called again? Did they agree to buy a home?
No.
No and no again. Exactly. So we put them in our incubate pipeline. Incubate means we're going to still call them tier 1 because they haven't agreed to work with us. But the one exception, which is why it's yellow over here in our tier 1 pipelines, is we're going to leave them over here. The tier 2 pipelines are people who agreed to work with us, and we don't have that yet. So if in last chance they get to the 6th one and they still don't hear, it goes into our opportunities vault, and everybody in the company has the ability to call our opportunities vault. So again, brand new lead, we call them. If we don't get a hold of them, it goes to attempt to reach. We call them 6 times, still haven't gotten a hold of them. It goes to last chance. We call them 4 more times, still haven't gotten a hold of them. Falls into the opportunity vault, and everybody in the company, whether or not you're in our ISA program or not, has the ability to call the 30,000 or so people that are sitting in our opportunities vault of people we've never been able to speak with yet. So at any given time when they do answer the phone, if they say they don't want to talk to us ever again, we put them in our do not call, which is why we want people to go through a ISA program so they know how to answer the call and answer basic objections so they don't make a mistake and fumble and take someone who we could have worked with and mess that up and end up in a do not call. Or they say something like that, I'm not really interested in buying a home. And then the agent say, oh, well, let's put them in our do not call because they don't want to buy a house, because they don't understand real estate, they don't understand databases, they don't understand, building the whole infrastructure of having a database because they haven't gone through the training yet. So some people belong in DNC and some people don't. Only people in DNC say is there because they said, don't call me again. The incubate are people who answered the phone, but they did not agree to buy a house. If they did agree to buy the house, at some point, we throw them in our nurturing pipeline. And then the intent of the people in our nurturing pipeline are to get them into some type of listing agreement or buyer representation agreement and get a representation agreement signed. Then we move the pipeline and now they're in rep agreement. Now we owe fiduciary duties and special obligations under our agency relationship with them through the rep agreement, and we got to be working with them to help them hopefully get a home under contract. And once they get a contract going, then we move them to under contract, and then they eventually get closed. And if that particular transaction, and by the way, this is assigned to a transaction room, so the actual room itself has this pipeline. The tier 2 pipelines are rooms that are created that has a pipeline associated with it. If at any time that transaction canceled, that transaction goes to canceled, but that client is still sitting in incubate. We're going to teach you how the clients have pipelines and how rooms have pipelines and how all of that works together more and more as time goes on. So the new pipeline, again, we want to try to contact them within 20 seconds. They're nurturing. We're trying to get them pre-qualified. In the rep agreement, which is the representation agreement, we're trying to get them under contract. In the under contract pipeline, we're trying to get them closed. So that's kind of the lead life cycle. We're always trying to take them to the next step. So if we have all of our prospects and we put them in buckets, then we're having like conversations with each group bucket. And when you have a number like 75,000, we can't remember where all these people buckets they're in. So we have to be logistically smart about crafting a system that's going to categorize everyone and they're in the same situation in the same pipeline, so we can have like conversations and help these people individually move forward to the next step by having productive conversations. So this is what our system actually looks like in displaying to you the actual pipelines. We have opportunities, which is at the time this was taken, there was almost 20,000 people in our opportunities vault. There's a lot more than that now. Then our tier 1 customers, again, are new, attempt to reach, last chance, incubate, and do not call. And our tier 2 is our nurturing, rep agreement, under contract, closed, and if that transaction canceled, moving into the canceled. So that's a difference between our ice cold tier 1. They've either not agreed to buy a house with us right now, or we haven't been able to get in touch with them. Or tier 2, they said, yeah, I'll work with you. That's green because that's your money-making pipeline, because all of these people have expressed interest in us helping them purchase a property. This is a great screenshot. You've got it already in the slides, but it tells you what the intent should be for each one of these pipelines as you are working and talking with them. It helps you. And this was supposed to have been created as a pop-up in the system, which I'm going to have them do. Okay. I'm going to let you guys read these on your own time, but it's a deeper explanation that I just spoke to you about of each and every single one of the pipelines and what the goal is and what the deeper goal is for each one of the pipelines. So you have just a little bit more explanation of every single pipeline. Now, Amy McAllister has a introductory to CXM class that I'm going to ask each of you to take. How many of you have taken her class? A lot of information in that class, isn't there? So when you're trying to, what we don't do is throw you to the learning center and say, go learn it from a bunch of videos. We actually give you an environment where once a week, Amy is teaching the class for all the agents to jump in and actually learn it and be able to ask questions live. We also have our new Tech Tuesday with Katie and Miguel, and you can jump in on that class and bring your questions in there. They're going to be happy to answer questions. It has a hard start and end time, but if you guys have additional questions after class, they will stick around and make sure that they get those questions asked. But every single one of you, when you were onboarded with the company, were given a dialer and a phone number, and the system works and auto dials the phone number. We can't auto dial your cell phone, but we can auto dialer your office line. And every time a call comes in, it sends you a text message, an email letting you know what happened. Every time a call comes in and you have a conversation, that conversation is recorded and you have access to that recording both in your dialer and in the contact of that particular prospect. So your dialer protects you in a huge way because the text messages are backed up, the calls are backed up, and the system is backing up all your data. If you end up in a situation where someone complains to Trek about a possible violation that they claim that you have had, Trek is going to send us a demand letter, a request for information letter, and we have to submit back to them conversations, emails, text messages. And if we can't give them either an outline of every conversation, and when you go to real estate school and you take ABR and you take GRI and you take classes, they tell you you have a requirement under the law to get down a piece of paper and a pen and outline and document every single conversation that you have with every single client. And you have to have it in your file, and you have to have a complete file. And if you don't provide that to Trek, then Trek has to add a violation on the original one that says that you don't have a complete file. You don't have documentation of the phone calls and the date and times the conversations took place and what those conversations were. And if it's 2 years ago and you have to try to go back and look at your phone records to determine the time and date they called and try to remember the gist of what the conversation was, you probably are going to have a problem with the Trek enforcement. You're probably not going to be able to protect yourself. We protect you for you. Each one of the calls are recorded, all your text messages are recorded, and all your emails are recorded. You have an entire history, and we can push one button and push that entire file to Trek so that you are 100% protected. 90% of complaints can go away if the agent simply had the right documentation to make it go away. So knowing what I know about Trek and knowing what I know about the Realtor organization, I built a system that is designed to protect you. And it was built for compliance, but also to be compliant with the regulatory requirements that you have here per Trek in Texas. That's what happens when a broker builds a database. Typical script. All right. Thank you for those of you doing Bomb Bomb. Katie, who else did a Bomb Bomb? Okay. I love Bomb Bomb. We are going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back from that break. We're going to watch this Bomb Bomb video, and as soon as we get out of this Bomb Bomb video, we are going to jump in and we are going to start watching all of Vanessa Van Edwards' videos, which are going to literally change your life. When the time you're done watching those videos, they are literally life-changing, and we have just enough time to get through all of it, so I'm very excited about that. It's 3:39. I owed you a break 40 minutes ago, but I wanted to get through this section first, so thank you for bearing with me. Let's go ahead and go on a break now. 3:39, come back at 3:50, and when we get back from break, we're going to jump right back into this video. If anybody has any questions on this break, I will stick around and answer your question, but I'm suspecting coffee, water, bathroom.
I have a question, quick question. For instance, if if Joe's a referral that we get through the through the company lead generation site, and that's a 25%, is it every additional time Joe wants to make a transaction?
No. And in fact, every time Joe does a transaction with you, when you ask for referrals, those referrals are yours. And every time now, if Joe is our customer, and so we're going to continue calling, Amy McAllister and her team are going to continue calling him on our follow-up schedule that we ever have. If we find out that Joe is wanting to buy a home, we're going to live connect Joe out, and that may go to you and it may not go to you. But if you're calling Joe and you find out from Joe on your own that he wants to transact and sell his home, or he has a referral, everything that you get from Joe in the future that you found about on your own efforts are yours.
Okay. So basically we have to put Joe on our system, on my system.
Joe will also be in your system. That's correct.
Okay, so it has to program the system to communicate with Joe like your system would.
That's exactly right. Because we have found that when we put our clients in our agent's CRM, they don't follow up with them, and then our client never gets talked to again. So we continue to follow up with them in perpetuity. Yes.
Okay. So basically I have to work with Amy to set up my system like your system.
Yes, and there's one button that you click that can be done with Amy. It can be done by Katie, because they also have recordings on CXM on how to apply our smart plans. We don't automatically apply our smart plans to your people. In the smart plans that you do apply, you can modify them. So yes, and it's by pipeline. Maybe you want to apply our pipelines to the new and the intent to reach in the last chance, but not the under contract and the closed. So you have the ability per pipeline to apply your smart plans, and then you get the reminders, the auto text, and the auto notifications as those reminders pop up.
Okay, well, after my plan is to come down and sit with Amy whenever I can travel for long hours, after I recover. So I do have that on the books, but I have to recover first.
Understood. And also, she also does Zoom and Teams. Sometimes it's actually easier for her to walk you through on Teams because you're both looking at the screen versus sitting side by side trying to look at the same computer. So sometimes it's actually easier, but it's whatever you prefer on your terms, whatever you want.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jack, I had a question.
Matthew, yes, sir.
All right, so this is kind of a technical question, but when I was looking at the exams at the end of at the end of these sessions, technically we didn't get through module 2, on Wednesday. But are the exams needed by the end of the day on that day that we, finish? You know what I'm saying? Like, are they done by the end of the module or the day of we're supposed to be, doing it?
Well, let me give away the goods, which I always tell everyone that the exam is on your terms and you have to take it by midnight, and then the next day you'll get the answers. But in actual practice, I send the answers to you before the end of the day. So what I think most people are doing is waiting for my email after class so that they can go through my email and listen to my rationale for the questions and the answers. But some people go ahead and go forward and pass the exam and they don't need me. But I think most people are watching my video, and my video will take you through the question and the answer and explain to you my rationale of what each answer is. So on last class, you're right, I didn't cover all the material, but I did within an hour after class send out an email to the whole mega with my video walking you through it. And that was probably around 7 o'clock that I sent that out, and you were supposed to have had the exam done by midnight. And even then, you've got Mega Mini the next day. So, yeah.
All right. Well, if you could just maybe check me on your email list or something, because I don't think I've gotten some of these emails.
So I guess you were not in Mega Mini yesterday.
No, I've had another thing to do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so it's been unfortunate.
Got it. So get with Lisa. She can walk you through. She helped everyone yesterday with that very solved question. What I do recommend is that you watch the Mega Mini, because that might help you too. It doesn't mean that you can always go back and review the Mega Mini, because Lisa is really, really helping everyone prepare. So that hour and a half might be really valuable. But you have in your Outlook a Outlook group. So if you open up Outlook, on the left-hand bar, you will see groups, and you're going to see your drafts folder. You're going to see your sent items folder. It's actually a folder, and the folder is called groups. And if you expand that groups, you will see the group for Mega 14. And inside that group is every email that I've ever sent Mega 14, even months ago as we were getting ready for Mega, before you were even part of Mega 14.
Yep, I see that now. All right, that's good.
And then Lisa also has of the Mega Mini, where she's helping people with all kinds of questions as we're getting ready for the class project and your unique value proposition. So if you got other things that are interfering with that time slot, which easy to have happen, those are all recorded. So if you wanted to, you could go back and watch that and catch up on that too, if you wanted to. It's the Mega Minis are not required. They're just, encouraged. Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. All right, we are going to hear from Bomb Bomb. I'm going to send out most of this video. There's a couple of segments where he leaves a voicemail, and then we're going to kind of pass forward past him actually leaving his message. We don't need to hear his whole message, but I want you guys to see how the system works.
Hey everyone, Steve Passanelli with Bomb Bomb. Last year we released a series of training classes that you guys told us that you absolutely loved, and we haven't done one in a long time. So we wanted to bring something back totally new, totally fresh, that's going to help you convert more leads using video. So why are we doing this? Well, last year we conducted a survey, and we asked realtors just like you what your biggest challenges were in lead conversion. And we received 2 responses. Number 1, you didn't have a process, or your process wasn't quite as effective as you would like it to be to generate, number 2, more replies and more responses. And that's what we're going to focus in on this 3-part video training series. We're going to start off with a video about buyers. Then we're going to move into a video about sellers for the second one. And the third video is going to be all about follow-up, because we know that they don't always respond to that first email. What's the second, the third, the fourth email that you can send to generate higher responses? Remember, this is based off of some of the best realtors around the country using video in their business, and you're going to be implementing these same exact strategies. Okay, here's our first case scenario. You get a buyer lead. and that buyer has a request on a specific property. Now, right now you could be sending out an automated response. You might be using a system out there that's sending out that email for you. You're responding quickly, which you know you should do. And hopefully you get a response from that automated email that's going out. But here's where video comes into play. This is your chance to make an amazing first impression on someone. You see, a lot of times when someone goes online and they fill out a form, they're filling out several forms. You might not be the only agent responding to them. And video can be an incredible differentiator when you respond in your email message. And in this case, we're going to show you exactly what to say in the video, and we're going to show you exactly what to put in the text. This isn't going to be a high-level overview with the goal of getting a response. We need to remember what our goal is here. Our goal isn't to make a client on email number one. Our goal is to simply engage that person, find out more about who they are, get them to either call us, email us, or send us a text message. And if they do that, our first email is a success. So let's talk about this lead that has a specific request on a property. Chances are they might be a little bit further along in the process, but there's also a chance that they're not, and we need to identify where they are as quickly as possible. All right, I just received an internet lead. His name is Jeff. I'm sitting in front of my computer. I'm ready to send him a video email. Now, video email is two components, video and a text component. We're going to start off with the video here first, and we're going to follow a simple three-step process. If you do these three things, we found it's going to generate you more replies and responses. So what are the three steps? The first one is make the prospect, make the new lead feel at ease for selecting that property. Number two, provide them with a detail, at least one detail about that home or that area that they can't find online. And then of course, number three, a call to action. All right, so let's start off on the first step. The first step is to simply make the person feel at ease about their choice. You know, the real estate transaction process, or the real estate process in general, usually comes with a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress. So we want to make sure the person feels at ease. When I was buying my home, you know, I wanted to know a lot of things from the realtor, you know, if it was priced too high, if there's something wrong with the property. So if you can make them feel at ease about their decision to inquire about that home, you can build that sense of rapport, build rapport a little bit faster. Step two, you're going to want to give them one detail about that property that they can't find online. So this sets you up as the area expert, the knowledge broker. And when you give that detail, you're positioning yourself in a very good place to have them say, hey, this person probably knows a little bit more information, you know, about this property. We need to engage and get in touch with them. And finally, step three, you want to provide a call to action. If we go back to old school sales 101, you know, they teach you to provide two specific times and have them choose one of the times. Now, one thing I do want to mention here is in this email that we are sending, we're actually asking for an appointment. Do they want to see that property? Now you might be thinking, well, Steve, you know, we talked about simply getting a response here first, but we need to think about where this prospect is in their life cycle. This is someone right now that has a question about a specific home. And all of the top realtors that we've talked to, most of them say you immediately ask if they would like to see the home. And that's what we're doing here with this video, but we're building a bit of rapport at the same time. As I said, you know, you're positioning yourself as the knowledge expert. So the video and the text is going to ask for a viewing of the property. Now, if it doesn't work, and there's a chance it might not work, you're going to learn in video 3, email 2, 3, and 4, that's going to help us out with this process. But if you follow these guidelines, which I'm going to show you how to do right now, we know that you are going to get more replies using this simple 3-step strategy. All right, so here I am in my BombBomb dashboard. I'm going to show you the exact process, step by step, on how to get more replies and responses from your leads. And it's going to start here with this send button. If I click this send button in my BombBomb, either on my laptop or desktop computer, this is going to enable me to quickly and easily send a video and add text. Now don't worry, if you want to do this from your iPhone or Android device, we're going to be covering that in the second video. The first thing we want to pay attention to when you're sending any email is, of course, the subject line. That's what's going to entice the person to actually open your email. So if I go up here to the top of my screen and I delete video email from BombBomb and I replace that with video : and then the property address, we found this is a fantastic way to get your emails open. How will you know your emails are open? Because it's going to tell you the quick send is set up to give you a real-time alert when your email is open and your video is played, so you know the best time to reach out to that contact. So video : 1621 Spruce Street. I think you're really going to like that subject line. They're going to open these emails, and again, you're going to be able to see, you're going to be able to test it for yourself. Now the next thing we want to do is add in the text. Now it's a short amount of text, so you can type it in yourself, but in this case I have it pre-written over here. You can have it pre-written somewhere else as well, or you can have a template set up in BombBomb with the text there for you. Since we're doing it from our sender option up here on the right, I'm just going to copy and paste this in. The template would be another topic here altogether. Now there's a few things that I need to make sure I adjust in this template. Thanks for reaching out to me about this home. Obviously we don't want to have first name there, and this is Jeff. So we type in Jeff. Watch this personal video above for some important details. I'd love to share more and show you the home. Does, and we want to choose time 1. We want to be very specific right here. So we'll say does Friday at 4 p.m. or does Saturday at 10 a.m. work better? Now notice this email is extremely short. There's not a lot of text there. Remember, we need an important one, especially for people that do not know you. And the importance of seeing that property, I have Friday at 4 p.m. available or Saturday morning at 10 a.m. available to show you this property and give you some more details about it.
So his process is he opens up BombBomb. You've got the mobile app, you've got the desktop app, you've got different apps. You go in, type the subject line, the address is what he recommends. You got your body message, type it in, you click the record button, you record your message, you click the end, you hit the send button, and then it is sent to the client. You also, when you put their phone number up here, it'll also text them the same link to the same video. So it sends them a text and an email with it. And if they watch it, or via text or email, it will send you a notification. It will show you when they opened it and how much of it they watched. So there is a real estate version of this that also has a Microsoft Outlook integration. If you go to bombbomb.com and you go to use cases and click real estate at the bottom, I put that link into your chat. Talks about how there's a free version that you can all sign up for. That's how some of our Realty Texas agents have already logged in and created a free account and done a BombBomb, but it automatically will integrate into certain products, one of which is Outlook. We click the Outlook integration, and when you do, you simply click the connect button. It will ask you your Microsoft Office 365 username and password, and it will install it on your Outlook. So then when you're inside of Outlook, you can hit the BombBomb record. And so that you don't even have to use the BombBomb app, you can simply go into the Outlook app, click and hit the record button, and it goes into your sent items, and still you get the report of when they open it, and it still sends the text message, and it still does all of that. So BombBomb is a way for you to be able to communicate with your client where they can see you and they can hear you. They also get the written text, just like if it was an email, but there's that video component in there as well. And they are tracking a 3 times higher conversion rate by using the BombBomb system. So it doesn't replace the text message, it doesn't replace the email, it just adds the video to both of those things, so that when people can read the text, they can click the play button and they can see and hear you, and it's increasing the conversion rate. So I highly recommend integrating BombBomb. At least try it. If there is a a solution that will help you bring you closer to your client, like BombBomb, we recommend adding that to your system. Okay. Anybody have any questions regarding BombBomb?
Yeah, I guess my question is, do you like what's the purpose of typing the text in a body when you're speaking, or you're just typing to ask questions to the buyers and just send a video like you introducing yourself so they can get to meet you or see what you know, who you are face to face?
They very well may be in a public place and they don't want to click play because they have no idea what it is that you're about to say, and they don't have an earphone in, and so they don't want to push play. Or they are in a class like we're in right now and don't want to push play, so they can read the text and they can see what it is that's going on, so they have an option. If it's just a video and they don't want to push play, then they have no idea what you wanted. So when you put the email, then it kind of just reiterates what you've said in the video. So you've covered all your bases. Does that make sense? Isolde.
What is the optimal time for a video in BombBomb? Like no more than what, or no shorter than, like what is the length?
That depends. It depends on the use case. Are you responding to a new lead? I would say try to keep it under 60 seconds. If it's an explanation of someone that you're working with, then it's a completely different scenario. But if you're trying this as lead conversion, less is more. But when we have phone calls regarding setting appointments, that phone call can be as little as 1 minute and 30 seconds and being very effective. So I'm going to give you an example of one. You want to role play with me?
Sure.
Okay, I would like you to be the buyer.
Mm.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hi, is this Isolde?
Yes.
Hi,
Who's
Isolde.
this?
Hi, Isolde. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. You registered on our website about 123 Main Street. Did you want to see that property?
Oh yes, I think I was just browsing, but yeah, I think I was interested in that street.
Awesome. What was it about the property that you loved?
The location.
It's an amazing location. All right, cool. I have, did you want to see that property today or did you have time tomorrow? I've got times on my calendar for either day.
This week, tomorrow could be a good time, a
How's
good
your
day.
how's your 2 o'clock?
Can it be 2:30?
Yeah, okay. No problem. All right, Isolde, I'm going to put you down on my calendar for 2:30. I'm going to call the seller and I'm going to make sure that they have that time available, but I'm going to go ahead and put you down on my calendar for tomorrow, and I will send you a text message with the address. Are there any other properties you'd like to see?
In that location, just that house is, for now, it would be okay.
Okay,
Is
awesome.
there any other houses around there that that you can send me?
I can. What are you looking for?
Just the area. I'm really interested in the location for the school district and just that area.
Okay. Um, does the number of bedrooms matter?
It has to be 1 story for sure,
Okay, 1 story.
and three
That's
bedroom minimum, 3 to 4.
Okay. So you're looking in Forest Creek for 3+ bedrooms for a single story. What's your not to exceed price?
No more than 550.
Okay. Awesome. I'm going to put a criteria for you in the MLS, and I'm going to send you everything that matches your criteria that is under 550. If it's like a little bit over 550, is that going to be a deal breaker? Because I don't want to hide anything to you, so I can pad it a little bit. So if there's a 553, it'll send it to you.
No, I think we can do a little room for that, but just try to not exceed.
Yep, I totally exceed your, I totally respect the budget. I just want to make sure that I don't hide anything from you. So I will do 600 minus, so nothing's hidden from you. And then a single story in Forest Creek, 3+ bedrooms. When you get the email, you can see the listings and you can mark them favorite, possibility, reject. The ones that you marked possibility, or the ones that you marked favorite, rather, I will see how you're marking those on my side and I can add those to the list.
Wonderful.
So once I see that you've gone through them, I will give you a call back and we can kind of go over that and make sure that I have the correct list.
Yes.
When would you
Please
have
do.
time to be able to go through those?
Over the weekend.
Okay, because I'm going to need to make sure that I respect the seller's scheduling timeline, and usually they're asking for 24 hours notice. So if we are going to be seeing them tomorrow at 2, I would probably need to have those by the end of day today.
Okay.
That sounds good.
I can plan on that.
Awesome. I'm going to send you an email right now with the invitation to the MLS with the portal that we talked about. And then I will go in and I will see them as you're marking them. As soon as I see that you've marked them, I will give you a call back. Is this the number you want me to call you back at?
Yes, please.
All right, cool. Well, thank you. It was really good to talk with you.
Thank you. You too. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
So these
I was
conversations.
about to hang up. I was about to leave right now.
You're like, bye, click we're
Bye.
Oh,
I got
good.
into it.
She's really in character today. These conversations are not supposed to be 10 minutes long. They're not supposed to be 15 minutes long, because the harder we make this for the client, the more they don't want to work with us. So we can really get into the weeds with, am I going to be able to put in a search criteria for whether the home has carpet or hardwood floors or all these other things? I need just the basics to get a basic search going, and then she's going to have to, in the search of each property, look in the photos to determine which ones that she wants to see, and the ones that she marks favorite, then those will be added to the list and we'll see all of them. And when I meet her in person right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get an appointment with her. Now, the next time I call her back, well, she's already agreed to meet with me. We already have a list of properties, and I'm going to ask her a whole set of other questions. But I've got what I need right now. There's going to be an information about brokerage services. There's going to be an agreement when you step on the property, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to show you in our class buyer and seller presentations about how to meet them at the property and have that conversation. But we have to do business the way that the consumer wants to do business. And if we try to make them turn left or turn right and force them to do business the way we want to do business, that usually doesn't turn out very well. So it's going to start with setting the appointment, having a conversation with them, and meeting them in the real world. The more that you try to pre-qualify them over the phone, and how much money do you have, and what's your income, and are you spoken with a lender, and all of this conversation is better belly to belly, eye to eye, out in the real world. And if you're saying to me, I don't want to waste my time, what happens if I waste my time? You're a salesperson. This person is going to give you referrals regardless if they buy a home from you. So set the appointment and go and meet them. The thing is once they set an appointment with you and they're on the way to see you, they're telling their friends, I'm going to meet my realtor, and they haven't even met you yet.
So at this point, after that, you're not sending the bomb? I mean, with the link, are you still engaging with the bomb?
Nope.
No, yeah, you're
Nope.
done.
Nope, I'm done. Now, if I got your voicemail, hi Isolde, this is Jack over at Realty, Texas. Thank you so much for registering on our website. I see that you were interested in 123 Main Street and was calling to see if you had any questions or if you wanted to see that property. I would leave that message, and then I would follow with a bomb video, because they haven't responded to me yet, and I want a higher conversion rate. I want to get them on the phone.
Got it.
The idea is to set them in the real world, because step one is setting the appointment to meet them. Step 2 is getting hired. And if you combine step 1 and 2 together, I'm going to send you over a representation agreement to sign digitally so that you can be my client, and try to do that in one, your conversion rate will fall off the cliff. People want to meet you before they hire you. So really, you're not going out there to sell them a home. You're going out there to sell yourself and get hired. The chances of liking these properties is slim to none. You're going to get hired. Then once you're hired, then you're going to go start the process of meeting them as a buyer orientation and starting the process right. But I'm driving out there to meet them so I can guarantee that I get hired. That is how you get hired. And you try to do
go out there and connect.
That's right. You
Yeah.
go out there and build a relationship with them, and now you are their real estate agent. Dimitri.
Yes. So when you said that you will send the MLS portal to that lead slash potential future customer client, I assume you meant Realty Texas MLS Plus portal. And also, second question, That was a question, but also an assumption. And second question, on our Realty Texas MLS portal, does client have to register in order to be able to like or reject, or are they able to do that without registering? Because I think my client was like she had like a pop-up window with register when she was trying to like, and she stopped liking properties, and then she kept sending me Zillow instead of Realty Texas stuff.
Okay, so Zillow or Realty Texas, we have to have their email address in our system before we can send them an email. Otherwise, how do we know where to send their email? So when you go to realtor.com or you go to Zillow or you go to realtytexas.com, when you click the plus favorite button, either on an agent subdomain, so dimitri-kinon.realtytexas.com, when they register on that, it goes into your pipelines, goes into your new, gives you their phone number and their email address, and as they save their search, and when they've saved their search, it's going to continue sending them prospects. What's important about using our portal is that the MLS, I've been chairman of many different MLSs and helped create one. The problem with the MLS is that the consumer has more information on Zillow than you have in your MLS, because Zillow is HAR, CTX, Actress, San Antonio, Netris, Highland Lakes, Four Rivers, and on and on and on. It's all of those MLSs in one place. So if you go into Actress or HAR or San Antonio or Netris or whatever MLS you're using, and you create a profile for them, what's really happening is you're giving them a very small subset of data. And there are agents who put stuff in Actress for Waco, and there are people who put stuff in Waco for Actress. So what's great about using our portal is it's all of the data in all of the MLSs. So now you truly can compete with Zillow. You can't go to Zillow and send someone a portal. That doesn't work. The only portal that you have access to as an agent is your MLS portal, and your MLS portal is only your MLS portal. There's no way to aggregate portals and MLSs. You would have to go into CTX MLS, which is one MLS, and create a portal for them, and then also go into Actress and create a different portal for them, send them two different links if you wanted to give them both data sets, and then they look identical. So every time the customer gets a link, they're going to click it. They see one favorite, get another email from the other system, click it, opens up over here, and now there's a different list, and they don't understand what is going on, but you want to give them all the data. How do we fix this? We build our own, pull in all of the data from all of the MLSs into one portal. So when you're using the Realty Texas portal, you get all MLS data in one. And yes, they have to register, or you can register a portal for them and send them a link to the portal, which is what we're doing here. You're going to go into your MLS Plus, type in the portal, click save, email them the link, they open it, and now they are getting sent an email. First, an introductory email of everything that currently matches what they're looking for, and a subsequent email will get sent every time something is listed to them, and it CCs you so that you know it went out.
Jack, I'm sorry. I think that I miscommunicated myself. I've said that, like, after I created the portal for them, obviously I see the value in using our MLS system
I
with
was just
all of the access. But yeah, after I created the portal for them, after they got email with all of the properties from Realty Texas, they still had to register. So that was my question, if I'm understanding it right. Are you saying that
Are you using the
they
word
had to
register differently than log in? Because they don't have to either they register or you set them up. Once they have a username
Well,
and
I did set
password.
them up. I did set them up, but then when they went into their profile, they see all of the properties that I saved for them,
Yes.
and then when they press like, it tells them that they need to register in order to be able to like, after already getting portal from me.
I'm
That
going
was
to
my
get you with
confusion.
Katie and Miguel because that's not how the system works.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, moving on. On the screen, core coaching. All right, the science of cold calling. Ugh, cold calling sounds horrible. Do we cold call here at Realty Texas? What is cold calling truly?
Lead generating.
Okay, more than that. What's the difference between a warm call and a cold call? Let's talk about that question.
It's calling somebody who has not reached out to you at all, showed no interest. And warm is they've actually reached out to us and they've shown interest in doing business with us.
I like all of those answers and 100% true. So, Kay, Nelly, and Ever, yes. So the idea here is that cold calling means that we're dialing phone book. Your area code 0000001, and who knows what their name is, and you're calling them. But what we do differently is we're actually returning the call of people who registered on our website and asked us to call them back. So we are returning calls of people who asked for our help versus us just randomly calling people who we don't have any idea. So we don't do cold calling. That's very important when you get on the phones to remember that we're not calling. Why are you calling me? Why are you cold calling me? Oh, I am so sorry. If you thought that we were cold calling, no, no, no. We're actually returning your call. I didn't call you. I see. Well, our system says that you registered on our website the other day regarding 123 Main Street. And so we have to call back every single customer who registers on our website to answer any questions they have. And so that's the reason for my call, because you had a question about 123 Main Street and we were hoping to be able to answer your questions and then try to move that forward. And you'll notice my inflections. I'm trying to go up at the end to give them that little happiness, because if I mirror their anger right now, it's going to sound like a fight. And so I'm going to try to do the opposite, and I'm going to go up with the end of my sentences, because I want to sound happy and excited and okay, and kind of disarm them. Like, I'm not the mean cold caller that's just who knows what, maybe trying to get your username and password or your credit card number to steal from you. No, no, no. You reach out to us and we're calling you back and trying to figure out that so that they can get that understood. Because remember the 20 seconds that went by that you were scrolling and you forgot who I was by the time the 20 seconds went by? Sometimes maybe a day goes by. Maybe they registered after they had 5 glasses of wine at 11:30 at night. We called them back the next morning. That never happens, right? I don't remember last night. I got it. So there's that too. We already went through this little screen here where your the pipelines day one, and these are our smart plans and our action plans. Remember we called 10 times over the course of an 8-day period. We have day one, which is the new pipeline. We call them on day one. The email gets sent to them. We make an outbound call, and then immediately, if we don't change their pipeline when we get off the phone, it sends them a text message that says, hey, I tried to leave you a call. I just left you a message. I'll give you a call tomorrow morning. And then the next morning, at 8:30, an email goes out. We call them, a text message goes out. We call them that afternoon. We keep doing this, and we keep promising what we tell them. I'm going to call you tomorrow. I'm sorry. It looks like I missed you. I was trying to get in touch with you. You got 123 Main Street. I know you're probably totally busy. That's okay. We'll give you a call tomorrow. That's the spirit of our emails, text messages as they are right now. And then after 5 days, we have made the 6 calls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it goes into last chance. And then we do 4 more calls, morning, afternoon. And after this, if we still haven't gotten in hold of them, then they go directly into the opportunities vault. For you guys, it goes into your incubate after your last chance. But for us at Realty Texas, our leads, it goes into the opportunities vault, and it does that so that everybody has the opportunity to call them, and we loop the opportunities vault and continue going through it. So when you call someone, you don't get a hold of them, it goes to the end. So we have to call 28,000 people before they get served to be the next one again, to make sure that we're not all blowing up the same person, and it rotates it. So the more you guys are calling, the faster we can loop through that list, which we appreciate and need help with. We have different action plans for different things. If you speak a different language and we haven't converted our action plans to language, thanks to ChatGPT, it's very easy for us now to translate. Before ChatGPT, it was a little bit more difficult for us to translate, but we were able to translate all of our action plans into Spanish. So we have an agent action plan and a CXM company action plan. And our action plans are broke up into the agent, the client role, which is unsure, we don't know what they're looking for, or a lease, and a buy and a sell. And within each one of these, we've broken it down to the pipeline. So new, attempt to reach, last chance, and incubate. So how we're communicating to a prospective tenant is different than how we're communicating to a specific buyer, versus how we would communicate to a seller, versus how we would communicate to someone who we don't know if they're a tenant, a buyer, or a seller. So we've broken down our action plans into all of these, and then put those into Spanish, and then gave this whole set to you as an agent, and you have the ability to edit them yourselves. So that's available to all of you. If you want these, you have to click a button per pipeline to add them. So you have to click on lease and click on the pipeline, and then those action plans would go to anybody who you have a client in that pipeline. So that's part of Amy McAllister's class, and Katie and Miguel have in their learning center some videos on how to do this as well. But we definitely recommend jumping into the Amy McAllister class if you guys have questions regarding any of this, because this is stuff that you guys have tech that is in your systems at your fingertips. Okay, we're going to we're going to go to here. The top three, how about I fix my mistake from this weekend? Your top three UVP mistakes. Now, this is a video from, you want to guess who? Vanessa Van Edwards, the person I keep telling you guys about. So the time has come for us to hear some of these videos from Vanessa Van Edwards. So this is she is a human scientist. She owns a company called The Science of People. And she's going to talk to you about the top three presentation mistakes that people talk with. And Meg, was it you that we had this conversation earlier today? Okay, cool. Miss Hands. All right, cool. All right, let's listen.
Here are three of the biggest mistakes I see when people present their ideas. This could be on stage or in a meeting. First is you throw away your first line. So many people get on stage or get in front of the room or hop on video and they apologize. They say, "Oh, so sorry, I'm so nervous." Or they point out their own lack of confidence. "Oh, I'm not a very good stage speaker." Don't do this. You're actually priming the audience to be more anxious and lack confidence themselves. Make the first line you say powerful. Your big idea, your introduction, don't throw it away with something technical. Is this mic working? Or can you hear me? No, make it powerful. 2, you are making too much eye contact with your slides. So if you have slides behind you or slides below on your computer, the biggest mistake I see presenters make is they talk to their slides or they talk to their slides. The audience wants to make eye contact with you. Use your slides as an anchor. You can gesture to them or glance down at them, but make sure you are making over 60% of eye contact with your audience. And if your slides are behind you, try as hard as you can to glance quick and then keep talking. 3rd, you are using the question inflection. The question inflection is when you go up at the end of your sentence, like you're asking a question instead of saying a statement. The 3rd biggest mistake I see presenters make is they ask their name or their opening line. So they say, "Good morning, my name is Vanessa, and I'm here to talk about body language." Ooh, using an accidental question inflection immediately cues listeners that you are not feeling confident in what you say. Say your name, state your big idea, don't ask it. I have an entire course on how to have powerful presentations on video, on stage, in person. Anytime you're sharing your idea with more than one person, you're presenting. So in my course, I have my favorite opening lines, my favorite closing lines, my favorite presentation frameworks, how to have stage presence, how to have video presence, how to speak with more articulation, and so many more tips on how to sound more competent and likable when you're sharing your ideas. I would love for you to check it out. I'm so proud of this course. I hope that you'll love it.
I wonder if that's going to be homework. I can only imagine if that would be homework or not. All right, there's another video coming up, Meg, that's specifically on that one. But the next one is your vocal first impression. And then we're going to throw you into a quick breakout session. But let's listen to this one because this one also is important.
Hello? Have you ever thought about your vocal first impression? How you sound when you first say hello? In this video, I'm going to change the way you say hello forever. I spend a lot of time on the phone. I always wish I could sound more powerful, increase my vocal presence, Make my phone calls more impactful. In our human behavior research lab, The Science of People, we did a fascinating experiment on vocal power. In this video, I have some incredible tips for you on how you can benefit from every single phone conversation. Number 1, you have a vocal first impression. When most of us think about having an important phone interview or virtual meeting, we usually prepare for our answers and think about great things to talk about. But this fact blew my mind. People judge how trustworthy you are within half a second. Research shows that your hello might matter more than prepared clever anecdotes or great answers. Your vocal first impression happens the moment you answer the phone and say, hello, or this is Vanessa, or one time I called a big VIP and he answered, speak. Yikes. Here's the problem. We are usually most nervous in the first few seconds, so our hello comes out breathy, high-pitched, or nervous sounding. Number 2, people can hear your mood. I wanted to run an experiment to test the power of our hellos. In the first part of our experiment, we had the same participants record 6 different versions of their typical hello. We wanted to see if the very same person sounded different. First, we had them record a normal hello. This was the control. So however they normally answered the phone, hello. Second, we had them think of something that made them happy, and then make a happiness microexpression and record their happy hello. Hello. Third, we had them think of something that made them sad, make a sadness microexpression, and record their sad hello. Hello. Fourth, we had them think of something that made them angry, make an anger microexpression, and record their angry hello. Hello. Fifth, we had them think of something that made them feel powerful and stand in a power pose, something really broad. Then we had them record hello. The last hello we had them do was a normal control hello again. What do you think happened? The results were clear. The very same person sounded incredibly different in each version of their recording. Let's see if you can hear the differences. I will play you 2 recordings from the experiment. Which one is the happy hello? Is it A?
Hello.
Or is it B?
Hello.
What do you think?
B.
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 Which do you think sounded happier? If you guessed B, you would be right. Let's play again. Which of these 2 hellos is the angry hello? Is it A?
Hello.
Or is it B?
Hello.
B.
A.
B.
I think it's A.
Which one sounded more irritable to you? Go with your gut. If you picked B, you would be right again. You can clearly hear the differences between these 2 recordings. Our mood and our body language really does change the sound of our voice. And this is important because it means people can hear your mood. Number 3, how to sound more confident. The next part of our experiment is where things got even more interesting. We took the recordings and asked readers like you to rate them on likability. We had each participant play a clip and then choose from 3 answers. After listening to a clip, we asked each person to choose, I like this person a lot, I like this person a little, or I do not like this person. Can you guess which hello was rated as most likable? Was it A, happy hello, B, sad hello, C, angry hello, D, power posing hello, or E, the normal hellos? There was a clear winner for likability. If you answered A, the happy hello, you would be right. It was by far the most likable. We were actually surprised by this. We guessed the power posing hello would do best. Boy, were we wrong. Even the participants' normal hellos did better than the power posing hellos. Happiness came in first. Anger rated the absolute worst. This means if you're having a bad day, just got a bad email while waiting on hold, or are rushing around in traffic while making calls,
This irritability can translate into your voice and make you extremely unlikable. Number 4, my favorite voice exercise. If you want to sound like a leader, you have to speak with your maximum resonance point. This is where your voice is most relaxed and portrays confidence. Be sure to watch our video on finding your maximum resonance point.
Okay, so if I could show you a way to make people like you more instantly, or show you how to stop from people not liking you instantly, just by the way you say hello, would you find value in that? That's pretty incredible. I'm going to put you guys directly in a group breakout session, and I want you guys to talk about this in your groups, and then I want to hear about this, because when you're making calls, the way you sound off the cuff, they have already made a determination about you. And it's pretty incredible what she says. It's right here. I like this person a lot. I like this person a little, or I do not like this person. They're rating people based on that. And what did she say that people liked the most? Which
Happy
Happy
hello.
hello.
happy people win the race on all kinds of levels. And do you think that if we were to have the weight of the world on our shoulders and we did a couple of cleansing breaths and did yoga and come back after that, that maybe we would be in a little bit better position to say hello?
Yes.
So then we start looking at this and realizing just how important it is to reset ourselves before we get on the phone, because we're trying to be in a sellable state because we're selling ourselves. Would we try to sell a car dirty? Would we try to sell a house messy with the front yard needs to be cleaned up and mowed? Would we try to sell ourselves mad? Diminishing returns. So how do we prepare ourselves for sale?
Present ourselves as very happy.
Or
If
get
we get
ourselves there.
ourselves, if we get ourselves in front of the mirror, take a look, smile,
We show up at our
appreciate it,
best version.
appreciate a little bit of thing. Yeah, yeah.
I agree with all of that. We want very much to be able to control and be cognizant of that so that we can do everything that we can under our control to properly prepare ourselves for making our calls. If we're going to time block calls in the morning and the afternoon, and that's going to be the time that we're on the phone and selling, then that means we need to properly prepare ourselves for that time, because that time is really important time. All right, I'm going to put you guys in larger groups than you've seen before. I'm going to give you 8 minutes to have a conversation about this, and I'll see you back in 8 minutes. How are you going to implement this in your business, and what are you going to do to prepare? Okay, welcome back from everyone. So, group captains from 1, 2, 3, and 4. Who are my group captains? Raise your hand. Okay, let's have a group conversation with my 4 group captains. So, what do you guys talk about? What did your groups talk about?
Happiness and staying positive, finding ways to do it, determining what makes you happy, what's going to keep you positive.
Okay, thank you, Ever. What else some group captains said? We got Ever's one.
Well, we spoke about the. Oh, go ahead, Mike, please. We spoke about that happiness attracts people, and that happy energy is always better. And when the person answers the phone call, they are confused who is calling, and that's important to make this good first impression.
Okay, so we definitely learned that before we got into the groups, but a more important question is, what are you going to do to implement, or how are you going to implement this in your business? What are you going to do with this information? Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
We you practice positive maintaining and creating a positive mindset. Understanding what makes you happy. In Mega, we talked about meditation, learning how to breathe, learning how to calm yourself down if you're encountering a negative experience. In our group, we talked about ways to de-escalate things. You're gonna run into people who are not having a great day. You don't have to contribute to it. You can be a positive factor in their day. Give a compliment. Ask them if you can help in any way. I think that's how we can make ourselves available to people. We're in a business of dealing with different personalities, and if we're approachable, it's going to generate a lot more business. People are going to want to talk to us, and facial expressions, body expressions can tell a lot about how you're feeling and what kind of person you can be, and whether people are going to want to approach you or not, or do business with you.
And we also spoke about actually smiling while calling and having like a mirror in front of you, and for some boost of energy sometimes can be for ladies for heels. If wherever makes you feel better, like wherever works, to have this positive, great energy.
I like it.
We also mentioned also that it is true when we call, for example, not just customers, but when we call, for example, another realtor and we have to encounter with another realtor, immediately you sound, oh, that kind of realtor, like it makes you kind of like apologize, like, am I calling you in a good moment? Are you busy? Because sometimes they sound like they're busy.
Are we in the funeral business, or are we in the buying houses business? I'm confused right now, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. So we also talk about energy and the importance of smiling. That brings energy into the communication.
So it's no secret that in Mega, I ask you all to go and visit Amazon.com and to purchase a mirror that will attach to your computer so that you can see yourself and see your smile before you get on the phone. Because if you see yourself, it'll remind you to smile, and if you smile, they can hear your smile.
Also, Des mentioned that standing can be good.
Thank you,
while
Dimitri.
call. Yes.
Yep. So we have a mirror in every single one of our computers in our call center. It's a nice, big, pretty yellow flower mirror that connects to your computer. And then we ask you guys to buy those, and they're like $5 on Amazon. And Mike Pope, I think you also were a group captain. Is that right?
No, Ever was our group captain.
Okay. So, as Vanessa Van Edwards mentions, people in the first 3 seconds can determine whether or not they like you or not like you based on your word out the gate. The first couple of words out the gate. Now, we typically don't say hello, they say hello. So then we have to figure out our first sentence on how we can impress upon them happiness, not fear. And some agents get into the situation where they're kind of afraid to make a call, or they're anticipating someone yelling at them. So they'll bring that baggage into the phone call, and it actually undermines their success in the first place because they bring an outcome that they thought might happen based on the fear that they brought to it in the first place. So they materialized it. Their fear materialized the scenario, which means they thought this was going to happen and they made it happen. And so they were right. So we really need to think about that, prepare ourselves for these calls, and remember that we're just helping people. And if they don't want our help, that's okay. They saved us time. If they yelled at us and hang up on us, they've done us a favor. Why do I say they've done us a favor if they yell at us and hang up on us?
because we probably don't want to work with them in the first place if they're going to be that mean and ugly. At least that's how I see it.
But what else?
They don't waste our time. You're able to move on to the next person quicker.
That's right. They saved you a whole bunch of time, because what's worse? Them kind of be grumpy and then you beg them to help you, and then you get all the way through 6 weeks of dealing with them and they don't buy a house and they completely wasted your time, or they hung up on you and now you're on to the next person who will be thankful and grateful. You know the email that I sent you guys that Diana sent out to the group that says there are people. She said, look, I called someone and he was grateful and thankful and so sweet and so nice and registered on her website, and I sold him a home. And she's like, those people are out there. So just know that. Bring the positive energy, figure out how to mitigate the stress, try to balance the stress, because our job is to take on their stress and to help them through the transaction and to lower the temperature of the room, de-escalate situations, and be the mediator with a lot of emotions, a lot of stuff going on. But how we approach it really, really matters. Let's watch the next video, and we're going to go over a little bit, not a lot, but we're going to go over a little bit. I want to grab these out of order. I want to grab the next one first. Build trust with your hands.
Hello, my name is Vanessa, and I am a recovering awkward person. This is me at the peak of what I like to call my plaid vest phase. Luckily, my years of social awkwardness led me to a fascinating career trying to figure out how people work. So what I didn't realize is that many years ago, I would do an experiment that led me right on this stage in front of you here today. My lab researchers and I were curious about TED Talks. We wanted to know, why do some TED Talks go viral and others don't? So we embarked on a huge experiment. We analyzed thousands of hours of TED Talks looking for patterns. Now, I wasn't sure if we would find anything, so we were analyzing body language, hand gestures, vocal variety. We even looked at outfit choices, which made today particularly pressure-filled. And very quickly, there was a pattern in the data that made me curious. And after we coded more and more TED Talks, we realized there was a pattern. Now, before I tell you what that is, I have a personal question for you, which is, when you see someone, what part of the body do you look at first? You can just call it out. Where do you look first when you see someone? Face, eyes. So most people, shoes. They're very high. So most people say eyes, face, or mouth. But actually, when we first see someone, the first place we look is the hands. And this is left over from our caveman days. Because if we were approached by a stranger caveman, the first place we looked was the hands to see if they were carrying a rock or a spear. In other words, we wanted to know if we were safe, if they were friend or foe. Now, this actually still remains from caveman days. And when we can't see someone's hands, something interesting happens. So I just did something a little mean to your brain. You should start to feel just a little bit uncomfortable. And the reason for that is because when you can't see my hands, you wonder, what is she doing back there? And then the longer I leave my hands behind my back, you get more and more distracted because you can't see them. And eventually your brain is just screaming, can she just bring her hands out from behind her back? And the moment I bring them back out, it feels so much better. And this is because our brain knows that if we can't see hands, we can't see intention. And what we found is when we compared the most viewed TED Talks side by side with the least viewed TED Talks, we found a pattern with hand gestures. Specifically, on average, the most popular TED Talkers use an average of 465 hand gestures in 18 minutes. Yes, we painstakingly counted every single one. I have 465 prepared for you today. And the least popular TED Talkers use an average of 272 hand gestures, almost half.
What's happening here? So when TED speakers take the stage, they're showing you first, friend, 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 friend. You'll notice when I walked out on the stage, I waved. I was saying friend, 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 friend. And the other thing that TED speakers do, see if this looks familiar. So they come into the red dot and they do something like this. Today, I want to talk to you about a big idea. I'm going to break it down into 3 different areas that are going to change your life. Right? So the most viral TED Talkers seem to sit in the same way with these hand gestures, because what they're doing is they're showing you, I know my content so well that I can speak to you on 2 different tracks. I can speak to you with my words, but I can also explain my concepts with my hands. And this way, they underline their concepts with their words. For example, if I were to say, today, I have a really big idea. It's huge. You laugh, and you're like, Vanessa, it's so small. It's not very big. And that is because your brain gives 12.5 times more weight to hand gestures. So today, I have a really, really big idea, and I'm going to explain it to you in 3 different ways. My big idea is that we are contagious. Specifically, as humans, we are constantly sending and decoding body language signals. We also do this emotionally and chemically. To explain this, I have a rather disgusting but very fascinating study. So in this study, researchers...
And that is going to be part of your homework, which is hilarious and fun and energy, and you're going to like it. So we're going to get more into that, and there's going to be a lot more Vanessa Van Edwards peppered into Mega because I'm a huge fan, very much a huge fan. There is a lot of salesmanship in what we can learn from her, how to be a polished salesperson. All right, we're going to jump back into the video that I moved over, which is the one that's going to put us over about, because this is about 10 minutes long. This is very much your elevator pitch. Now, I think this is important enough to slow roll it, and I don't want to go too fast through this. But this is all about you and your elevator pitch. What's another saying for elevator pitch, I wonder?
Or UVP.
UVP.
That's exactly right. She is going to show you in this video how, and the UVP project is not beginning and ending with Mega, but it is being born in Mega, and you materialize it out in the real world in front of your clients. That's where the use case is going to be. You just get to do it in a safe environment that's not in front of the customers and not in front of the clients, and that you get to test it out and beta test the different ones inside a safe environment where people who love you here, want to see your success, want to help you. And so this is a safe environment. Better to test it in here and get used to it, how people respond to it, than go practice it in an open house and test it there. So that's what it's designed to do. Now, the elevator pitch is all about the value proposition. So let's see what she has to say about this. And by the way, you can actually send her your value elevator pitch, and she will respond to it.
Hi, welcome to the Science of People. I'm Vanessa Van Edwards, and today we're talking about elevator pitches. So I love helping people with their elevator pitch. And the reason is because it is the most important part of a first impression. You need to know exactly what to say and how to say it when someone asks you, so what do you do? Today, one of our readers, John 4, submitted his elevator pitch, and I love it. It's the perfect example of a pitch that just needs a little bit of tweaking to get perfect. So John, thank you so much for submitting. Let's watch his pitch, and then we're going to quickly break it down, review it, and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
But you don't get to see it. You get to hear it.
I'm a website.
All right, I want to do it.
Website is leaving money on. It's losing.
How to say it when someone asks you,
So, what do you do? Today, one of our readers, John 4, submitted his elevator pitch. And I love it. It's the perfect example of a pitch that just needs a little bit of tweaking to get perfect. So, John, thank you so much for submitting. Let's watch his pitch, and then we're going to quickly break it down, review it, and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
Hi, my name is John Ford, and I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website, and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. And I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Okay.
Okay, were you all able to hear that? Okay, so we're talking about a tech guy. He's in my camp. Maybe lacking a little bit of what you would expect a salesperson to lack, but he's a website guy, so we're going to give him some leeway, right? Because he's probably a little bit right-brained. All right, but that said, how do you think his elevator pitch was?
Sounded a little robotic to me. Like he was reading.
Uh-huh.
It identifies what he can do for them.
Okay. So in an elevator pitch, do you think it was effective in getting the point across over what he does?
Yes.
Okay.
Although he didn't sound too excited, I think his tone could use a little excitement. But I thought he was able to articulate what like Laura said, what he can do for the client.
Now, do you think that your content, what your content is for your elevator pitch is incredibly important? So do you think his content was okay?
It
Yes.
was okay, yeah.
It's
Okay.
okay.
But I think it's 50-50. The delivery, I think.
We're not talking about delivery yet. We're talking about content. So
Yeah.
answering that question, the
Yes.
whole, because there's going to be a whole conversation about his delivery, 100%. But first, I want to get through his content isn't bad. I was going to use a different word, but I chose to not. All right, now let's watch John, because I think hearing it, he's very articulate in terms of what his value is and what he does. I would give it a good A, actually. Now let's watch him, because that's a whole different story.
Let's watch his pitch, and then we're going to quickly break it down, review it, and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
Hi, my name is John Ford, and I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website, and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. And I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Okay, so let's preface this by saying that Vanessa sent out to the world and said, send me your elevator pitch. So I think in his mind, he was probably thinking, all right, I'm going to give you my content and you can help me with my content. But suffice it to say, I think hearing it and seeing it was almost a little bit different of an experience. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, my first reaction was he sounded robotic. Now I see he looks just like a robot.
He does.
And he
Yes, he
sounds like
does.
he's reading the script.
Really stiff.
He looked
Yeah.
nervous. Or
Now,
yeah,
what is he selling?
He sounds like he's
Online
reading.
A
analyst.
website analyst. What are we going to expect from the poor guy, right?
Right. He's totally right brain.
Right.
100%. The fact that he's putting thought into this in the first place is like blows my mind that he's on this track. Like, okay.
He needs to do yoga.
All right. So let's talk about Vanessa. What do you think that what advice she gave him? Because I have seen UVPs that were 10 times worse than this. And right now,
Well, he needs to relax.
what's that?
I was gonna say he needs to relax. I think if he relaxes with a smile on his face, he might come across a lot more friendly and a lot less robotic.
I think bring his hands to the explanation of his speech, basically.
He needs to correct his body language for sure.
Body language, yes, thank you.
Now,
His hands are
Not a
supposed to his
salesperson.
body.
it's really easy to objectify him, isn't it? But I'm gonna. Are we gonna do the same things to you?
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
Absolutely.
I'm afraid
Give a
so.
UVP, yeah.
So when you stand up there and you do your UVP, you gonna do better?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
try.
Bring it. Bring
Well,
it.
I'm telling you, it's make or break. It's not make or break, but I've seen better and I've seen worse. I'm just gonna say that. Okay, because at least he started and finished his. Because there are times that people can't even get through it because they stop being able to breathe and they can't even finish it because their nerves gets to a level that they can't even breathe. Okay, which is there's no reason that because you guys are in a safe place here, so there's not really reason for that. But I'm telling you that he at least got through his content. All right, so let's see what Vanessa says about this.
Okay, John, here is what I love, what you did so well and you can never lose. And everyone who's watching, if you can incorporate these things into your elevator pitch, it will make you even more impactful. So here's what you did that I thought was fabulous. First, your enunciation is great. I can very clearly understand you. You also have a very good pacing. Your cadence is very understandable. And the reason why that's important is because you've heard your elevator pitch 1,000 times. You've said it, you've heard it, you probably wrote it. But other people, they're processing it for the first time. So one of the classic elevator pitch mistakes I see is that people quickly go through what they do because they think it's boring. Everyone, they already know it. They've already heard it. But they need more time to process, more than the average conversation, especially when they're learning something that's a little bit different. When you're talking about a website or website analysis, it's super important that you go as slow as you did. Now, you don't want to go too slow, so your cadence was perfect. Don't lose that. The second thing that I loved is that you have a very open torso. So first of all, thank you for giving me a full body video. I love to read body language. So you had a really open torso. You didn't cross your hands over your chest. You didn't try to cross your legs. You didn't try to hide behind an object or a cup or a phone. So keeping that open torso as much as possible and keeping it aimed towards the person you're speaking with is hugely impactful. Now, I talk about on my website all the time how important it is to show that you're engaged. Even when you're talking, you can do this by having an open torso and aiming it towards the other person. Okay, so now on to a couple of things that I think you can improve. And these are things that are just going to up your impact level. People are going to remember you more. They're going to understand and remember what you do more quickly, and hopefully they'll be begging for your business card. The first thing that I want you to work on is a hugely common problem for people doing elevator pitches, and it is lack of movement. So as you can see, I'm playing your video in the background on silent. And if you watch it, you'll see there's very little head, arm, and torso movement. And this is a very easy mistake to make. And the reason is because when you're thinking about a pitch that you've memorized, you're focused entirely on the words you're saying. So your body sort of freeze frames while you try to recall those words.
Very common.
Okay, so here's my first challenge to you. I want you to start incorporating more movement into your pitch. So the way that you do this is you memorize your pitch like it is on the tip of your tongue. You can
Memorize
just instantly
it
recall it. And the
inside
reason
out.
for that is because if you're not focused on remembering the words, it's much easier to have more fluidity in your body. So once you've memorized it down pat, I want you to practice loosening up those shoulders a little bit, bringing up your hands, and we're going to talk about that in challenge number 2, and having a little bit more head movement. So for example, let's say that I'm talking to you like this. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I do scienceofpeople.org. I love what I do. I teach body language and lie detection. Now, I have no movement in my torso at all. Look at the difference between when I say this time with a little bit of head movement. And what you want to do is you can do a slight head tilt, which shows engagement, and you can also nod very slightly along with your most important points. So here's how it looks a little bit differently. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I work at thescienceofpeople.org. I teach body language and human lie detection. So as you can see, just those slight up and down movements and the head tilt, that's going to add a lot of fluidity, a lot more natural expression to your body and to your pitch so that people can feel like they're connecting with you on a deeper level. Okay, my challenge number 2, the second thing that I'm hoping you're going to work on, is adding in nonverbal explanations to your elevator pitch. So a lot of people, they just focus on the verbal content of their pitch to explain what they do. But you can actually use your hands to demo or explain concepts. So I want you to think of at least 2 different ways that you can use your hands in your pitch. So an example could be, I analyze websites, right? So that's like the whole thing. This is a nonverbal concept of the whole thing, which shows that you're kind of all inclusive. So that could be a way that you could add in hand movement into the way that you do your pitch. You can also bring a big concept into something small. So if you say, I make really complicated technology problems easy for my clients, that's a way that you can do it. So I want you to think of 2 different ways you can use your hands to demo. That's going to do 2 things. First, it's going to help the other person visually understand what you do. And second, it's going to add more movement, right? When you have your hands moving, your torso moves, it adds a little bit more freedom of expression, and again, makes you more connected and more engaged. Okay, the third thing that I want you to do is actually about your verbal content. So I thought it was very clear. I really understand what you did, but I think that you're missing one thing, and it's the power of a story. So research has shown that our brain loves stories. When we hear a story, we light up, we remember them, we all of a sudden feel like what you do is personal to us. So what I want you to do at the very end, when you talk about how you work with clients, think of a very quick example. So you can say something like, for example, one of my recent clients, she had a cake decorating business and I did everything on her website for her. Now I'm just making that up, but it can be that short. Examples, when people hear example or story, they instantly tie it to them. So that's what I want you to try to do, because that will help pull them in so that they can say, oh, well, I have a website. I should tell you about it, because that's what you're trying to get them to do. The ultimate goal of an elevator pitch is to see how can you help them, and therefore they want to hire you. Okay, John, I hope that was really helpful for you. And
Okay. So your UVP needs to be memorized, and you need to know it so well that you're not reading it from a 3x5 card. You don't have your laptop open and all the words there and reading them on the screen, because that's not going to let you tell the story. Because when you have the words up here and you've internalized it and you know what you're going to say, then you can tell the story with your hands and your facial movements and walking people through what it is that you do. And you should be passionate and excited to tell people that you help people buy, sell, and lease homes in the metro that you work, and that you're an expert at doing it, telling them a story, and somehow in there infusing the 3 things: your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. But it can't not start with, I help people buy and sell homes in this metro. Because you can't omit what it is that you actually do, because that's important. Your UVP has to include what it is that you do. His UVP was that he helps people. He's a website analyst. He can't tell you why people go to the website, but he can tell you how they got there and what they did while you were there. And he thinks that's valuable and interesting information. So you're very clear about what it is that he does and what his passion is in doing it and how he can help you, right? So he gives you that. There's no confusion on what he does. But sometimes I see value propositions going on and on and on, and at the end of it, we don't know what you did. We don't know what you do. We know that you're ethical about whatever it is that you do, and that you're an expert at it, and that you're committed and will answer the phone. But we don't know what it is that you do. So make sure that you have it internalized. What you do, where you do it, infuse your ability, your commitment, and your ethics, and have it memorized. And then once it's memorized, then you can tell the story and make it fun and make it interesting. But if you're all the way to the end of this project and you don't know what your words are yet, you're never going to be able to tell the story, and it's going to seem awkward. And I want you to have a customer in mind when you're telling the story. Not me, not Lisa, not your classmates, but the customer in mind, because that ultimately who's going to be the benefactor of your value proposition. There's going to be a lot more of these Vanessa Van Edward videos as we go. That was the last one. There was one more that is called Positively Positive.
We welcome back the author
This
of
was
Human
3
Lie
minutes.
Detection and Body Language 101, Vanessa Van Edwards. I think that intro was one of the most charismatic I've ever given.
Definitely. Definitely.
What we're trying to say here is there are some people who just seem to have that thing. When they're in a room or they're talking or they're amongst people, they have something. What is that?
So that question always fascinated me. So we run a human behavior research lab, and I was like, I want to study this. What makes people so memorable? So we actually found patterns between people who are really memorable and have that quality that's you instantly want to know them, and people who are more forgettable. So
I tend to think I've met a lot of different business people, and you meet the heads of companies, and they all seem to have most of them seem to have that same it factor that big celebrities have. There's a star quality to people.
Absolutely.
It draws people to them.
Definitely, and that is learnable. That's what I'm hoping we can talk about today.
Really?
That you can learn it, absolutely. You can increase it. So the first thing is there's a myth I want to bust, and it's that we think that charismatic people are perfect. They're more attractive, they're smarter, they're better than. That is absolutely not the case. And so the first habit that charismatic people do is they embrace their imperfections. So this was done with a study by psychologist Richard Weissman, and he wanted to see, could vulnerability really make you more likable? So he had 2 actresses sell a blender in a mall. One actress had the perfect pitch. The other actress had the same pitch, but she spilled the smoothie from the blender all over the table. So the question is, who sold more blenders? Surprisingly, it was actress number 2, the one who spilled the smoothie.
Funny.
And not only that, but everyone in the audience rated her as more likable.
Because we can relate to her, because we're imperfect and okay.
Exactly. So when you're out, I don't want you to worry about being smarter or better than. What I want you to do is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you're feeling nervous, that actually bonds you to people. You can use those imperfections to connect with people.
I would imagine there's a balance to that, though. If you're constantly self-deprecating and you're constantly pointing out your own failings, after a while, you're just annoying.
Yes, and that brings me perfectly, exactly, and that brings me perfectly to point number 2, which is don't be a conversational narcissist. Because annoying people...
I hate those kind of people. I just don't like them. I don't like them at all. I think they kill the me factor.
No, they kill it. So what we found is that charismatic people have this skill. They have a mentality shift. When they go into interactions with people, all they focus on is how can they ask the most interesting questions, which is very different. They don't think about what they're going to say or how they're going to talk about themselves. They figure out, how can I get this person to tell me their story? So I challenge you, next time you go to a big event or a party, think about how can you get the person you're speaking with to tell you their story? What questions can you ask that are just going to pry out their most interesting aspects of themselves?
Well, it's not going to be, what do you do?
Right. It's not going to be what you do. It's going to be, what are your personal passion projects?
Right.
It's going to be, what was the most exciting thing that happened to you today?
Here's what somebody asked once in a group I was in: who's the most interesting person you ever met?
Oh,
Love it.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's actually what we did in our study. Is we asked people, who is the most charismatic person you know? And then we started to look for patterns in those charismatic people. So I love that. And you can even say, I watched this awesome segment on AM Northwest on charismatic people. Who do you know who's charismatic? What do you think makes someone charismatic? So once you start asking these questions, it's very important, this is habit number 3, is to gush, don't gossip. So the old saying that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should be listening.
Listening more, right.
Yeah, listening more than we're speaking. And what's important about this is something called the spontaneous trait transference. Forgive me for this scientific term.
Spontaneous trait transference. We're going to talk about that a lot, and it's a test question. Spontaneous trait transference. Very important. This is part of our code of ethics as well.
What this is they found that when you speak ill of someone, people cannot help but associate those negative traits to you as well as the person you're talking about. We cannot help it. So for example, if I were to say, ugh, she's so mean, I don't like her, she's awful. Mean and awful actually stick to me just as much as her.
Really?
Yes.
Is that true? Is that true even if the people who are listening don't know the other person?
Even then.
Even if they know or don't know.
Know or
matter.
don't know. If you mention those adjectives, people just cannot help but associate that to you. So what you're better off doing is find genuine ways to gush about people. And it has to be genuine. So I did this just the other night. My friend Carrie came up. I was talking to a group of people. I said, oh, this is my friend Carrie. She's a fierce, feisty female entrepreneur. Everything she does is pretty awesome. Because I genuinely love Carrie, so I was able to introduce her. So when someone comes into a group and you're introducing someone, take that opportunity to genuinely gush about them. That's a great way to share.
My uncle is like that, and he's fairly charismatic, but he always sees the positive in some people, and it's amazing. And it's never negative first. It's always something nice,
and that translates onto him. It's like a halo effect.
Yeah, interesting.
So I had to have two last body language tips.
Okay.
You know, I love talking about body language. So the first one is showing your hands. Our hands are our trust indicators. Women are often taught to put their hands underneath the table in their lap. That's polite. Actually, you're much better off keeping them above the table, because studies show that when someone can see your hands, they rate you as more trustworthy, which is exactly what charismatic people do.
And use your hands when you're talking?
Use your hands when you're talking. No jazz hands.
Okay.
Right? No jazz
No,
hands.
but
keeping them visible. Don't tuck them into your purse. Don't put them behind your back when you're talking. As much as possible, just keeping them
crossing
visible.
your arms, no.
No,
Yeah,
not
no.
allowed.
200 years of oppression trying to make women wear high heels so they can't run away and keep their hands on the table so no one likes them. All right, so we have evolved a bit now, and we're going to wear sneakers and keep our hands out in the world so people can see you. All right, so we're going to have some test questions. We're going to have some more videos. Thankfully, as we get into the next week on our mega, there will be a little bit more of a slow roll. We've gotten through a bunch of content. The takeaway from today is that as a salesperson, there's more to this job than just showing up. We have to be prepared. If you want to make $1 million a year, we have to prepare ourselves, because we are the product that we're selling. How we communicate to our clients, the professionalism that we have to prepare ourselves for knowing our craft, but also how we express ourselves. The preparation we have, and how not only how much information that we've been able to ingest so that we know inside and out so that we can communicate and tell stories, but how and what questions we ask other people so that we can get them telling their story. Because if you want to engage someone, especially over the phone, it's less about you talking and more about you asking them questions to get them to share their story on the phones, to get them to talk. And how are you? How's the wife? How's the kids? When's the last time someone called you and asked you, how are you doing? These are really important things, because people don't have enough opportunity to share. People don't ask people what they think as much anymore, because people don't want people's opinions, because they can't handle any more opinions. Social media has destroyed that for us. But the reality is that if we want to develop that one-to-one relationship, we need to ask them questions, let them speak, give them an opportunity to be on the phone and share with you. But how our voice inflections are, our mood when we say it, all of these things matter to be a polished salesperson. So we would be amiss in Mega if we didn't talk about the stress compression and how yoga can help you lift out of that, how we have to focus on the words we use, and then learn our scripts, so that scripts now become even more important. And as an agent, you realize, if I memorize what I'm going to say, then instead of trying to figure out what I'm going to say, I can focus on more how I'm going to say those words so that it comes across correctly. That is the polished professionalism. Why are you calling me so much? Well, if I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to find you the perfect home. Scripts are how you take a scenario and turn it around and make people see something different, but it's more how you say it than what you say it. And if you don't know what you say it, there's no way that you're going to figure out how you're going to say it if you're still trying to figure out what. So it's just going to come out who knows how. All right, so that is the official end of Mega. I'm going to stick around for a long time, because I'm guessing we've got lots of feedback, lots of questions, lots of statements. So we're going to end class now, but I'm going to stick around for as long as you guys want to digest, talk, ask questions, and unpack some of all of this that we've had today.
Are we testing for today's a module? And if so, does it have to be done before midnight also?
I will be sending out my video regarding the exam. So if you guys want to watch that video or hang out and look for that video, yes, if you feel like you have digested enough of the information where you can pass the test, you can. But yes, there is a test, there is an exam, and I am going to send out my video As soon as the class is done, I film my video, upload it, and email it out. And there's a couple of homework assignments, and those homework assignments are going to be videos where you can watch on your own time, which are going to be very interesting videos.
Cool. You guys have a good weekend.
Thank you too, Ever.
I have I have a training tomorrow at 11:30. I decided to do it because we have lots of questions. So I have like 30 people here. I wanted to do a group invite tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. You will need this because you're going to have lots of business and you need to know how to do transactions.
Thanks, Miguel. It was very helpful last time I went to that. So I'll try to pop on again tomorrow.
Are you going to put that in the calendar so everyone has the link?
Also, I send it in the email, but yes, I will add it as a calendar activity.
Awesome, thank you. Knock, hi.
Hi, Jack. So for the pitch, it's only need to be 30 seconds, correct? Short and concise.
Yep. So
short and concise. Yeah.
It's the example of the website analyst was perfect. It was short and it was sweet and it was to the point, explained what he did. There was no confusion about what he did, but really it's what you do, where you do it, and infuse in there your ability, your commitment, your ethics, which does nothing but help you. And it should not be long because the longer it is, the less effective it is.
Okay. And then do I need to record it first, send it to you guys, or are we gonna do live at late
Live.
day? Okay.
Yeah. What do you do? I'm a real estate agent. I help people buy, sell, and lease homes in the Austin metro. That can be it.
But that's not me though.
I'm just saying.
I know, but what you just say is so, yeah, but okay.
But you go and if someone asks you what they do and it turns out to be 3 minutes, they didn't ask for any of that. But I know he's going to be awesome. I just know it. So, but you guys put it together and then you sell it to us.
So just pretty much answer the question why I'm hiring you. I mean, why you hiring me?
Yep. So, I love that. Why should I hire you? What are you going to do differently? But your value proposition should also include what it is that you do, because if it's your what do you do, it's got to be in part of your UVP. So what do you do and why should I hire you? Those two things, both of those questions have to be answered by your value proposition.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello.
Oh, Kim, Kay has her. I'm just going to keep calling her Kim just to make her smile.
K. There's no
Kim
Kim.
K. Kim K.
That's what I said.
I was gonna say, so this because I just found out about this group today, the mega group. I didn't know when you were talking about, oh, we sent this. I was like, where? I didn't get an email until someone told me about the mega group. So now that I know, so that's where these the homework and the bomb video, like the things we need to do, that's where we should be looking for them in a groups, or you're going to email what we need to do as far as homework is concerned?
Yes, I send them out and it ends up in the group. Before Mega 14, it was actually sending out and hitting everyone's inbox and being in both places. I'm going to do a little bit of research to find out why it's not hitting people's inboxes, because when I send it to the group, it shows up in my inbox and the group. I don't understand why for some people it's not showing up in their inbox, but it is the group. So, but I will look into that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
If I didn't finish for some reason that the homework of one of the mega sessions, can I catch up on 2-3 days later or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I got a lot of catching up to do then, because I didn't do Wednesday. I didn't see any list, and then I don't know if you sent any on Monday. So
there are 3 videos, and one homework assignment was to go and test out the Ford script on at least 2 people. So The videos are pretty simple to watch. So you probably have 5 videos to watch to catch up, and then you'll be caught up for Monday.
And they're not very long and they're really helpful.
They're like Vanessa Van Edwards videos. So they're all very specific to real estate and helping you guys. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
put your jammies on, get your popcorn out, and make a night of it. Laura, did you have a question? I see your hand up.
Yeah, this morning I did my UVP. Okay, is it okay to put numbers in there? I mean, is it okay to, say that I have a 5-star Google review? That was the only, ones that, I mean, that was my only question. I feel pretty confident about the rest, but what are your thoughts on that?
We don't give people feedback on the content of their UVP.
Okay.
It's yours. It's not ours. I think it was great, if you want my opinion, but I really need you guys to craft it from the perspective of this is what I want people to know about me in my business. So because it's so business plan, mission statement, vision statement oriented, that the content is each individual agents. The only thing we don't allow is discount broker type value propositions. That's the only limitation we will put on you.
Okay. Okay, well then I'll keep it then. Because I mean, because I'm like this. I'm my worst critic. I mean, I cannot do my own business cards. Like when I was, self-employed and doing, coaching. I mean, I can't even do my own resume because I'm so critical of myself. So I have to give that away to somebody.
Well, practice. Well, pick somebody that you guys should practice this together. I think that is a really great way to kind of get out of your own way and let somebody that one of your own peers, you guys can help each other. That's why we do it in mega minis, so you guys can kind of give your feedback and if it's something that seems like maybe you shouldn't say that, your peers will tell you because everybody wants you to succeed. That's the whole point, right? We want you to go out there and look good, and everybody's UVP is a unique value proposition. It's unique to you, period. So there's no right or wrong way, but just remember your audience. And that's what Jack was saying. Keep it shorter. You don't want it too long because then people are going to be looking at their watch and wondering what to ask her about real estate.
And I understand this when I was doing it before, doing the what he did. We used to time each other.
Yeah.
So a stopwatch was involved. Boom, that's enough. You got 30 seconds. Say who you are, what you do, whatever. Give your spill and move on.
Right.
And I think we got a couple other questions too. Jamara and Kay both have questions. No? Oh, I thought you put your hand up, Kay and Jamara. Does anybody else have any questions before I bounce or need me for anything?
Just real quick, just to double check, when are we doing the presentation video of the UVP?
It's not a video. It'll be in person.
Oh, it'll be in person.
On video, or so you're not.
Oh, it'll be live. I thought we had to record ourselves.
Trying to say, yes.
Okay, I had that confusion. Okay.
Yes.
Thursday.
Yes, Thursday before the last day. So class 11 basically is when we do
the 27th. 26th. The 27th is, yes, I'm sorry, the 27th is your mega mini, and it'll happen in your 27th. The 26th is the Wednesday's bulletproof contracts class, but yeah, it's after the bulletproof contracts on the 27th. 1,000,000% yes, thank you. Katie.
You got a look from Katie. She's like, oh.
Thank you so much, Jack. I am so grateful.
We are so grateful you're here. I love this.
You bring a very fun energy to Mega, so I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
You guys have a wonderful weekend.
You too.
Sell a lot.
Go sell some houses.
Yes, do it. And we have open houses. Yay.
Get some representation agreement signed.
I need a car today. I don't have a second car, so we only have one car. So I just came from a dealership during the lunch break. So I need a car today. I want to manifest a car. So Monday I'm like, all right.
Yay.
Right.
Get it, girl.
Thank you.
I will keep positive thoughts for you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Your
it.
color, already have it exactly, the way you want, even the
Amen.
smell of it, everything.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Bye.
And
Bye-bye.
bye.
Have a good weekend.
Have a great weekend, fellas
You
and
too,
ladies.
Same to you.
See y'all Monday.
See y'all Monday.
See you Monday, Miss.
Is everyone good? Bye.
Yes, Katie. Thank you.